Good evening, everyone. We are back fashionably late. That's my issue. I went on a long run earlier today, and I completely misjudged the time. Had to set this live stream up, so slightly later than scheduled. But we are here to talk about something a little bit different today. Might be kind of Tolkien related in some aspects, but you actually pitched this video idea to me. And fairly recently, I managed to get through on my second attempt, the Iliad by Homer. And I think it was during our Silmarillion chat a few streams ago. You pitched a Fall of Gondolin movie, which was heavily based on the 2004 Troy movie. Now, at the time, I hadn't seen that film. And upon finishing the Iliad, I took it upon myself to watch so I watched the theatrical cut of Troy. Since then, you can talk a bit about it later. You've watched the director's cut, which adds quite a substantial extra 30 minutes into the movie and shuffles some things around, new music and everything like that. And we simply had to find a time to talk about it. And tonight is the night. In typical fashion for our streams, this is probably going to be a long one. There's a lot to talk about and unpack and dissect with the Iliad, the film itself, both cuts of it. And we've got a little bit of a framing device for this one, which is interesting. So I'm going to hand over to you, Bathtime, if you want to introduce yourself to everyone and sort of how we're going to be framing this discussion on Troy tonight.
Hello, everyone. Thanks for having me, Chris. My name is Bathtime. Very common family name.
It's a Christian name.
Yeah, it's Persian, actually.
Okay.
But that's why I'm on the side of Troy. But yeah, we're going to be looking at Troy tonight, the film, talking about adaptations and probably getting on to the role of like myths eventually. I would think, like, if you are here live, let us know if you've read the Iliad, because I don't think a lot of people have, and everyone is really surprised that the Trojan horse is not in the Iliad. The death of Achilles is not in the Iliad. Helen whizzing off to Troy is not in the Iliad. And so we're basically going to be focusing on what makes a good adaptation of the source material.
Absolutely. And I think we've got the headings, adaptation, inspired by, and based on. So we're going to sort of be bringing those into it. I think probably we need to define what each of those mean and sort of like what we think which category Troy would fall into in all of those. Tonight, by the way, I'm apparently Achilles and you're Hector. So it's really great when you find like a wallpaper and it just, it perfectly aligns with everything.
He loves a good laugh, Hector.
Yeah, that's true. I will say Achilles is living up to his name tonight. I've got back off an 8K run and my Achilles is fucking killing me right now. So it's his greatest legacy.
Filming stopped during they had to stop filming Troy because Brad Pitt picked up an injury, and you'll never guess what got
really
injured. Yeah,
that's amazing. It's sometimes on like these movie sets that there is some very weird, convenient things that happen, or coincidental, things that happen. I remember like on the Passion of the Christ set or something, didn't Jim Caviezel get struck by lightning twice or something? No, legitimately. I swear it happened twice, but it definitely happened at least once. When he was on the cross, he got hit by lightning in a lightning storm.
My word.
Well, that's just divine intervention right there, isn't it? And we've got the sequel coming out next year as well. Part 1, The Resurrection. So
I've seen it recently. Back. I'm quite excited. I think it's,
me too.
I think it's really mad how it's actually probably a good place to start. Is that if Mel Gibson had made Troy, they would all be speaking in ancient Greek.
They'd need that
all
movie.
Be Greek actors, and all the armor and all that would be completely as it were, and. Have I told you this before about where that comes from? His love of like keeping everything as real as possible.
I'm not sure. I think the one caveat to that is Braveheart, because I don't think the Scots were wearing exactly as they are, and I certainly know that the British didn't have that. They've got like this sort of like garish, like orange uniform. Yeah, so I think that one's slight discrepancy, but certainly when you get to Apocalypto and Passion of the Christ.
Right,
yeah.
So with his later films, like Mel Gibson was actually born in America, And he lived there when he was younger. But his father is a proper devout Catholic, like properly devout. And around the time Gibson was born, the Pope issued a decree that Mass would no longer be enforced in Latin. And the Gibsons moved to the only country in the world that still had a rule that you give Mass in Latin, which is Australia. And I've always felt that that has informed huge amounts of his filmmaking, having it in the text. And am I allowed to ask Robin's question?
Yes, let me just bring that up. So first off, hi Robin. Robin asks, Bathtime, I've wondered for months, what is your profile picture from?
This is back from the COVID days, Robin, and this is my friend ran a very profitable scam making NFTs, and she gave me one, and then I asked if it could be a bit cuter with Manchester United, and I've always really enjoyed the idea that, you know, a man approaching his 40s is like wearing a collar with pink pigtails and things. I find it tremendously amusing. You know, like making people call me Bathtime whilst looking at this picture. I think it's very funny.
It's very you. I will say that.
I think it's a lot of fun.
It's in our quest to get sexier as we age, isn't it?
Oh yeah, that's one mantra I often repeat to Chris is that the best vengeance is just getting sexier than your enemies.
Hell yeah. And you know, I mean, that's a segue. We will definitely be talking about Brad Pitt in this movie for sure.
Man alive.
That's going to have like its own like hour-long section of this video probably. So
they're just so beautiful. Everyone in this film, it's unbelievable.
It almost makes you angry a little bit, doesn't it? Just a smidge, but it kind of inspires you at the same time. It's like I need to eat cleaner. I need to run more. I need to lift more weights. I need to be more athletic.
I'm like, where's my battle? Like, I could be there, coming over the hill on a bathtub. Let's go.
You'll milk them all, mate. You'll milk them all.
I will.
The entire army. Right then, let's start off. I think we need to sort of frame what an adaptation is, how we define it, what based on is, and what inspired by is. Now, I do have convenient AI overview here. I didn't ask for AI overview. One day it just appeared in Google, and it looks like it's here to stay. So I'm going by what this says, and we can discuss it and see if we agree with it or not, and obviously people at home. So I have adaptation means a direct translation into a new medium. Would we agree on that one?
Yeah, I think that is so when you see, like, what's a famous one? Maybe something like Romeo and Juliet with Claire Danes and
Leonardo DiCaprio. Yeah,
they changed the setting to, is it Mexico? I've never seen it, but they changed it to Mexico City and they put that song on that I like. But it is the actual text. So I think that is an adaptation, isn't it? Where it's as true as possible to what you've got. So, I mean, I don't know if you can have people, like, if you can have internal monologues on cinema, like in cinema, but you can, you know, not have those and it still be an adaptation, in my view.
So a direct translation you talked about there, with that Romeo and Juliet comparison, they're using direct lines from Shakespeare's text in the film. Would we say then, for example, Zack Snyder's 300 and Watchmen are an adaptation because they use imagery? It's almost shot for shot from the comic book, a lot of the lines, but they do add a few little subplots here and there, a few slight deviations. Can we allow for deviations in an adaptation, or does it have to be pretty much carbon copy?
Interesting. I've never read the 300. I'm not a comic book person, but having said that, I actually have read the Watchmen comic. It's one of the only ones I've ever enjoyed. And in the Watchmen film, which I think is really good, they make a massive change from the source material, which is spoilers for a 10-year-old, 15-year-old film. Instead of pulling in a big intergalactic squid, he unleashes a bomb or something like that. However,
they frame Dr. Manhattan for it instead, rather than this extraterrestrial squid thing. Yeah.
I think that is an adaptation. I think an interesting example is The Merchant of Venice. So, like, traditionally, comedy means something that ends well, and tragedy means something that ends badly. The Merchant of Venice is now a tragedy, but it was originally a comedy because he converts to Christianity at the end. And so if you do that, like the way that someone like, I think Al Pacino did a relatively decent interpretation of it in film. If it becomes a tragedy, which is exactly how it's filmed and set up, but uses exactly the same source material, I don't think that is an adaptation because it's changing too much of the meaning behind it. Mm-hmm. Whereas with Jack Snyder's Watchmen, they made a change that I think makes a lot of sense, is easier on set and so on. And, you know, I don't think that like merging two characters into one or removing children from plots is that bad an issue, because there's the practicality of filmmaking where you can't have child actors on set and be able to get the work done. So I think it's a grey area, but I would say that Watchmen is an adaptation because 90% of it is pretty much shot for shot, and it's trying to be an adaptation. Yeah. Whereas The Merchant of Venice, I'm not, because they're American, I'm not sure if they understand the source material, but that's not trying to be faithful to a Shakespearean comedy. They're doing it as a tragedy.
Yeah. And I mean, there's 3 different cuts out there of Watchmen, which are all different degrees of adaptations. So you've got the theatrical cut, which is very good. Director's cut adds even more scenes in. And then you've got like the Ultimate Edition, which adds all of the
comic book
Tales from the Black Freighter. Yeah, exactly. Love That's it. In the movie as well. So like 4+ hours, you know, even more so of an adaptation, even closely, you know, even more closely adapted.
Is 300 an adaptation, would you say?
Very close. The stuff they add in is like all the stuff at home, like the Lena Headey stuff, and like that corrupt senator. Is it Dominic West who plays him? I forgot the name of the actor. I might have the wrong name there. Where she like stabs him at the Senate and is trying to get democracy back or whatever. All of that stuff on the home front, that's added into the movie. Yes, yeah.
Democracy in Sparta, Jesus. Okay.
Whereas I think the comic book just exclusively follows the 300 and the battles and, you know, the tragedy at the end and whatnot. So next up we have based on, and once again, AI Overview says, based on implies a close following of core plot and characters. I would also say that based on evokes more of a sense of real life events as well, would you say, more so than adaptation or inspired by, perhaps? There's a grey area there, but I think when you hear based on, usually you think of based on real life events or, you know, a historic event of some kind.
Yeah, that's a good point. I never considered it like that because obviously, like the first film that comes to mind is the Ali film with Will Smith that focuses on 10 years of his life, and they move a couple of things around, they change a couple of details, but you can't really change the historical facts. What you can do is change what's in between. But I was thinking more that I would say the Lord of the Rings films are based on. Like, I think you've kind of got the core characters. Like Aragorn and Denethor, as we've been through a million times, are very different.
And Frodo, yeah.
And Frodo, yeah.
Every time we talk about it, we just dismantle those films more and more, don't we? So...
Look, they're good, but
yeah.
But they're based on, aren't they? It's kind of like it's, I suppose, where the word interpretation comes in, because you also have the idea, right, of how the actors, if it is film or stage, interpret their character. So, for example, in Troy, I think that the interpretation of Achilles is, I think it's incredible, like the physicality of it and stuff. And I think that in Lord of the Rings, the interpretation of Viggo Mortensen of Aragorn, but in particular Strider, is brilliant. Whereas I think Sam's interpretation from Sean Austin isn't that great. I don't think the Hobbits interpret their characters particularly well, which is like, they're not poorly acted. It's just why I don't really like them as much as everyone else. I don't think they get the core of the character. So I don't know where that leaves us, but that's my interpretation of your question, or based on your question.
I think this is where things get more complicated, though. This is actually like a really interesting but complicated discussion to have because there's lots of grey area and wiggle room. Let's keep Lord of the Rings as the example here. So based on implies a close following of core plot and character. So we've already talked about a lot of the core characters, Frodo, Strider, Denethor, you could argue as well. Even some aspects of Theoden, perhaps. Very different in the movie from what they are in the book. There are a lot of deviations, additions, and whatnot. But core plot. Now, you've... oh, God, what's that really important book that I should... Yeah, that's where I'm going with this. What's that really important book that breaks down every single narrative that has ever been or ever will be?
The Monomyth by Joseph Campbell.
That's the one. And we've sort of made our argument for and against why the Scouring of the Shire should or shouldn't be in a Lord of the Rings film and how it's
on
kind
a
of like
side
that second,
note,
third act.
Christopher, I'm extremely disappointed with Dale because I tuned into your show this morning to like it, get the likes in, boys.
Thank you.
And the bit that I tuned into was Dale saying that he didn't think that the Scouring of the Shire should be in the film. Piss off, Dale. Wrong.
I could understand why they might be tempted to leave it out of the film, but nonetheless, its importance when you look at the greater whole of the book, of the story itself, it is that, and I have been noticing this a lot more now. I still need to read that Monomyth book, by the way. That's on the list. I'm getting through the classics first. We're almost finished the Odyssey. We'll get there. But that returning home and setting things right, where the hero really comes into their own with no help from any outside forces or greater strength.
Both worlds. It's the master of both worlds.
Yeah.
That's what's so important about it. It's the outside world, which is the quest, and then the inside world is your community and how you use what you learn on your quest to benefit your community. It's the core of the hero's journey.
Mm-hmm. Now, that's a core plot point of the book, which is left out of the movie. So would we still say then that The Lord of the Rings falls into based on the fact that it is missing out on core plot and character elements?
I would, because of the intention. I think that's really important. And look, they're moving dialogue to different places and things because they're trying to keep it.
Yeah.
Like the Lord of the Rings, I think even Tolkien said, was inherently unfilmable because it's not like film and book is a very different medium. What they tried to do, and I think that they succeeded for 80, 90% of it, was stay as true as they possibly could. And in this day and age, there's like Andy Serkis is going through it at the moment, talking about the casting of actors that are basically just white and so on. And when we look at the behind the scenes of The Lord of the Rings, we see in particular the armor makers who sat there and made individual pieces and so on, and how they tried to put a story behind it. You see the detail and the bigatures, I think they're called.
Yeah.
And so I think that even though you can technically argue that it's not an adaptation, that it's not based on, that it's an interpretation, it's inspired by, the intent is for it to be an adaptation, but they consciously change stuff. So it has to be based on, for me. I think, rather like British law, actus reus mens rea, you need a guilty act and a guilty mind to be convicted of a crime. I think that for this, you have to take motivation into account, which is why I think so many people are upset with Star Wars and Lord of the Rings, because the motivation is pretty clearly to make modern stories for modern audiences rather than be true to the source material. And Peter Jackson, above all, wanted to respect the source material.
I could agree with that. Just a quick comment here from Robin, who says, part of why Terry Pratchett doesn't translate well to film is that Pratchett's omniscient narration is 90% of the humour. Without having a narrator and internal monologue, it's not the same story. I can't really speak to that all that much. I must admit, I haven't really delved all that much into Terry Pratchett. I think I gave The Colour of Magic a go, and I couldn't get into it. And I think from a lot of Terry Pratchett fans, they all say, oh, yeah, no, that's one of the worst ones. No, you have to give it like 4 books before it starts getting good. I'm like, I can't. So, you're watching a TV series and like, oh, by the time you get to season 4, it really picks up. I'm like, have at it. But I'm not going to watch it then in that case.
I like Terry Pratchett. I do agree that the early books are not quite as fleshed out, but when he hits his stride, it's it's exceptional. And it's like, because it's not just jokes and things. Like, I'd agree, actually, Robin. Mort or Eric would be the ones that I would start with. I think Rincewind is very overrated as the sort of introductory character. But Robin's completely right. I can remember reading one. I don't know what it's called, but it's about some vampires, I think. It's witches fighting vampires. And there's a bit about how one of the witches is talking through how they're going to sort out this vampire. And it's very, very similar to G.R.R. Martin, the author of Game of Thrones, how a lot of his like narrative devices are, you know, someone like Tyrion thinking through a plan. Thank you. That's exactly the one it is. Particularly Robin referring to the bit where she like, I think the passage of text, I read this 20 years ago, is something like she removes walls and lets the vampire see all the walls in her mind. So she thinks that the vampire has been compartmentalizing all the terror she's caused. But then the vampire doesn't give a shit. She knows exactly what she's been up to. But I think that like it can be done. But Terry Pratchett I think it attracts visual people like Teddy Gilliam and stuff like that. But I think that Pratchett actually is a much more literary thing. And you need much more attention to the script rather than the visuals. And that's why I think a lot of adaptations fail. It's like with Lord of the Rings, a lot of people say it's a long walk and you need all the mountains and stuff like that. But when you just focus on the scenery, you get the Rings of Power. You don't get like Jackson's Lord of the Rings. Mm-hmm. So it's rather like the hero's journey. You've got to master both of these worlds in order to like exist in it and be productive.
And then finally, I guess we have Inspired By, and this says, Inspired By uses the original only as a loose starting point for a largely new creation. Rings of Power, I would say in that regard. But yeah, what are your thoughts on that then? So something inspired by.
I think that this is where you're kind of getting into the idea of trope cinema, which I don't necessarily think is the worst thing. Because if you take, let me think, if you take Scream, which I think everyone has seen, it's definitely inspired by several films, like the slasher films, and in it you have expectations. So it's like if you have a film inspired by Star Wars, you instantly know what needs to be in there. Like it's about conforming to a genre or something. And a lot of the time now, inspired by, I think, is shorthand for taking an existing property that people know so that it will be profitable. So, you know, like Nintendo used to do this actually, where they would come up, when they were making games, they'd come up with a new game mechanic that they thought was good and then put it into an existing property. So they would use Zelda, for example, as the meat on the skeleton of what they were building. So I think that that's kind of how it works now. So, for example, Troy is without question inspired by, like, it doesn't follow a lot of the Odyssey. And it's just that with inspired by, it doesn't necessarily mean it's bad. Like The Shawshank Redemption, which is arguably one of the greatest films ever made, is inspired by a short story that I've read that is bloody dreadful compared to the film. Like, whereas Andy Serkis's recent Animal Farm is meant to be inspired by Animal Farm, but it misses out all the political allegory. So what is the point?
Yeah, it's not even Animal Farm, is it? It's just a... What is it?
Sometimes you'll get a film like Gus Van Sant's Psycho, which is a shot-for-shot remake of Psycho. I've seen it as well. I think it's very good.
Did he mention the reason he made that was to prove to people why Psycho shouldn't be remade or something? It was like a very sort of like meta thing that he said. He says, I remade it because like no one should remake it, so I'm making a statement.
Gus Van Sant, right? He started Dogma, didn't he? That filmmaking discipline from Scandinavia. He talks a lot of bollocks. He's like
Tommy Wiseau
or whatever. The guy that did RoboCop and stuff. They literally, they're fantasists. They change their story every single time. He remade Psycho because he wanted to. That's why he did it, and he had the budget to do it, and it's perfectly fine, and it's legitimate in my view because it's more accessible and it's in color, right? And that makes a huge difference because Psycho, the blood is in the original, it's chocolate syrup, I think, and stuff like that, and he remade it for a different audience, and it's whether that's a good enough reason, to just bloody do the thing again. It gets into this argument that I'm hesitant of raising because I think it will send you off on a tangent, which is remasters on DVDs and Blu-rays and things. Because when
if they're done well, they can change the mood, change the vibe and everything. Lord of the Rings has even done that as well with the 4K release.
Well, has that actually kind of been proven to be a mistake now, the Green Fellowship of the Ring edition?
Well, I'm not necessarily talking about that. So that's one of the positive things about the remaster. So that was the wow, this is going down a rabbit hole now. So when the Blu-rays were released of the film, Two Towers and Return of the King were pretty good. Like they're fine to the films, but Fellowship for some reason, had this like weird green tint. It was almost like you were watching like a Saw movie or Seven or something, like this weird sepia kind of effect. When they bought out the remasters that were themselves based on the 4K remasters, they corrected that. So Fellowship looks chef's kiss now, absolutely banging. All the colors are as they should be. But for some reason, whenever there's like a flashback scene or like a dream sequence, so I'm talking about Arwen's vision in Two Towers, where Elrond's saying, he will come to death, an image in the splendor of the king. That whole scene, right? And you get this beautiful, in like the original version, like this blue, there's like this blue hue to all of Two Towers, which just looks absolutely incredible.
Communist hue. European one.
But what they've done now is they've taken that beautiful scene. It's one of my favorite shots in the movie where you have Aragorn's tomb and Arwen's kind of stood beside it in like this black shroud kind of thing. They've put like this hazy sort of border around it, like this blurry, and they've made it all black and white as well. They've made it completely black and white with this like weird, like oval, hazy dream filter around it. Looks terrible. They've also done the same for the Boromir extended scene in Two Towers where it flashes back and Faramir's remembering it. They've now removed all the color out of it. It's basically black and white with this weird border. The thing that I compare it to is in Revenge of the Sith when Anakin's having visions of Padme dying in childbirth. And it's like this really like frantic, like blurry edges to it. It's basically that. They've taken some of the most beautiful cinematography, in my opinion, out of the entire trilogy and completely changed it. And that was the one that was released earlier this year for the 20th anniversary screening. It's the one that's readily available now on 4K. Disney do it as well with some of their animated films. I was looking at a shot-for-shot comparison earlier of Lion King compared to the original VHS release to the new one. They've outright completely reanimated sequence, recolored things, and it does change the feel of the film. And I think a lot of 4Ks now, I know that a lot of the James Cameron ones have got a lot of flack because I think he's been using AI to like clean some things up, and I think the color corrections off and whatnot.
Lucas. He's absolutely technology obsessed, and I don't think it's the worst thing in the world because it is their film in my view. Like it belongs to them, but it would be nice if you had, for example, with Blade Runner, there's like 20 different versions of it or something, but they're all accessible.
Just pick your favorite. Exactly.
My issue with things like this is that if I wanted to watch Star Wars, am I able to see the version without Han Solo jumping on Thingy's tail? Or is that now like the only version that I can get?
Well, the rumors are next year for the 50th anniversary, they're putting the original unchanged theatrical version back in cinemas, allegedly. But I've heard that rumor for about a decade now.
Man. They just keep releasing it in different formats. We're back to Star Wars vanilla.
We'll see. I don't know. I don't know if I believe them. I've heard that rumor since like the 40th anniversary, so I'm not going to hold my breath. But
are they going to do Are they going to do the whole thing, like from Phantom Menace to Rise of Skywalker or whatever?
Well, I've heard it's just A New Hope because it's the 50th anniversary of that particular movie next year. So I've heard it's just going to be original Star Wars 1977, that version unchanged, cleaned up.
Do you know what?
Theaters.
if they want to curry favor with Star Wars people and get George Lucas back, that's probably a good idea to reset, and then they can bring out the Ryan Gosling film and stuff like that, and like that sounds like a soft reset to me if they're going to do a theatrical release of an unchanged Star Wars.
Well, the thing is, like, you know, say what you want, you know, like death of the author or whatever, if you want to bring that into it.
Boo.
But George Lucas, he changed them. The special edition, the McClunky, the bit where like Greedo, what was it, the 2011 Blu-ray, where he added like an extra scene into the Han and Greedo thing. He already had like the whole debacle with who shot first. That was already in the movie with the changes, but then he added an extra line from Greedo right before Han shoots him. Greedo just goes, McClunky. That was like George Lucas's like final signature on that movie. That version is his version. So I think he mentioned that he didn't want the original theatrical version to be shown again. Like, that's not what he wanted to produce. He produced it at the time, but you know.
Well, we'll see. I mean, that just sounds like a piss off to the fans, which is it's very sad. I've noticed this happening with George Martin recently, the Game of Thrones author.
God, yeah, what a mess. Yeah.
With like, you know, social media and the sort of access you have to be able to ask people what you're going to do when you die.
Yeah.
That there's a big disconnect between fan bases now, and Star Wars appears to be the biggest one, but George Lucas doesn't seem to be a fan of you guys.
Look, all I want is the theatrical versions on Blu-ray. I mean, there's the despecialized editions out there that Harmy did, which are available. If you know the links, you can download them. They're the closest we'll get to like a home release-ish. You know, you can download them, you can watch them, you can put them onto disc, do what you got to do. But just like a really nice trilogy Blu-ray or 4K box set of the original unchanged versions, I think that would do a lot. I think that would curry favor. It wouldn't change anything because the sequel trilogy and all the TV shows still exist.
Intention, motive.
Yes. Yeah.
Right. Speaking of Star Wars, I wanted to ask you something that relates to the Iliad and Troy. Which is, I don't know how to do this. If I want to start talking about how, right, I've got a theory. Start this way. I've got a theory that the most famous character in all of history is without question Achilles. I think that the only one who might come close, and this isn't a comment by saying
Jesus Christ,
is Jesus. Yeah,
yeah. I was gonna say, probably Jesus top of the list.
But this story was known 3,000 years before Jesus. And look, today, if you go around asking people, more people probably know who Messi or Speed or like I don't know, Nicki Minaj is than they know who Achilles is. But throughout history, I think Achilles is the most famous character of all time. And you can see him in so many characters.
I was going to say, even if not by name, by, you know, DNA of the character that we see in so many other forms of media. Yeah,
and
absolutely.
Anakin surely is a version of Achilles. I mean, in Troy, like they're almost doing Anakin scenes where he's straggling either Briseis or Chryses, depending on which version you're watching, and his pride and sort of
hubris,
not necessarily hubris. And I thought that like that might be an interesting point is like how Achilles is Iron Man. He is like he's in everyone. He's even in characters like Amadeus or Mozart. It's quite incredible how he is almost the classic flawed hero. And that its DNA is everywhere. It stuns me how influential like the text is to everything.
Well, I think this is going to, you know, come on to another topic we're going to talk about is the nature of myths and why myths are important in these old classics. And you sent me an email where you said that it's like a sense of morale almost, isn't it, for a nation in many ways, at least initially. You look at the Iliad, for example, and there's loads of mention of like all these different Greek provinces and pivotal characters and kings and princes and whatnot who are in the battle, especially when you get to the Odyssey as well. You get to the land of the dead, and there's almost like an entire book, an entire chapter where it's like, oh, and Oedipus was there and King Minos was there, and it's all these characters from all these stories, you know. And I do think the importance of myths and storytelling is that how we have seen these stories over, you know, millennia trickle down, and the very fabric of them, the DNA, is still present in so much of the media that we consume, whether it's books, films, you know, video games, whatever. It's still all there. And that's why one of my favorite moments from the Lord of the Rings book in Return of the King is where Sam's talking to Frodo, right? I think they were in Cirith Ungol, if I remember rightly. And he says, you know, we're part of this great story. He talks about Eärendil and Beren and Luthien, the great stories, Turin Turambar, and it's like, we're part of that same story. They're part of the myth, and they
Sam is Achilles.
Yes, yeah.
But he is in this state. It's that sense of, I think it's called kleos in ancient Greek. It's probably best translated to legacy or something like that. And it's like, I mean, we can start off, if you want, like with what is the functional point of a myth, and how, in some ways, myths reflect where a society is at its time. So, for example, Joseph Campbell, who I know I bring up quite a lot, but he is fairly important to.
I'll get around to it, I promise.
No,
I'll get around to it.
So he had this idea, right, that myths emphasize kind of where a society was. So when you think of like the myths, or the ones we're most familiar with, reflect pantheons of gods. So Roman, Greek, and Norse.
Yeah.
And the two things that he came up with here that I think are really interesting is that these are about politics. So it's how the gods interact with each other, and it's a mixture of war and politics, and that kind of leads towards democratic societies and so on. Whereas if you look at like Native Americans, I think you call them now, they were more like nomadic societies that didn't really sort of settle down, and they're focused on animals, like. And so most of the stories about the moon, for example, which would be one of the first things that we mythologize, are about things like wool, like the sun and the moon being linked and being animals and chasing each other and stuff. And then, like, as we move on, you get to more agricultural societies, that, you know, built around harvesting and crops and things. And you get the idea of Mother Nature and earth goddesses and stuff. And for both Lord of the Rings and the Iliad, you come into the idea of the age of heroes, right? Which is really, really interesting to me, because what it's about, right, is it's about genealogy, like bloodlines and so on. So you get this idea of ancestor heroes, but it's also about early kingdoms and fiefdoms and things like that. But most importantly, coming together. So when you look in Lord of the Rings, you've got Gondor, you've got Rohan, and how essentially Aragorn is a unifying force for the world of men. And you can see all the politics that are taking place in Denethor and Theoden and all this kind of stuff. And it's about moving towards a more civilized society. And this is also what is happening. And obviously this is most present in the Silmarillion, the idea of bloodlines and ancient heroes. But you see this in the Iliad as well, where it's, on one level, it's a nation building myth. It's not too dissimilar to Hansel and Gretel and the Brothers Grimm, and also things like the Divine Comedy about the unification of nation states in Italy and Germany into a nation, and having this sort of shared common like ground, like this fabric that weaves us all together, which is why the genealogy is so important to it. And then after that, you get Christianity, Buddhism, like you get Scientology, you get the less interesting, like more sort of passive humanitarian style myths. Like, it's like the New Testament versus the Old Testament.
Mhm.
They're not as fun because they're not as violent and dramatic and stuff, but they reflect how a civilization moves on. So the Iliad is quite interesting because it is a story for the formation of Greece. And I don't know if you know much about Greek history and like Darius and Xerxes and how Athens. Right. It was basically nation states like Sparta and Athens and things like that. But the Iliad is about the idea of the Greeks kind of coming together, but not, because of different issues and also the gods and so on. And it's kind of like building the idea of this nation and where the mistakes are and stuff like that. And there's all this cool stuff in it about the difference between iron and bronze and technology. And it's like, it's if you're around at that time, it's cutting edge. Do you know what I mean? But it's something that ties everyone together. And with the Odyssey, you've got a similar idea of, which is basically a road trip across different parts of Greece, incorporating their mythology and their things into it and trying to bring everyone together. And that's what myths are meant to be. And Tolkien, why did he write Lord of the Rings? Well, you know, see, basically quite a lot of it, in my opinion, is showing off with his languages and stuff. But he wanted to make a unified myth for the Anglo-Saxons.
Yeah.
To bring them all together. And because he went through a war where, like, you know, the Anglo-Saxons were all fighting each other. It's about, for me, myth is about unification and finding things in common with people around you so that you have this kind of collective responsibility to yourself, to each other, and your land. Yeah.
Wow. How do I follow that up? I mean, that was a mic drop right there. No, that's fascinating. Yeah, I never really considered it that in depth with it, but you're absolutely right. And as much as I hate book 2 of the Iliad, I will just say that it's the roll call. You're listening to a manifesto of how many troops this one king bought and how many ships he bought and how many oxen and the oxen's wives' names and how many children they had. And it's, yeah, book 2 kind of comes to a screeching halt as you're just kind of listening to all of these numbers and how many troops each one bought. But I suppose for the time, it is that sense of unification. You could imagine it. I think you mentioned it, that the Iliad isn't meant to, like Shakespeare, you're not meant to necessarily read Shakespeare. It's to be performed and you to be an audience member and taking it in. So I could imagine
contributing to it.
Yes,
it's
exactly.
Participation. It's not consumption.
And I could imagine it almost like in Lord of the Rings, when he's like, my dear Baggins ears and boffins, and this group of people are like, hey, hey, and it's like, yeah, I come from there. Yeah.
I'll give you a modern example: the Olympics opening ceremony. It's a catalogue of ships. It is a list of people. But when you see our brave lads from Salford wandering out with the British flag, that's our boys. Those people represent us, and it shares the same thing here. It's that, imagine, right? You're around the fire. You don't have iPods. You don't like have music. Your brains are clean and natural and sensitive to dopamine. And then there's this bloke there just banging his stick, talking, and then he starts mentioning your land and your boys, and you know these names, and you're cheering and all that kind of stuff. And that's what these catalogues are for. Now, they don't actually work anymore, really, for us. Like, what we want is we want to see a shot with loads of stuff in it. So, like, when, you know, like Helen is famously the face that launched 1,000 ships. So when we watch something, we want to see all the ships. Like this guy that directed this film, he did something called The Perfect Storm, George Clooney.
Yes, yeah, he did.
And I remember thinking, God, I wonder how big the wave is. And then I saw the trailer, I was like, yeah, that's a fuck off big wave, that. Wicked. Do you know what I mean? Or when you watch like a disaster film, like you're looking at, like, because the tsunami that wiped out parts of Thailand on Boxing Day, or something, it's only like 10 feet tall or something. It doesn't sound that great. So when they make the film, it's got to be 30 or 40 to get you going.
Yeah, you want to see like a Roland Emmerich movie, don't you?
Yeah.
Like 2012 or something. Yeah.
And that's so for me, I think that you can still be based on leaving out the catalogue of ships and stuff like that. Like, we don't need in Lord of the Rings to know every single Rohirrim. We just need to see them all and stuff. Yeah. But in terms of epic poetry, they do serve a really good thing, because what you're doing is you're putting your lads next to the other lads for the same cause. And I think that's really important.
Yeah. I know I mentioned this to you. I think I mentioned this to you multiple times. I might even be on record on one of my live streams saying this as well. I finished the Iliad on my second attempt. The first time I was listening to it, I was listening to Alfred Molina read version, and there just wasn't much fire to it. I love Alfred Molina. Yeah, Dr. Octopus, hell yeah. That's why I saw it. I was like, yeah, I want to listen to that. And I love Alfred Molina. He's great, but it was very dry. There wasn't much poetry to it or emphasis or anything like that, and it wasn't engaging, and I really struggled with it. The main two things that I struggled with were book 2, which thankfully I think I googled this afterwards. Notoriously, that's where a lot of people jump ship.
Bloody Silmarillion.
Well, I was trying to think. I was like, I don't even think the Silmarillion goes this in depth with some of its things. I was like, I was just reading it and I was like tearing my hair out. I was like, I don't need to know all of this, but we've just described the importance of it, historically for the time and the audience that it was performed to. Another thing that very, very quickly got on my tits was the constant, strained similes that are all throughout the Iliad.
Oh, I love them.
They're fine, but when the narrative comes to a screeching halt and every other sentence you're having to listen to this long, waffly, just like a lion is ready to pounce on a gazelle, it raises its haunches and circles its prey. So too did Ajax do this when he fought whoever. When that's every other sentence, it's just like this stop, start feel to the story. So that did annoy me, and thankfully the Odyssey, at least the version I'm listening to the one that's read by Ian McKellen. There are a few in there, but for some reason when Ian McKellen says it, it sounds kind of cool. I can imagine Gandalf saying it, so it feels really epic and grandiose and wistful. But there's not as many in the Odyssey, so the narrative is moving and they're just sort of peppered in. Whereas the Iliad, I found it relentless. But again, it's a snapshot of the culture of the time.
No,
it's this fascinating insight into
It's different. Because it's a poem, and it has to be in a certain rhythm, and so these are in some ways this is also kind of showing off because these are rhymes. And one thing that annoys me about modern translations of the Iliad and the Odyssey and Paradise Lost and the Aeneid is that they've decided just to be prose now, whereas before the translations matched exactly the amount of lines and sentences and books.
Yeah.
Take note that there's 24 books in the Iliad and the Odyssey. How many are there in Lord of the Rings?
Oh shit! Is there?
Yeah, it's not a coincidence, I don't think.
And
that's also not my.
Yes,
that's also not my showstopper.
Yeah, you're apparently sitting on an absolute goldmine of a Lord of the Rings comparison.
I think I've got something. I think I've got something worthy of academic study, to be honest. And I'm not a braggadocious person.
Well, the Iliad and the Odyssey were written in I've just got it here, dactylic hexameter, which is a form of meter which we don't have now. I think the stress is on every sixth syllable. Yeah, so the version of the Odyssey that I'm listening to, and McKellen delivers it very well. It's Odysseus went ashore and found, da-dum, 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 as we were always told in small iambic pentameter. And it works for a modern listener to poetry, something Shakespeare uses a lot of iambic pentameter as well. But it's not as it would be. And I think it's so far removed from the source now where we wouldn't dactylic hexameter doesn't work for us. I don't think we're able to replicate it now in such a way.
We can imitate it, but I think so let me frame my argument based on Lord of the Rings. How does the world come into existence in Lord of the Rings?
Well, there is one god, Eru Ilúvatar. It sang into existence. He shows them a vision.
It's what into existence?
Sang into existence, isn't it?
Right. What is an oral poem if it's not a song? And so for me, all this stuff about there are extended metaphors and things, but it's part of the performance of it. These are songs, and you've even said it earlier when Frodo and Sam are talking of the great tales. They're talking of the great songs. Sing Us the Tale of Sam the Gardener and Beren and Lúthien. These are things that are meant to be sung. Like, in my opinion, I think Tolkien shares that. I think the idea of like music and creation being linked go back to oral poetry, which is why, for example, I don't actually think reading the Odyssey is the best way to experience it. I'm normally against things like audio books in general. I think you should read it yourself. But
it's
for
time.
this,
yeah,
fair enough. But for this, I would imagine if this was Ian McKellen singing this and stuff, and then that changes about the metaphors, which are interesting, like how most of them are animal-based metaphors. So it goes back to that idea of going from animals to Mother Nature to ancient heroes, how it continues that sort of tradition. And remember how we, like 3 lions on our chest is like an England thing. Like we associate the lion with England, and like the cockerel with France and stuff like that. There's importance to these metaphors that link people. And I think that I know what you mean, that it seems tired and it seems boring, but I think that's because of the delivery of it. Because I think that it's the difference between reading a song lyrics like Barbie Girl, and then hearing Barbie Girl be sung, and there's a word difference.
Yeah.
So I think you're being, and Robin as well. I
was just going to bring up Robin's comment. Yeah, Robin's with me on this. I'm with you, Chris. The similes drove me up the wall, and I'm a poetry girl. Tennyson forever. I think, what I mentioned about it being like a snapshot as well is that you mentioned like the animal symbolism. There's a lot of those, but there's like agricultural ones as well. And I think that can offer like an interesting insight into the culture at the time, what was, of importance, what was recognizable to the masses and the audience they were probably telling it to, and everything like that. The thing that frustrated me is sometimes you got similes where it was like, I don't know, 2 soldiers fall in the battle, and it says, and they fell like 2 tall pines, full stop, onto the next sentence. I'm like, beautiful, wonderful, evocative, I got it. And then there's some that go on for like an entire fucking page. I'm just like, plot, please keep the plot going. I don't know.
It's not about plot though.
That's I know.
It's you're too 21st century.
Brain. I know. I am.
Like me. And I'll tell you the other thing that's great about this, and I'm often and quite correctly called a massive snob, because I am not that interested in pre-Christian literature, to be completely honest with you, which is where you get the 3-act structure from. I find that obviously there's masterpieces made of it. There's things like Shakespeare and like, name your favorite authors, J.K. Rowling to J.R. Tolkien. But there is the idea of this morality system within it. And the only answer to it is things like anti-heroes, which is technically an anti-hero, is someone who the threat is so bad that heroic virtues can't beat it, that you need something that kind of mirrors it to be able to overcome it. So for me, Achilles is not an anti-hero. He's a flawed hero. But with pre-Christian literature, we get much more of this kind of raw DNA of what humanity is, not what it should be. And so I think that there's more an ethereal quality to a lot of the things going on, where it's like nature, tooth and claw, to quote, is that Blake?
I'm not sure.
I think it is. But yeah, I think that like there's much more of the human condition in these texts. Like the thing that's quite incredible about the Iliad and in the director's cut of Troy is how war is both glorified and vilified at the same time. And it's this lovely dualistic nature between it. Whereas in, let's say, the Bible stories, the only bits of proper violence that are ever looked upon as being necessary and good is probably Jesus kicking all the merchants out of the temple. And even there's this sort of morality to it. Whereas I think that a lot of the time we deny our impulses quite correctly because we live in a modern society, but we find ways to express them through things like sport. and sport is the nearest thing, in my opinion, that we have to national myths anymore. So for me, things like Euro 96, which is where England did really well in a football tournament, are ingrained into the national consciousness. And it's why I'm so desperate for England to win a World Cup. I don't even support the England football team, but it would be the nearest thing to a myth to unite the country would be, Harry Maguire heading home a winner against the fucking Argentines. But yeah, so I disagree with both of you, but I understand your point. I just think that you have to accept that this is a bit like complaining about someone getting killed in a slasher film to save as extended metaphors in an oral poem.
Yeah, almost exactly word for word of what you just said. In one of my moments of desperation where the Iliad was beating me into the ground, I went to Google. I was like, look, am I the only one here that is annoyed by these symbols or whatever? And everyone was saying, yeah, it's almost like you're reading, an epic poem about war with flowery dialogue and imagery and metaphors and symbols. What are you complaining about? You need to know what you're signing up for. I think it's because at its core, I really do like the story. But I'm frustrated with the way that it's told in some way. It is because I'm very modern, like book one sets it up beautifully. This feud between, it's a great setup with Agamemnon and this feud with Achilles. You've got the two daughters of the priest, and they've disgraced the priest, and he prays to Apollo that sends this pestilence and plague on everyone. And it is quite prosy. Book one is quite prosy out of all of them, I think. And then book two is that roll call, and then that's when the flowery dialogue comes in. And then it's sort of like a series of, I won't say disconnected, but almost like vignettes. With like, oh, we're going to hang out with Diomedes for a few books now. My favorite character in the Iliad, by the way. He's great. And then we have stuff with Aphrodite, and then we'll sidestep and we'll focus on the gods for a book or two. To the point where you almost forget that Achilles was a character. He's set up in that first book, the feud set up beautifully, but then a massive, substantial part of the Iliad, he's not there, and only then is it, where he's
what do you think the point is?
Well, I was frustrated with the lack of Achilles, thinking like, well, we set up this like wonderful story at the beginning, and now we're just doing like random stuff. But I tell you what, when he did get back into the battle, I could see why. Essentially, he's well, I mean, he's a demigod anyway, isn't he? Essentially, but when he's in like this godly made armor that Hephaestus makes for him, and he's glowing like this god.
No, that's before to get Patroclus's armor off the field when he doesn't have it. He appears and he's given a godlike glow.
Oh,
and
that's right.
That frightens everyone. And
then,
and then he returns even more shiny and brillante with the armor on, which is also new technology, and it's also mirrored with it is, I'm going to call him Tulkas, but that's not his name, and Diomedes, where they find out, my gran knew your gran. Let's swap clothes, and who hasn't been in that situation? But actually, right, so the serious point I want to make is I think you do need a bit of contextual understanding of the Iliad and the people that were reading it. And it still works to this day, is that everyone who heard that tale knew the story before they heard it. And so there is almost this idea of subverting expectation, where you think you're going to get this story, but instead you get Diomedes. And the whole point of Diomedes, and so people who haven't read the Iliad, Diomedes is like a side character who becomes the main character and goes on the craziest adventures, where he's like injuring the god of war in single duels. He's sniping Aphrodite. He is having a whale of a time. Like, he's the ultimate English hooligan abroad doing whatever he wants, and he's wicked. But the whole point of his character is that he meets I'm going to have to briefly look at my notes here to see the name of this guy, because he's not called Tulkas.
Is it the son of Zeus, the one who he takes?
No, he's the leader of the Trojan, Glaucus.
That's the one. Yeah.
Tulkas, Glaucus. Coincidence? I don't know. But Glaucus is like the sort of He's the chief. He's the war commander of the Trojans, and Hector is kind of the Achilles mirror, as it were. So Hector's causing problems, but Glaucus is the guy on the field organizing stuff. And Glaucus meets Diomedes, who is basically, at this point, the number one in the story, the absolute biggest threat, a complete hero who's come from nowhere, right? And they meet, and because they know that this is a battle that is going to resonate beforehand, and this is also a really interesting theme of the Iliad, is hospitality is more important than warfare. Like,
yes.
this
code of conduct, there's an honor on the battlefield, and
it's kind of the start of human rights, to be honest. This idea that there are some things that are more important. And when you think about the nation building aspect of this, what happens is Diomedes and Glaucus meet, and they do a quick bit of genealogy, and it turns out that their grandparents performed guest rites. Therefore, they're not going to fight each other, and instead they make a gift, and the gods intervene a little bit here, and it's an unfair trade because someone's armor is iron and someone's armor is bronze, which harkens to this idea of technology. So it'd be like swapping a Sony cassette player for an iPod in our day and age. Like, you instantly know something's not right here. But what's more important isn't the transactional nature; it's the actual moral nature of it. And when you think about building a nation, it's about kind of respecting old traditions. It's not too dissimilar to Denethor and Theoden, respecting the old ways, as it were. And so even though this has got nothing to do with the story of Achilles, it's one of the most important kind of things that happens in it. And I mean, it is, if honestly, I think it's book 5. If you just like are a bit curious about the Odyssey, go straight to book 5 and just read the shit that Diomedes is up to, because he is lopping heads off. They're telling him that's a god, don't fight him. He's like, fuck that, lads. It's the god of war. Let's go. And then he's like stabbing him and laughing at him. And stuff.
He's got Athena on his side, and he wounds Aphrodite, he wounds Ares. He wounds 2 gods, which is amazing. And now imagine my disappointment when I'm watching the Troy movie and I see this absolute beefcake, and I'm like, that's got to be Diomedes. It's like,
it's Ajax.
It's Ajax. I'm like, well, I like Ajax too, but where's my Diomedes? Come on, lad. I know the gods aren't in this movie, so we're not going to have him one-on-one in Ares. I get that, but where's my Diomedes? Not in the movie.
Yeah,
I'm assuming it's not in the director's cut either, because he ain't in the theatrical.
No, it's not. And it's like when I was like when I saw the first, what film was it? It's one of the Avengers films, but it's not a real Avengers film. They're in an airport or something. Is it the Winter Soldier?
Civil War?
Civil War, thank you.
Yeah.
This reminds me a lot of the Iliad, because in the Iliad, there are superheroes that emerge, and Diomedes is the most, is the best example. But you also have, there's 2 Ajaxes. There's Ajax the Great, Ajax the Minor, and that name still has massive importance in the world. Like, there's a dish cleaner called Ajax, which I think is world famous, and there's a football team in fucking Holland, one of the most famous in the world, called Ajax, which is based on him. But justice for Diomedes, because no one knows who he is. And also, no one has fucking read the Iliad anymore. Let's be perfectly honest. Everyone is like, where's the Trojan horse? Why is Achilles not dead?
Well, I was going to mention that, and maybe this comes up in an aspect of the Odyssey or some other myth, other writing that's out there. There is that sense of honor on the battlefield, and, that exchange of gifts that you mentioned. There's also the truce that they both, that they can go and retrieve the dead and give them proper burial rites and things like that, which is, another knock to Achilles, where he's absolutely, destroying the body of Hector, and he doesn't want to grant those burial rites. He's almost like challenging the gods and etiquette at that point. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. There's also it might be the same thing actually, where they say there's going to be no fighting for, like, is it 12 days or 14 days or something like that. So I'm thinking of the Trojan horse. Now, there is that sort of honor in the battlefield. It's almost like that very British thing, isn't it? Whereas, did they resist? They didn't want to use crossbows for a point. I remember hearing that or something because it was unsporting. It was like this new technology that made things almost too easy.
Well, I think the Christmas Day football match is probably
the armistice. Yeah, but then you got this Trojan horse, which is this very sneaky, sly way. Yeah, and Odysseus is a man of twists and turns. I believe he's referred to numerous times. But
I think this goes on to a very interesting point. What is the motivation for them taking the Trojan horse into Troy and doing something that is incredibly foolish?
Well, I thought it was just like a surefire way to bring an end to the war. I know it's
the Trojans. Why did they bring it into the city?
I'm trying to remember that they think is it like not like a sacrificial thing, is it, or like
it's an offering to Poseidon.
That's yeah.
What does that kind of suggest to you? That have you twigged?
Okay, well, yeah, is that why Poseidon's really, really massively pissed off at Odysseus all the way through the Odyssey? No, okay,
no. I think what it's about is right. Are you familiar with the Renaissance as a concept?
As a rough concept of a time period, yes. Yeah.
Right. So the Renaissance, upper and higher, is something that happened in Italy like 1500s. Mm-hmm. And the idea is that they were trying to reinvent Greek stuff. So operas are basically what they thought Greek plays like Aeschylus and so on would be. But there was also an almost secret agenda going on from the artists, where they looked at a passage from the Bible, which is Adam was made in the image of God. And so they started glorifying the human body. And a lot of people believe that the start of the break that religion or like Catholicism had on people in particular is the Renaissance, because we started depicting people in heroic ways and we moved away from like the gods and more towards a humanist movement. In the Odyssey, for me, there is a massive subtext about how you must resist the power of the gods. They're shown as petty, vengeful. Like, for example, Aphrodite and Athena are like warring because Paris gave Aphrodite the apple. No other reason. That's why she's helping other gods get stabbed. Like, it's absolutely ridiculous how childlike the gods are. And I think that this actually leads to democracy, the rule of the people, by removing the influence of the gods. And so I think the point of the Trojan horse is that what killed them, the Trojans, and what brought down the fall of Troy is the adherence to the old ways and the utter respect given to the gods, where they do a stupid thing because they're putting the gods above themselves. And I think that one of the points of the Iliad is to break from the pantheon and not let them have the power over you. That's my own interpretation. I don't know if it's true, but that's how I've always read the Trojan horse.
I think you might be right there. I mean, one of the biggest positives that I'll give to the Iliad, and we'll talk about it when we get on to, Achilles and Hector later as another thing that I love. I like when the gods are humanized. Now, I don't know much. Yeah. Well, we probably don't know much about Greek literature before this point, because this is one of the oldest surviving, stories, poems that we have alongside the Odyssey around about this time. I mean, there's a few others. There's the Oedipus trilogy and things like that.
That is a lot later.
Oh, is it? Okay. Yeah.
This is the foundation of Greek mythology, not the Odyssey, the Iliad. It's the cornerstone of Western literature. Nothing before it, everything after it.
Yeah. And I mean, we will never know what the writings and things were and how they personified the gods before this. We could be like, we are not worthy, these exalted ones. Whereas this one, it almost brings them right onto the level playing field as everyone else in the story. They are, drunk, they are debauched, they're petty.
Horny.
Yes, very exceptionally so. And this is, you can see this as something that's maybe adopted into other pantheons. You've got Egyptian pantheon, you've got especially Norse as well. A lot of parallels there between a lot of the gods.
Skins, man. they're just out of control teenagers.
Yeah,
and that's what
it's
that's what I love
celebrity
about
culture almost, isn't
Yeah.
it? It's like Hollywood, you know,
Yeah.
all the shit that they get up to, and you know, thinking they're above everyone and they're just as bad as everyone else.
They're even worse. It's fucking
Yeah.
fantastic. That's what I love so much about it. Is you're right. It's not even humanizing the gods. It's making them the worst versions of stuff ever. Like when you look at Aphrodite, if you're casting her now, I defy that anyone doesn't instantly think of a vapid blonde Californian legally blonde style girl.
Yeah,
That is exactly, and that's exactly what she was meant to be. Like basically a bimbo like me, Robin, obsessed with looks and beauty and things like that. And you get some of the good ones, like Athena is, you know, like she's pretty good on the whole, but she's also massively driven by petty jealousy.
Oh yeah, she
and
stirs up more than half of the stuff in the Iliad. Yeah.
And like the lads in it, like Zeus, he just wants to fuck things and get. I mean, he's like a really tired dad in the Iliad. He's just trying to get them all in order. And then he has sex with his wife and falls asleep, and he wakes up and they're just going at it. And he's like, right, fuck it, do what you want. I don't care anymore. And you've got like Ares, who is a lesser version of Achilles in some ways in this. They're not held up to be ridiculed, but their faults are magnified. And if you if you made Jesus like if you made Jesus a nerd who's talking about what type of, I don't know, like what type of sandpaper works best as carpentry, people would be a bit, I don't know if I like Jesus going against the grain. Thank you. I still think my best one was overground, underground, gondola bridge. I was really pleased with that.
Yes.
But it's a wild depiction of them, and also it's a very working class depiction.
Yeah.
These would have been in the courts of people. Like I think they were called rhapsodies. These performances. And I love the idea of this fire and someone throwing acorns into the fire to make it explode and stuff when, like, you know, Hephaestus turns up and the shadow puppetry. If I could go back in time, I'd probably prefer to see a rhapsody of the Iliad than like an original Shakespeare. I bet it was absolutely out of this world. So I imagine it was like magic. But yeah, so so to get back to the Trojan horse, I think a lot of this is that the Trojans are portrayed as too pious towards the gods, and that is why Hector is such a, for 99% of the book, is such a figure to be looked at, and he's clearly a prototype for Aragon in how to be a king, how to be masculine but still be a husband and a father and a warrior and all these things. And it's just such a shame what I think the bit I dislike most about the Iliad is how they turn him into a coward before the fight with Achilles.
It's like three times or something, isn't it? 3 times Achilles is pursuing Hector throughout the streets, and he's fleeing from him. Yeah, he's running away, being a bit cowardly.
It's complete cowardice. Like, and this is one of the things when you talk about adaptation based on stuff. I'm so pleased that in any version of the Iliad you watch, that will never be included, unless it's Mel Gibson's.
Yes, yeah. Well, I was going to talk about the gods. I mean, the gods are completely absent for all intents and purposes in the Troy movie. There's no, there's no Liam Neeson cast as Zeus or Ralph Fiennes as Hades or anything like that. You haven't got anything like that. It makes it a lot more accessible, I would say, to a modern audience. This is sort of going with what you were saying about the Lord of the Rings, or how you would adapt the Silmarillion, and that's almost too out there for modern audiences to comprehend.
I think it's based on the Lord of the Rings.
Yeah,
I think you have to remember that, like, Batman Begins is directly influenced by Lord of the Rings because of the realism of Lord of the Rings. It wasn't fluorescent green orcs. It wasn't, like loads of magic and stuff. It was a real story as possible. Yeah. And this is what they tried to do with Troy, and I respect it.
In Gladiator as well, the success of like the swords and sandals kind of thing with Ridley Scott.
its focus on the human element, like the Renaissance. Remove the gods, because the story is good enough without the gods. And to be honest, watching like whoever it is that plays Patroclus in this getting scooped up by Aphrodite, played by Monica Bellucci, flying across the battlefield.
Oh, I don't know. You had me at Monica Bellucci. Now I kind of want to see that movie.
Well, use AI and make it yourself, because you've never seen it in a theatre.
I was thinking that because, I mean, this does play fast and loose with a lot of the characters' fates. I mean, this is probably going to be like a big topic that we talk about. Certainly the ending of this movie, giving everyone a complete arc.
Man.
Yeah, well, Menelaus as well. I want to say this as well. The pronunciation of the characters' names in the movie really did bother me. It's just because I listened to the audiobook. You have like Patroclus, Menelaus.
Is that how he's saying it?
And it's like in the movie they say like Patroclus. Like really cool, like Patroclus, and then there's Menelaus. I'm like, oh no, Menelaus, please say these characters' names right.
I don't know. Like, I agree with you on that. Like I like
very American. Like, yeah.
Did you do classics at school?
No,
like GCSE or anything. I did do classics for GCSE. Loved it. Mainly because I massively cheated because Catholic. Had pretty good basis to Latin and Greek just from those mental people at the church. But you're right. It's like, for example, Aragon, or like it's when people pronounce like Frodo.
Yeah.
So I don't know. It's like it takes you out of it a bit, and it's like I before we started this show, I had to think. Make sure you say Ajax, because Ajax is a football team I'm very familiar with and it comes off the tongue. But to any American watching or anyone who's not interested in football, that's going to be, why is he saying Ajax? Like it's Ajax. And so I agree with you on that.
Just took me out of it a bit. You've listened to, I don't know, 15 to 20 hours of an audiobook or whatever. The names, what the names are meant to sound like. So it did give me a little bit of whiplash when I watched the movie, and then I had to just kind of, it did great on me every time he said like Patroclus. I'm like,
Patroclus.
Stop saying it wrong. You're doing Troy wrong. You're doing the Iliad wrong.
I know. It did remind me a bit of like one of my favorite scenes in Lord of the Rings is where Viggo loses his accent and goes Irish for some reason at the Black Gate.
Return of the King, yes.
Yeah, I've always liked that. It's because he's shouting that his voice sounds different. And there's so much in like the Black Gate and Troy. There's a lot of parallels there, isn't it? Of like shouting at people, taunting people. And then obviously there's Gondolin, but there's also like Fingolfin challenging Melkor and Myron. Melkor and Morgoth. But it's like that's where these challenges come from. And it's so interesting to me that when you see someone like Stormzy called out Wiley recently, like about 2 years ago in a song, like where they had a very amusing rap battle about whose mum was living in Cyprus and so on. But when I was like looking at it, laughing at them, I remember thinking, this is from the Iliad. This is the challenge at the gates, and it's still happening. That's what I mean about pre-Christian literatures. I think it is a better connective tissue to what is at the heart of the human condition. Yeah.
With like the characters' fates, I mean, there's the big ending, but the scene that I was really interested to see how they'd adapt is the whole the bit where Paris fights Menelaus. In single combat, and it's like the victor will claim Helen. Menelaus in the movie is much more vilified. He's almost like a, like second boss. It's like the boss you fight before the main boss, which I guess is like Agamemnon or Achilles or whatever. And in the Iliad, I believe he gets wounded, doesn't he? Paris gets wounded and is rescued by Aphrodite, who leads him back to Helen's bedchamber, and then they have a very steamy night.
He goes from fucking to fucking.
Yeah, exactly. And then I think Menelaus just gets injured and it is almost just removed from the rest of the narrative, if I remember rightly. Very, very different in the Troy movie. After Paris is essentially beaten right before he's about to make the killing blow, Menelaus is killed, is stabbed, and that incites Agamemnon. That gives him his reason that he needed to attack Troy. He was going to attack it anyway, but that was sort of like the straw that breaks the camel's back, seeing his brother
not really,
die.
Chris. I think that's a poor interpretation of that scene, without trying to be rude. Is that in the film Troy, Helen is clearly a prefix for Agamemnon's desire for a united Europe, which, as we know, quite a lot of people have had that desire over the years, painters and Napoleon, etc. And so what this is, I think what this is about is, in the film, who kills Menelaus?
I'm trying to remember now. Is it Hector? It's been a few weeks since I watched it. Yes, yeah.
Right. In the film, there is huge emphasis placed on the piety of the Trojans, how they respect the gods above all. And Hector is constantly depicted as a much more pragmatic figure who is like, look, we can't go and unify them by attacking them now. And they're all like, oh yeah, gods, omens, things like that. This moment is actually Hector basically defying the gods and the rules, and will be punished for it.
Yeah.
It's at this point, Menelaus has it, Agamemnon has his war, right? It's more for him. He's actually perfectly fine with his brother dying because it unites his troops. It shows his relentless ambition and desire for power and domination above all, and how it means there is no truce. There is now a battle. And so I think that all this has been done earlier, where my interpretation of what you said is that this is him warmongering and using it as a prefix. That's all been done already, in my opinion.
Yeah. And this is where I'll kind of give the movie a bit of a pat on the back. It completely stamps all over Menelaus's journey. Menelaus makes it into the Odyssey. There's that whole bit where it mentions that Menelaus himself
goes to his house.
Yeah, he was washed ashore. He was shipwrecked, and I think it's where there's like the old man of the sea, who's this shapeshifter, isn't he? And I think he inquires about.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. You've reminded me of something I want to say that I thought was wicked in Troy. But I just wanted to ask a side question, which I meant to ask earlier. Is you talked about how in book 2 you get a bit bored in the Iliad and so on. The first 4 books of the Odyssey are famously called the Telemachai, and they focus on the home situation of Telemachus, Odysseus' son, in Ithaca, and the challenges he faces from having to be a man too soon, the suitors all trying to bang his mum, like a post-war economy. And then obviously book 5 opens with Odysseus crying on a beach, which is our first introduction to him, which I always think is the best example of subverted expectations, because he's been built up as this big hero, and now you see him just crying like a baby and being weak and pathetic. But I wanted to ask you, if rather like the Iliad, were you like, oh, come on, let's get into sirens and goats?
No, I was just enjoying it from the off. Yeah, no.
Wicked.
Never had that. I do find the non-linear storytelling quite interesting. I was expecting it to be pretty much like an A to B to C story. Yeah, it's all over the place, isn't it? And it's like, oh, that's when we fought the Cyclops, and I was like, wait a minute, okay, so the Cyclops actually took place before, so I'm having to try and like shuffle it around in my head a little bit.
Isn't that great? They're asking you to make a mental map of the situation. Yeah. It's not being fed you. But when you said the fisherman's wife, I don't know if this is in the original, because I haven't seen the original for a while, and I just watched the director's cut, so I might not know things. But I thought one of the best bits in the film, or the bit that I really liked, is that when Hector notices Paris going up to knob Helen, Paris comes down, and and Hector is like, where have you been? He was like, I was just doing the fisherman's wife. And Hector is like, look, the fisherman see you? They went, no, it's just a fisherman. And there's obviously this subtext that he knows it's Helen. But the person who breaks the news to Menelaus that Helen has left is a fisherman. And I thought it was such a cool. Is that in the version you saw?
I don't think that's in the theatrical version.
No. I didn't think it would be, to be honest. But it's stuff like that I really like, where it shows hubris and classism and things. And And it's have you ever read the quotes from Orlando Bloom about playing Paris?
No, I honestly haven't read. I knew that Brad Pitt hated playing Achilles. That's really the extent of the trivia I know about the movie Troy.
Orlando Bloom has said on many occasions that Troy is the biggest mistake of his career, and it's why he isn't where he's at, because he should never have played a cowardly Paris. That it destroyed his branding,
right?
And it's actually been cited a few times as the reason why a lot of Hollywood actors have it in their contract not to lose fights or to get more punches or equal punches in. It's like, this is why
it's that Al Pacino conversation at the beginning of Once Upon a Time in Hollywood, isn't it? Where he says that, how many times are you going to play the heavy, the grunt that always gets bested? You're getting work, but to the eye of the audience, you're always losing fights.
Yeah.
Your credibility is going down, essentially. Yeah.
Yeah. Orlando Bloom blames the second half of his career on the fact that people associate him with the cowardly Paris.
Oh, I don't think that's true.
I don't think it's true.
Yeah.
Lie you say to comfort yourself. Like, lie to yourself, no problems. Don't lie to me. But I also just want to give a shout out for all the accessories they have in their hair. I absolutely love it. Like
the costuming and everything in this movie looks fantastic. Why
can't we have films like this anymore?
I know.
It's so colourful, and
you see all the extras.
Real.
Yeah, you see all the extras at essentially like the Normandy landing. I think you called it the reverse Normandy because Achilles just like wipes everyone out on the other side.
Right. This is I've mentioned this to you before, but this is one of the things that I want to speak about is when something is based on something or inspired by it. This can be a good thing because the original story of the landing of Troy is to serve the character of Odysseus in the Odyssey. Mm-hmm. And there is some soothsayer from the Greek side who says the first man to set foot on the beach of Troy and touch the sand will die.
Yeah.
And when they turn up, no one is getting out of them fucking boats.
Mm-hmm.
No one is doing it. And Odysseus goes, you're all lesbians. Watch how a real man handles this. And jumps out. But no one sees that he's put his shield on the sand. So he doesn't touch the sand. He jumps onto the shield. And then he sits there, arms out, Jude Bellingham. Let's go, boys. See if you can get me. Arrows are falling 10 feet in front of him. And then someone else goes, yeah, go on, let's have it. Here we go. Jumps off, sniped instantly. Yeah. And that was the first man to touch the sand.
Interesting. That's fun.
And yet, I personally think Achilles taking the beach is just incredible compared to that. It's so much better. And it's also, when you're watching it, you're like, wow, I am turned on because like Achilles is wild.
Where was that comment from earlier? Here we go. Robin's comment from earlier. I didn't forget. Oh, yes. Yeah. Hell yeah.
Oh, when he's with Patroclus dancing about. Yeah, man. 2 blondes. Let's go.
Dude, the spectacle of like the choreography and not just this scene, but in general, we'll talk about the Hector fight later on because that was amazing choreography there. But when he's giving it all this with a shield and he's like spinning it around and shit with like his, I was losing it. It was incredible. It was amazing to watch. Yeah.
Yeah, but that's great. So should we talk about the film a bit now? Or
yeah, of course. Yeah, I mean, we could still offer comparisons to the Iliad as we go. I mean, one thing that I wanted to sort of come on to was the actual the first act of the movie.
Yes,
which is, I won't say fabricated. A lot of it is. It's simplified. It's sort of like packaged into Act 1, Act 2, Act 3, which you need for a film. Because where we begin the Iliad is that I think we're in like the 9th year of a 10-year siege, if I remember rightly. The morale of the troops is quite low. There's that great moment at the beginning of the Iliad where Agamemnon's like, go on then, everyone, to prove your loyalty to me and to the cause, if you want to leave, you can go. And then it backfires.
And then fuck off.
And then, everyone's like, and there's that old guy who chimes up, and then is it Odysseus that like twats him with like a staff or something. Whereas in this, the the siege of Troy feels like it happens over the course of just a couple of weeks. Like, they set sail for war.
Yes.
They're fighting for a bit. They mention about that 12-day like armistice, that truce. There'll be no fighting, and then we end the movie. So it's all very packaged and condensed. And I was thinking, I feel like you lose a lot by doing that. You don't really get that sense of weariness with the troops, or this war's been raging for a long time. But then on the flip side, I'm like, we maybe do need an introduction to these characters and the actual
story of Troy.
Instigation. Exactly, yeah. Everything with Menelaus and Helen of Troy and everything like I get why it's there. And it was making me think of the Lord of the Rings, like the prologue, where a lot of that is condensed, because there's a siege on Barad-dûr, isn't there, in the book? I think it's like a 7-year siege or something on Barad-dûr. You can't.
I've seen a 45-minute video on troop movements at the siege of Barad-dûr. It's amazing. But yeah, the prologue is to get you up to speed with what you need to know, and it's probably the best part of Lord of the Rings, in my opinion. It's when you saw it. I've said this before. You were like, "I'm in. They get it. Let's up. Fears are off. This is it." But you hadn't read the Iliad 3 weeks ago, right? Some would say you still haven't read it, but they would be very unkind. But correct. But what I mean is, right, is that you have expectations about what the Iliad is, and everyone thinks it's got the Trojan horse in it, it's got the death of Achilles, it's got the capture of Helen of Sparta, it's got the catalogue of the ships flying across the Aegean. If you made an adaptation of the Iliad that was true to the Iliad, people wouldn't like it because it's not the full story. It's not the story they're expecting. And I think that this is the best version of the Iliad that we are likely to get, because I think it really, I mean, one of the issues the film has, in my opinion, and it's a strength and a weakness, is you have incredible physical performances from Brad Pitt, from Eric Bana, but they have put in a cast of Shakespearean actors that act the fucking tits off these two. Like Peter O'Toole, like Nestor, Brian Cox before Succession as Agamemnon is bloody amazing. And I do think the two leads aren't really able to match their acting in terms of how they use their voice and things. Brad Pitt is actually surprisingly good in, I like that he's not eating in this film, but a lot of the time he's looking up. And I think that's really cool, because it's like looking to the gods. And he just about gets by with his acting, but his physicality off the scale. Like the poses that he makes after doing a strike or something. You think of like Black Widow landing with
superhero landing.
Like here, it's incredible the control he has over his body and the beauty of it. It really is one of the only films I've seen where fighting is like dancing, but with aggression. But in terms of the setup, I think the setup is great, because I love that this film is about politics at its heart. It's about treaties. It's about respect. It's about rights. It's about religion. And I do think they get a little bit on the nose with the idea of legacy in this film. But that is the most important theme. And you can't come out of this saying, what is anyone's motivation? It's very bluntly spelled out for you. But I think the opening scene should be studied in screenwriting, because the introduction is fucking amazing.
Of Achilles.
Achilles. He's off banging some ladies. He then bullies a child, saying this is why no one will give a shit about you, because you're too scared to fight people. You then get the motivations and character of Agamemnon perfectly, where he just wants power. You see the dynamic between the two of them. You see also the complete respect of the duel from the king of whoever they're fighting. I can't remember. Which
Julian Glover, isn't
Julian
it?
Glover, But that's also contrasted with what Hector does, by the way, later on, which I think is nice as well. But it also shows how dangerous Achilles is. And you've seen this trope so many times. A drunken guy woken up, you're late for the battle, the game, whatever, and then they demonstrate their genius, but we did it first with Achilles.
Yeah,
and he's also got a trademark move, I'll always give Marvel credit for this. The first time since Troy that I've seen action stars where the different, like, you can't tell me how Blade fights, really. He just does whatever. But you know how Captain America fights. You know how Iron Man fights. They've got their own style. And I think that this comes from Brad Pitt in Troy, where he's like a computer game character. He's got animations and a style of fighting and combos, and you see it straight off. And it's absolutely amazing. I think in terms of getting down what you need to get down in the first 10 minutes and say what this film is, what it's going to be about, what the themes are, he knocks it out of the park, Mr. Game of Thrones.
Yeah, David Benioff. I mean, his name is one of, derided now after the last couple of seasons of Game of Thrones, quite rightly so. But yeah, he was firing on all cylinders with this one. And it's funny because this movie, I think, I don't think this film, I think it was a relative financial success, this one, in the mid-2000s.
Failure.
Yeah, and a lot of people criticized it for its lack of, it's not being faithful to the Iliad. And I'm like, I can understand that argument to a point, but I think as, packaging, changing the medium to a mid-2000s swords and sandals historical epic, following in the same vein of, Gladiator. I think around about this same time, also with Orlando Bloom, we had Kingdom of Heaven as well. By the way, the director's cut of that, fantastic film. If anyone hasn't seen it, I would recommend.
Wicked film.
Yeah. I think earlier as well, Robin mentioned, and I've actually got this on DVD. I've got the director's cut. I've never watched it. Was it Guy Ritchie, the King Arthur movie? I just remember Keira Knightley as like all Mel Gibsoned up with like blue war paint, and she's got like a bow and arrow. Do you remember that one?
Auditioned for Bryce's in this, which went to an almost unrecognizable Rose Byrne. I didn't know who she was until I saw the credits. And she's, I think it's because I was looking too much at Brad Pitt. I remember thinking he deserves better. But I've never seen. I know David Beckham's in it, in that King Arthur film.
Oh, is it? Oh God!
I think he genuinely is the guy that organises the queue to pull Excalibur out of the throne, out of the stone. I think it's Beck's. I think the problem with King Arthur, which I've never seen, is that Guy Ritchie is a master of a particular type of cinema that does not lend itself to romantic heroism.
I would agree, and he did a terrible Robin Hood movie as well, which, we've got Robin, who has done a comment, but also the chat, Toblerone, is talking about Robin Hood as a concept and, mythology and everything. It says, evening, my hot take nobody asked for. Mel Brooks's Robin Hood Men in Tights is the greatest adaptation of the Robin Hood mythology. Every other movie tries to turn it epic, and it sucks. Looking at you, Ridley Scott.
Disagree. I really like Ridley Scott's Robin Hood film. I really, really like it. I'm still annoyed we didn't get what it originally was, which apparently, right, this is why I really rate Ridley Scott, is Ridley Scott got a script that had been circulated in Hollywood for a couple of years. It was on the blacklist, and it was called Nottingham. And it was about the Sheriff of Nottingham investigating domestic terrorists living in Sherwood Forest. And he was using brilliantly researched detective methods of the past, and it was almost a police procedure about it. And so he's trying to track down this evil villain that is Robin Hood. Ridley Scott got hold of it, read it, and went, "Nah, this needs Maid Marian. It needs bows and arrows. No one gives a shit." And then when he did Napoleon, some historians criticised it, and he went, "You're all losers. None of you were there. Fuck off." And I
still haven't seen that Napoleon film.
I haven't seen it either. But yeah. I love that Ridley Scott understands trope cinema. This needs to be in it. No one cares. Realism is overrated. And I actually really like that Robin Hood film. I think it's wonderful that it ends with the start of democracy. With the
I was going to say, like, I wanted the movie that the last 5 minutes of the movie is, where we get proper
okay.
Robin. Like I wanted that. Like as a a swashbuckling clang, armies on the beaches and whatnot. Yeah, it's fine, I suppose, but it ain't a Robin Hood movie to me.
No,
Now
I've
never seen the director's cut. I don't know if there's a substantial amount of footage put back into the movie. If, like Kingdom of Heaven, you watch the theatrical version compared to the director's cut, it's night and day, two completely wildly different movies. Maybe Robin Hood's the same thing, although I haven't heard many people shout about it.
Same thing. It's the same kind of ideas. It's a man taking on the identity of someone that isn't fully earned. So like Orlando Bloom is a blacksmith and stuff. And also notice the hero's journey where he returns to his blacksmith house.
Yes,
at the end. But with Robin, it's Ridley Scott is obviously struggling with mortality. And a lot of his films reflect that, which I think is great, because death is something we all have to welcome with open arms at some point. And I like the religious elements that Ridley Scott has incorporated more and more. There's nothing in Blade Runner, but starting with Prometheus, there's this idea of destiny and fate and God and things like that. And I think it is really apparent in Robin Hood, the one with Russell Crowe, that as he's sort of uncovering the sword and thinking about what the inscription means and who he is, and he actually, because he's not really Locksley, but he becomes Locksley. And look, I also love the one with Kevin Costner.
Oh yeah. That's back in cinemas soon as well. It's back in cinemas, I think, like the 35th anniversary or 30th anniversary or something.
Right, that is wicked. That is honestly, it's got, in the same way that I really like the Emperor in the Star Wars prequels, because he's just doing whatever he wants.
Pantomime villain, isn't he? Yeah, it's one of Rickman's best. Absolutely.
Yeah, that's it. But I think that is the quintessential Robin Hood film that kind of defines what it's all about. And that one, no, because they play American football in that.
They do. I love it. I don't care. That's one of my favorites. This and Prince of Thieves. This and Prince of Thieves, my top two.
Yeah, but the thing is that when you're looking at Robin Hood, I doubt anyone knows what the real story is. I think everyone bases it on Kevin Costner and Disney and things like that. And I believe that there's an adaptation called Robin in the Hood or something.
There was from a couple of years ago. Yeah.
I actually would quite like to see that, because I bet you, despite the fact that it's probably some sort of like communist propaganda and deals with a lot of left-wing theories that I'm not huge fans of, I bet you it's probably more true to the spirit of what Robin Hood is, which is essentially a domestic terror group.
Well, there's been the recent one as well, hasn't there? The Death of Robin Hood, the Hugh Jackman one. Very postmodern take. No one's seen it, apparently. Have you seen how much money it's made? Budget of like 20 mil, it's made 8. Single,
look at Robin.
But my name is Robin for a reason. Bathtime. Ooh.
I know.
All caps. All caps.
Yeah, I was going to make a joke, but I don't think I could focus on her surname. That would be unfair.
But yeah, the Death of Robin Hood with Hugh Jackman, very postmodern take. Look at the poster. This old, disheveled, old man Logan, quite literally old man Logan looking, with the tagline, "He was no hero." I mean, that kind of says everything it needs to, really, doesn't it?
I don't mind it, because I haven't seen it, but I'm going to tell you what it's about. It is a remake of Unforgiven, in my opinion, and it will be about the man versus the legend and living up to the legend. And I like those kind of stories.
Do you like Last Jedi with Luke Skywalker?
I've got to be honest, there's a lot I respect about what they tried to do in The Last Jedi, which is not do the obvious stuff. I think as a film, tonally, it is absolutely terrible. I think that if you're making a sequel to something, even though I know that there's thematic problems with it, you have to at least match the sword fighting shown in the prequels. And do you know what I mean? I know that there's reasons that they're not fully trained and stuff like that, but I consider Luke versus Darth Vader in the third one to be a wicked sword fight.
Yeah, that's my
even
favorite.
though Yeah, because there's emotion.
Your favorite
behind it.
moments, like my favorite moment
Yeah.
as well. The I am a Jedi like my father before me. Yeah,
And that is the hero's journey. That is him reconciling his place in society and splitting from his father.
Yeah.
It's wonderful. But I think I like The Last Jedi in principle, in what they tried to do, but it's poorly executed. And I think that even if you didn't like the film that came before it, and this is an issue I have with Ridley Scott writing out the Alien Queen from any Alien stuff, you still kind of have to respect that film was made. And so just killing off characters feels a bit like Newton Hicks in Alien 3 and doesn't sit well with me. I'm not, as I said before, I'm not hugely a Star Wars person.
Yeah.
So I'm not going to have a massive JX style fight with you. But I think what they tried to do was interesting, but you've got to get it correct. And I don't think that they got it correct. And I think that it will be looked back on as one of the films where they tried to correct, that they overcorrected for perceived criticism and made it worse. A film by committee, as it were.
Yeah, it'd be fascinating. I mean, so many channels sprung up from dissecting that movie. You know, it's a, you know, Helen's the face that launched 1,000 ships. I think The Last Jedi was the movie that launched 1,000 YouTube channels in many ways.
Maybe, look, things get like, look, no one liked Kingdom of Heaven or Troy when it came out. No one liked Dark Souls 2 when it came out.
Oh, I don't think there's going to be like this massive, you know, oh, actually, maybe the sequels were good after all. I don't think we're going to get that. I mean, it's been over 10 years since Force Awakens. You know, no one gives a shit. What's
the overriding theme in Lord of the Rings about history?
Oh, it's repeating, you know, it's cyclical.
And it gets worse. It's diminishing returns. You don't know what the next Star Wars trilogy is going to be like. And 30 years ago, talking about the prequels,
it took a worse trilogy to come out, you know, for people to go back and go, actually, this one.
It was also kids who were the, you know, Star Wars is for 10, 12, 14-year-old boys. It took 10, 15 years for these guys to grow into adults and to be able to give, like, to intellectualize their emotions about it, to give more credibility to it. And you don't know in 10 years if a whole generation of young men and women are going to come out and say that they actually really like the fact that what you would think is normally the masculine, correct guy, you know, might is right style thinking of your man, is it Oscar Isaac? Compared to the planning and the politicking of the girl with purple hair, like how influential that was to them.
Well, I do know because it's been 11 years since Force Awakens and no one gives a fuck.
Give it 5 more years. Like,
how long are we meant to give it? Because the prequels had 10 years.
I will tell you, Chris, one day you are going to have to contend with channels that say that the Rings of Power is underrated, accessible, and a more Tolkienian interpretation than Peter Jackson's.
Oh, they already started that. They already started that back in season 1. You know, Tolkien is this absolute villain. Tolkien's a racist.
But those were the creators.
That was the first sign that things weren't going to go well, wasn't it? Well, I'm still looking forward to season 3 for all of the none of the reasons that the showrunners want. Have you seen that recent interview where they basically said, "Yeah, don't bother watching series 1 and season 2 because there's a time jump for this."
I wanted to tell you, Celebrimbor's actor will be in it, and he'll be doing exactly what I said I thought they should do.
He's going to be haunting Sauron.
He's going to be haunting Sauron.
Yeah,
and I fucking hope. I fucking hope he's got Mr. Mouse on his shoulder he's nice. And then he listens to Mr. Mouse. What's that, Mr. Mouse? You say it like the Green Goblin. Mr. Mouse whispers to him. And then he's like, Sauron. Mr. Mouse says, you're fucking gay.
I want him to be like Mr. Jingles, you know, like Edward Delacroix in the Green Mile, like pushing like the little.
That's another great example of based on, inspired on, and so on, because that is Frank Darabont has such a good track record of adapting Stephen King prison films and making them so much better.
Yes, yeah, agree. Love that movie.
Right, opening of Troy, loved it.
Opening of Troy. Well, I was going to mention like the bookended quality of it as well, because not only does it set up everything to begin with, it has to pay off all of these character arcs and character journeys and whatnot. If this movie was going to end where the Iliad does, it would be King Priam beseeching Achilles for the body of his son to return home for proper burial rites. We see the bit where they place like coins on his eyes and have the funeral pyre and all of the city of Troy mourning. Cut to black. That would be your ending of the film. And I already mentioned this. I think we mentioned this on stream, but the thing that really bothered me in the Iliad and the audiobook that I was listening to, there was 2 extra chapters at the end. So I was very surprised. I didn't know how many books there were in total when I was listening to it. I was just going track by track on the audiobook I was listening to. So I was very shocked when the story just finished there. I was like, did they not write down the last remaining books? Have they not been discovered or something? It's just like this, it tails off. I was expecting to have some kind of end of Achilles in the story, because they set it up a few times in the story. There's I know his horse speaks to him and says that you will meet, if you engage in combat with Hector or whatever, you will die, you will meet your end at some point. And someone else mentions it to him, and I did recall it earlier, and I've already forgotten who it was the first time that mentions it to him. It's this prophecy that's mentioned multiple times throughout the story, and you're waiting for that payoff, and it's a payoff that you never get. Now, I'm assuming audiences at the time were already, exactly, they were already privy to the story, and we are now as well, with just hindsight, just knowing that story by osmosis. So I get it, but for a complete narrative,
like episode 1. Like if episode 1 was released as a film and had nothing else around it, because of what you know about Star Wars and so on, it makes sense. You know this little boy, what's going to happen to him. Yeah. That's kind of the tragedy. And so when you look at something like Macbeth, which I think everyone, you might not have seen the play, you might not have read it, you know what it's about. And the tragedy is that it could be stopped at so many points in it. It's his ambition, I think that Macbeth is a complete copy of Agamemnon.
Yeah.
Like, just on a side note, I think the story of Agamemnon, as told by Aeschylus, is the greatest work in Greek mythology, where Clytemnestra, who is Helen's sister, who married, so the sisters married the brothers, she murders Agamemnon.
Yeah, it's like Game of Thrones, isn't it, when he returns home, yeah.
Well, he returns home with a prostitute as well called Cassandra, who can see the future, but no one listens to her. And he sacrificed his daughter, Euphigenia, to a sea monster to get decent winds to sail to Troy. And she's held that against him. And it's his hubris and his pride gets him killed and so on. So one of the things that disappoints me about Troy is that Briseis kills Agamemnon. But it has to work for the story, and I think it does. Yeah. I think it does, and I also think it's a stroke of genius that when they kill Achilles, they kill him normally with arrows, but he breaks all the arrows off except for the one in the Achilles heel, and then you're like, that's why people thought. It's a beautiful bit of storytelling where you make that connection yourself. It's not told to you, but it instantly makes sense about why this happened. I think I genuinely think it's one of the best things I've seen since The Village, actually, which I don't know if you've seen that film.
No, I haven't. Is that the M. Night Shyamalan movie? Yeah, I've only seen Scary Movie 4 where it's a piss take of it, but yeah.
Well, there is a twist in this film. I won't tell you what it is, but the twist is revealed by a photograph, and you instantly know the entire backstory and what they've done from this photograph. And it's a beautiful bit of filmmaking in an otherwise pretty forgettable film. But I feel that in Troy, this is also really cool because it's, you want the Achilles heel. You don't want any of this garbage about his mum dunking him in the sticks, and that's the only bit that's there. But you see it and you understand where that story that you were expecting came from. And it's a perfectly legitimate payoff that, whilst it's very obvious, it actually asks something of you to understand it. And I think that that's really cool filmmaking.
Yeah, and it has to give your heroes somewhat of a happy ending. I mean, it's bittersweet with the fall of Troy and everything like that, and the death of Hector and whatnot. But you have Paris escaping with Helen and Hector's, his sister-in-law and
Well,
whatnot.
Aeneas in particular, or
Mhm.
Arendelle, as we
Yes.
better know him as.
Well, when I was watching this film, the bit where Hector leads his wife and says, "There's a hidden passageway out of the city here. If the city falls or if everything kicks off, I want you to take everyone, the women and children, and guide them out here." It clicked for me, and I was like, "Absolutely!" Using this as
Overground, underground, Gondolin
yeah, exactly. I was like, "Yeah, this is." I can absolutely see the parallels to this now. But yeah, giving Paris and everyone a happy ending. They talk about, there's they say, follow this tunnel and there's a land in the mountains or whatever, follow the river and you'll be safe
Mount
there.
Ida.
And you can set up a new life. And I think in the director's cut, there's a bookended scene where you see them arriving at that place that isn't in the theatrical version.
It's not really bookended because the start of the director's cut was really weird.
It's a dog, isn't it? Is it a dog like in a fallen?
Yeah, but it's the POV of the dog. So it's like Alien 3, where like they're running down corridors. And
right.
I was like, okay. I thought, when I watched it, I thought, is this Argos, which is Odysseus's dog? And are we going to like find Odysseus and he's going to go, oh, sing news of the tale? Which,
well, Odysseus does get like apparently a humorous introduction in the movie.
It's not humorous. Well, it's a good introduction to his character. What happens is he's sitting by a tree with Argos, and which isn't just the name of a British retail chain, but it shows how important the Odyssey is. And you don't, Ajax, Argos, Achilles' heel, which by the way, same in Spanish.
Oh, yeah.
But like when these guys, so these guys come up and they go, "We're looking for Odysseus. Do you know him?" He goes, "Yeah, I'd love to punch him in the face." And they go, "Don't talk about your king like that." And he goes, "He was touching my wife last night." And they look at him and go, "Oh." He walks off and he goes, "I hope Agamemnon's generals are smarter than his soldiers." You go, "You what, mate?" And then he looks at them, one of them goes, "Oh, for fuck's sake, are you Odysseus?" He goes, "Yeah." And then they kneel towards him. And it's actually quite a nice introduction to the idea that Odysseus is a real fucking gobshite.
Yeah.
Who is just constantly playing tricks. And I actually think it's a very good performance from Sean Bean.
I love Sean Bean. I love the fact that there's a Sheffield in Greece as well. Like that man never changes his accent no matter what. He's always going to be from.
Yeah, but it's like, I think Sean Connery is playing some other bloody Vostok or something in The Hunt for Red October. And he's like, "Oh, hang on. Oh, steering. No, that's Billy Connolly."
That's Billy Connolly, yeah.
Hello.
Yeah, no, you got to go. You got to go.
Like, Sean Connery, as most people do it up here, but you need to drop it to do Sean Connery. It has to come lower.
I say that sounded like Michael Caine just a second ago.
Yeah,
not many people know that. Right.
Yeah, no, that's more like a sort of Harry Enfield character, isn't it? Oh, it's David Beckham. Hello, Excalibur. Do you want to have a go? Anyway, let's leave all that to JX. He does the voices.
Yes. Oh God, I forgot what I was saying.
Odysseus introduction.
Odysseus, yeah, no, I liked him in the movie. I wonder if someone could do some kind of edit where they take Sean Bean and put him in Christopher Nolan's Odyssey movie. That would be cool. Let's try and connect the two movies in some way if we can. And really, he's the one where he's like, sort of like I won't say the framing device, but he's the one who's
he's the glue.
tell these stories into the future. And the original end credit song, I know you're not too keen on the James Horner score, but Remember, which is sung by Josh Groban,
didn't get that.
Yeah, it's removed in the director's cut version for some reason. The whole soundtrack is completely chopped and changed in the 2007
it's not
director's
good at
cut
the soundtrack
version. Do you know one thing they do? One of the scenes that's often derided the most is the Hector and Achilles fight, because do you know what soundtrack and what piece of music they use over that scene now?
I do, because I read Wikipedia as well before we started. It's the Planet of the Apes.
Danny Elfman's Tim Burton's Planet of the Apes score. And I know that song, like I know that tune. It's probably like the one over the main titles of the film I'm expecting. That's insane. Like you just got to use that. That's like temp music. you throw in when you're doing a rough edit. And I think Warner Brothers spent like $1 million or something to add all this new footage back in and get it all sorted. Oh, it's bizarre to me, absolutely bizarre. And that's the reason that I didn't watch the director's cut version. I went onto a bunch of forums before I watched the movie. I was like, should I watch the theatrical? Because I love my extended versions. I love my director's cut versions. And a lot of people were saying the new footage is really good. The violence as well, especially like
wow.
Yeah, like the sacking of
wow.
Yeah, like the sacking of Troy as well is a lot more graphic with some of the things that you see.
It's incredible.
Yeah, the Iliad is a super fucking violent book as well, which I love. Like they in really graphic detail. So I think that would lend itself well. Probably a lot of the subplots and character moments and everything are really nice. But they said, man, that soundtrack just absolutely ruins it. What they did, the timing, the beats, and now Planet of the Apes music in there apparently as well.
Well, for me, I sort of like I'm not a huge music man, as you know, but I like leitmotifs. Or leitmotifs, whatever they're called, which is like an individual theme tune for the character or theme. So like the Shire theme or the Rohirrim theme. And I think it's really cool that some composers can sort of meld them together. Like, what the Darth Vader theme is. Is it the Imperial March?
Yeah.
And stuff like that. And what was lacking in Troy, I felt, was good theme tunes for the characters. Like, when Achilles is storming the beach, I think he should have had his own theme, and it just has this one theme within it.
It's the danger theme. It's the James Horner danger theme. Yeah, I think Troy as a city has a theme when we first get that, that lavish establishing shots to it, where the troops, are riding through when they return with Helen, isn't it? That's it, where they
maybe. I think we're probably a bit spoilt now by late stage filmmaking, where when I watch a Marvel theme, I know what the Wakanda theme is, and so they show Wakanda and they do the theme like, we're in Wakanda or something like that, and everyone's got their own stuff. Like Spider-Man's got his own theme and they'll sort of play it and things, and it's even like when I watched Mortal Kombat, I was like, this is a bit bollocks, and then they played the Mortal Kombat theme.
Hell yeah, I love it. Yes. Yeah.
I was like, let's go. And I just felt that was the one thing missing from the Swords and Sandals epic. And one of the great things about Gladiator, I think, is the music. I think it really works well. Yeah. But I think that Troy, if someone rescored it, I think it would have led to a very different interpretation, because there's so much cool stuff and cool themes on display and some wild performances. Peter O'Toole is unreal as Priam in this. It's like, I don't think anyone could do Achilles better than Brad Pitt. Hector, it's not bad performance, and he's good and stuff like that, but it's not a standout from the film. Orlando Bloom looks good as Paris, but isn't a great performance. But then there's just these random people like Nestor, who's just incredible. Or Glaucus.
He played Old Man Mormont in Game of Thrones. James Cosmo, Scottish actor.
Yeah, playing Menelaus. Is it?
No. That's what's his face?
He's playing Tulkas.
That's like Brendan Gleeson. Yeah, he's one of the Trojans. Yeah.
And I also like he's quite fat. I quite like that the old people are fatter in this. It reminds me of Robert Baratheon with the armor stretcher. And Brian Cox is having his best time as Agamemnon. Like, there's genuinely a bit where he points at someone, laughs, and then looks at someone else. Like, it's the most pantomime performance, but it works so well. And he's obviously best known for his character in Succession, but he is fantastic as Agamemnon in this. Like, I love it. Rose Byrne, I think, is pretty shit, to be honest, as Bryce's. But it's
that initially caught me off guard because there's two daughters, and there's Briseis and Chryseis, I think. And Agamemnon claims one, and Achilles has the other one, and yeah, the whole thing with the priest and the father, that's kind of discarded in the movie, at least in the theatrical version, and they kind of condense both characters into just
Well,
Briseus and yeah.
the big one is having like read the book now and stuff. And I don't want to like sort of expose conversations that have happened off stream, but you did a couple of weeks ago have some slight doubts as to the relationship between Patroclus and Achilles. Do you still have that slight doubt as to what the nature of their relationship is?
I didn't have that reading when I was listening to it initially. What I was mostly caught off guard is like, I don't think Patroclus has been mentioned at all for like 3/4 of this story, and then all of a sudden he's like thrown in, and it's just like, oh yeah, he's like really important now and has this connection with Achilles. And I think in the book they mentioned that they were like childhood friends or something like that, or grew up in the same household, something like that. It was only when I did a bit of deep diving, I think it was actually JX that mentioned this to me at first, and he said that oh yeah, by the way, when you get to Patroclus, him and Achilles totally aren't gay. And I'm like, sometimes JX is just like, oh, everything's sex, everyone needs to be like, you know, having it off with one another and sex. I'm just like, dude, chill the fuck out. Like, not everyone has that reading. Calm down. I mean, when he mourns the loss of Patroclus, it is a pretty extreme. I know it's his best friend and everything, so I'm not saying someone wouldn't have that reaction to it. But yeah, I could imagine that Achilles is just putting it about with anything with a pulse, really. Yeah. So I'm not. Whereas in the movie, that, you know, we can't give Brad Pitt a case of the gays, so we've got to have him.
Well, his introduction is like it. Oh, it's. There was a film once. I think it's Adam Sandler and a fat bloke, and they're firemen who get married, and the first 20 minutes of the film is Adam Sandler very clearly demonstrating he's not gay.
Mm-hmm.
Like, and I find it quite funny that the beginning of the Iliad is, "I've just boned this girl. I ain't gay.
Yeah,
he's my cousin."
Yeah.
And then, like, some of the raunchiest scenes is Achilles fighting Patroclus.
Oh yeah, and it's just, you know, they're having this like flirtatious banter with each other.
Oh, they're in skirts.
When they're clashing swords, you know, it's all very phallic and masculine. And yeah. Patroclus looks like Fabio. Yeah.
Oh, it's not as good as Fabio, man.
No.
I actually thought he wasn't quite handsome enough when I was not even handsome. I thought he wasn't effeminate enough.
Yeah.
But it's like, what you have to remember is homosexual is a Greek and Latin construct, with homo being Greek and sexual being Latin. It wasn't really the idea of gayness. I'm sorry if I get these words wrong. I'm not trying to offend anyone, but I'm not, because
again, worse things have been said on this channel. You're fine.
Oh, yeah, I know,
think people will be fine with that.
I do not judge myself by the standards of something that have been said. But the idea is that this concept that we have now didn't really exist back in Greece and stuff. And like, there have always been like gays and transsexuals and things throughout the world. And it's not actually like that woke an issue for a guy to like fucking something. But I think what's so cool about the Iliad, and one of the things that isn't really in Troy, is the jealousy that comes from sex, which is why Athena hates Aphrodite, because she's not as fit as Aphrodite. Achilles is motivated primarily that he can't bone people anymore. Patroclus is dead. That's out of order. Briseis is taken away from him. That's out of order. It's these base desires that end up leading to the destruction of quite complex political entities. And I think that that's one of the big things that the sort of nation building aspect is you've got to rise above these petty human desires that the gods are exhibiting in order to have a successful society, as it were. And so I think that now there'd be no issues with Achilles being bisexual. I mean, I think, is there a film called Alexander with?
Yeah, I've never seen that. That's the Oliver Stone movie, isn't it? Yeah.
Is he really?
I don't know anything about that film. I know that it's got Colin Farrell in it. That's the extent of my knowledge. And I know that the director, it didn't do well, did it? Critically, a lot of people really didn't like that movie. So in retaliation, he made like 4 different cuts of that movie. There's like the director's cut, the ultimate cut. I think it's Oliver Stone, I think, or at least he wrote the screenplay. Let me just double check. I'll have a look.
He is gay, Oliver Stone, isn't he?
So it's just called Alexander, the film, isn't it? I don't think it's called Alexander the Great.
Any Alexander watchers in chat?
Oh, also 2004, same year as Troy. Look at that. Oliver Stone, screenplay by and directed by Oliver Stone. Does it say spouse or anything? I don't think he is.
Have you seen Prison Break?
No, I haven't.
One character I've always really liked, like sort of like template character, is a guy who is completely sexual to both boys and girls.
Mm-hmm.
Like Teabag is the guy that I'm thinking of, where like earlier you said JX says everything's about sex. I agree with him. Everything is about sex except for sex, which is about power. And I really like the idea that there are people who are not even like, they're not sexual. It's about power. Like it's about having that power over someone, sort of have sex with them, which is kind of seen a lot. Like, and I think that Achilles is the kind of start of this, where he is just boning anything because he can, and it makes him powerful. And it's quite similar to how Agamemnon acts in terms of he's just about accumulating more and more power. Like, I've always thought it would be interesting to have a bisexual emperor in Star Wars who is like, because he's gay, in my opinion, in Star Wars. He's only interested in corrupting boys, doesn't really care about the girls. And even with Rey, it's not, there's no, I don't think there's the kind of incestuous or sexual nature, the corruption for Luke and Darth Vader. And I think that that's one of the things that is missing from this kind of sanitized Disney version, is that there's no sort of subtext of sexuality in Star Wars.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Okay.
I was going to say, when I was listening to it, I was just like, "Oh,
get me JX. He would love that."
Yeah. No. He would. He wants to give everyone rainbow lightsabers. Like, let's fucking go. For me, it's like
Robin.
I need brain bleach. For me, with I think people have this reading with the Lord of the Rings, like Frodo and Sam. I think we've had this conversation before.
That's
I think
different. It's not sexual.
I was going to say, if people want to have that reading and get that from it, whether it's the Lord of the Rings, whether it's from Patroclus and Achilles, that's fine. But I think you can also just view it as it was his like best mate growing up. Like, if you've been friends with someone for all your life and then they're fucking killed on the battlefield right in front of you. And that you're kind of to blame for that, because you could have circumvented this whole thing had you have joined the battle before. Also, I think they changed this with the movie. I think in the Iliad, Achilles willingly gives Patroclus his armor and says, "Here you go." So that.
But he tells him not to go beyond a certain point.
Yeah, he says, once you've driven them back, don't pursue them to the wall or something like that. Yeah, he gives a limit to it. But I think in the movie, the armor is taken without him knowing, and it's just something Patroclus does. So that's quite a big, significant change there, because Achilles willingly giving him his armor, that adds to the blame, of him causing this.
Yes and no. But what I would like to say is I think that's a really good rebuttal to the idea that sexuality is important, because from what I understand, gay right now, I think it's okay to be gay. I don't think anyone has any issue with anyone being gay. That wasn't always the case. And for a lot of the gay community that likes Lord of the Rings, and shout out to them lads and girls and anything in between, Frodo and Sam is the first depiction of a gay relationship that they're exposed to, and they find themselves in it. And I also think that it's really interesting you brought that up, because that might be exactly what Patroclus and Achilles represents to a lot of people throughout a far longer time span. Is that it's okay, it's as valid, and things like that. And I think that's really important to a lot of people, because I'm not I'm not gay or bisexual unless make me an offer. we'll see what happens. But
Brad
that's
Pitt
the
in
thing,
in a
so
leather
very
mini
close.
skirt. There you go.
Absolutely, why not?
That'll do it.
You only live once. I'd love to be Helen. Imagine looking at all those ships and going, "Yeah, that's how fit I am." But yeah, I think that's really cool. That is kind of like the death of the author that you brought up. That is people kind of seeing themselves and their struggles in it, which speaks to how human these stories are and how it doesn't matter if you're like if you're a Sherpa on like Mount Everest, like chatting to a Yeti. It's exactly the same as someone in the Aztec Empire. These are universal themes of love and desire and regret and jealousy. And also in terms of like the version that we get in Troy, I actually think that they try to get as close as possible as they can, because it's very clear that there is an erotic connection. It's the opposite of Sam and Frodo. There is an erotic connection between Patroclus and Achilles, but it's not home. It's love between Sam and Frodo. Read that as homosexual or erotic if you want, but it isn't really. But with Achilles and Patroclus, it's erotic. It's about sex, and it's not really about love. But the thing is that in the, I'm going to say novel, but in the song, Achilles says he's only getting involved if the ships are attacked.
Yeah.
And in Troy, they have this really cool scene. I love it, where they shoot fire. They shoot arrows, and like, oh, those arrows are on fire. They're getting nowhere near the ships. And then they throw these fucking hay bales down the thing, and then they go on fire, and they're bouncing. It's wicked. But those are going to knock the ships out. And so it's kind of similar. And then you see the Myrmidons, who, by the way, are ants originally. That's what Myrmidon means in ancient Greek. It
Say
means
that
ant.
again. Sorry. What does it mean? Sorry.
Ant.
Oh,
as in the little creature, the little insect.
Yeah.
They came. They're human ants in Greek mythology. That's where they come from. But the Myrmidons come with Achilles leading them, and so I think that even though it's not based on, it's kind of complete derivation from the text, I think there's enough structural there for it to make sense, and I think it works in terms of the story, because now I think you're okay to have bisexual Achilles in today's day and age. I don't think anyone.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know? To be perfectly honest, when we talk about things like woke and stuff like that, like woke is actually a response to the fact that no one is really racist or homophobic anymore, like on individual levels. What woke originally was about how it's on in an institutional level. It's like that everyone knows you shouldn't be racist, you shouldn't be homophobic, and no one really is in public. Unless, but with this, I think that back in that time, China, Middle East stuff, you can't have a film where Brad Pitt is necking.
Well, even still, like that, in some countries, like stuff that Disney do, stuff's edited out, removed.
Without being ironic, they can suck it up.
Yeah,
like. Do you know what I mean? Like it's
Disney will be holier than thou, but they will also delete that 2-second scene just to get a movie marketed in China.
No, I'm fine with that, because that is just playing to the crowd. That's tokenism. That means nothing. Like Celebration, a guy kid. It's like in Watchmen, which you referenced earlier. There's a great opening scene that not Bob Marley, Bob Dylan's song. There's a very famous image of a sailor kissing a nurse or something at the end of the war. And in this, some lesbian pushes the sailor out of the way and necks on with her instead. But it doesn't actually mean anything to the story. It means nothing to the themes. I actually think
it's like this alternate history is past. Sorry,
I think it's absolutely fine. But in that Star Wars example, it means absolutely nothing that an alien or like two girls or two boys?
Yeah, I think it's just more the hypocrisy of Disney as a company.
Well, for me, it's more about what they did to John Boyega.
Well, yeah, that too. That
is completely different, because they took him out of the poster, didn't they? Or they minimized him or something.
Yeah, really. shrunk him down so he's barely visible on the poster.
Those are two different things. Like cutting out a scene of two gays kissing that has nothing to do with the story, but reducing one of the main characters to background. Those are very, very different things.
Black Panther as well. I think the poster over here was Chadwick Boseman without the mask on, but in the suit with like the paws, like with the claws. They have him masked up in the China poster.
Do
in,
they?
like, the full Black Panther costume. Yeah.
I understand the point that's being made, but I don't actually. I think you can make. I mean, it's clearly a racist thing, and China has issues with the Uyghurs, I think they're called, and things like that. Shout out Mesut Ozil, and I don't shout out Arsenal players very often. But I think you can just about say that it's like, look, on the Iron Man poster, it's not Robert Downey Jr., it's Iron Man. Like Black Panther is a different character to whatever Black Panther is called in the films and so on. But the point that I'm making is I think they do just about enough to gay up Patroclus and Achilles. So it's open to interpretation. I personally would have liked it to be a bit gayer, to be honest.
Just remove all mention that he's his cousin. And I think you can get that across.
Yeah.
Just keep the film as it is. Just remove that familial connection. Although I will say that just objectively in terms of the story, I think having that, introducing Patroclus earlier and showing that closeness with the two of them, familial closeness in the movie, does help it. Because as I say, when I was listening to the Iliad, it just hit that, oh, Patroclus is dead, and now all of a sudden this is like this monumental thing for Achilles. It's like, well, I might be wrong. I might need to listen to it again. I don't believe Patroclus has been introduced in any kind of meaningful or strong, profound way before this point. It all felt very, now we're just going to throw this character in and this is going to turn the tide for Achilles and the rest of the story. So I do like that the film, similar to all of the Act 1 stuff, it introduces it very early on into the story. Right. So it has more of an impact later on. Yeah.
Can I give you one more woke point about Patroclus?
Sure.
I think that by making him his cousin, there's some inherent sexism going on in the film. Because who else is a cousin in the film?
Briseus.
Yes.
And is there Paris Hector? Both. Yeah. Yes. Yeah.
Yeah. And the niece of Priam. And there is absolutely no reaction to her being a captive or anything like that, which is contrasted against the rage Achilles feels for his cousin. That's obviously not the point, and it's not intended. And I don't think it's in any way meant to be misogynistic or sexist. But I think that by making Patroclus the cousin and saying, everyone will understand this is why he's well eggy that he's died, I think it would be much better to do it, as you say, that he is part of that downfall directly by authorizing him to do it. And I think that's one of the only missteps it makes, that in terms of, they are basically saying that a male cousin is worth more than a female cousin in the film by accident. And I think that would be the only.
I think of the time as well. I think of the time of the Iliad.
It was 20 years ago, Chris. It wasn't like 3,000 years ago. These were creative decisions made by people.
I'm not talking about the film. I'm talking about the culture of the time in which the Iliad was written. That would probably check out.
Maybe
a male cousin probably would be worth more than a female cousin.
Yeah, but I also think it was interesting that they made a point that she was a virgin. Like Priam says to his niece, you're taking the virginal robes. Loads of lads are well gutted. And I remember thinking, can I speak to my niece like that one day? Probably not. I'd get in trouble for saying something like that, even though it's well-meaning.
Is she Priam's niece in the story? Because I know you've got the priest character who's removed in the movie.
Is he Glaucus?
Yeah, I can't remember. Is the priest then related to King Priam, or are they condensed characters?
Is like, so Briseis is his brother's daughter, and that's why she's the cousin. I can't believe I'm explaining how cousin and niece works, but yeah. But
I didn't know if that was something that they, like the Patroclus situation, was something they did for the movie.
No. That's actually true. Briseis and Chryses are the cousins.
Okay.
And I just think it's really weird that she has sex with Brad Pitt. And well, obviously not that, but I think it's weird that nothing is made of the fact that she's a virgin and she has like sex with someone who then goes and kills her cousin, and yet so much is made of Priam kissing the hands of Achilles, which, by the way, is where my big bombshell is about. But I just thought that it was a misstep, because like I think you could make Briseis into a really interesting character, torn between love and loyalty. And that is actually what happens to Achilles in the Iliad, where at one point he's beseeching the gods to fuck up the Greeks.
Yeah.
Because he's so angry. And it's just these little things that I think could add a really interesting tapestry to the film are simplified a little bit too much for me.
Mm-hmm. I do like that concept though, which is in the movie, that revenge, is this
cycles.
Yeah, exactly. She mentions, you killed my cousin, and his cousin's killed, and he wants to go out and revenge and kill her cousin, and she's
Where does it stop?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it is pretty plain. I mean, it's in everything, isn't it? But I do like that sort of theme that's throughout a lot of films.
I do, because it's meant to be a teaching theme to the original readers and stuff. And now, unfortunately, or fortunately, depending on your political views, this would quite clearly be an Israel-Palestine story if they remade it today.
Mm-hmm. I do think it adds to that dehumanizing. I mean, at this point, Achilles has nothing left to give. Like, he's just a broken man. He's inhuman at this point.
This is what annoyed me about the film. Is that in the books, Achilles, man, he goes out on a killing spree.
I would have liked to have seen more of that in the movie. Yeah,
that's my big thing. It's like, when Anakin is like murdering kids in the temple, and man, that guy is gone. I wanted a scene like that. I wanted Achilles just doing the most horrific things and loving it.
I needed bodies in the water. I needed like the water turning red, that turning into the river Styx, I think you mentioned as well, just from, because there's that bit in the book where there's the demigod of the stream or whatever. He's like, Achilles, can you stop killing people just for like 5 minutes, please? Like, let the waters clear. And
that's
he's like,
one of the best things.
And
he's like taking on the gods. He's completely gone. Also, shout out to Robin. The Count of Monte Cristo is one of my favorite ever. I won't say book, because on a side note, around the time that they were making things like the Count of Monte Cristo, they used to sell newspapers. So they used to publish one chapter a week, which is where like the idea of a cliffhanger comes from. So you had to buy the next week to get it. But the Count of Monte Cristo is one of my favorite ever stories, because it is about it's about vengeance, as she says. It's not revenge, it's vengeance, like Don Claire and stuff like that. It is absolutely wicked, and I can't recommend the French TV version with Gérard Depardieu enough. I think it's 1998. It's the best version of Count of Monte Cristo.
It's V for Vendetta's favorite movie as well, isn't it? Not that version that you mentioned, but the Count of Monte Cristo is V's favorite movie, which I've never watched.
You haven't seen You haven't seen V for Vendetta?
No, I've seen V for Vendetta. Sorry, but in the movie, he mentions that his favorite film is The Count of Monte Cristo. This black and white version, I think it is. But
I know which one he means. It has not Errol Flynn, the other one, Basil Rathbone, who was a UK fencing champion, and some of the best fight scenes you'll ever see are with Basil Rathbone. He's
a great actor. Wild. He's a fantastic actor. I love Basil Rathbone. Yeah.
Yeah. Do you know him from Sherlock Holmes?
Sherlock Holmes, is the main one I know him from, Yeah. Wasn't he in like a lot of the Hammer horror stuff as well? Am I thinking of the right person as well?
I would think so. I have to say it's out of character, but I'm not a massive fan of like the Hammer horror. Like, obviously, big up our boy Sir Christopher Lee. But
I think I might be confusing with Peter Cushing, maybe, because I know that he was big in the Hammer horror scene, but I can't remember if Rathbone was as well. But
Rathbone is like, he is from like 1925 to like 1935, 1940.
Mm-hmm.
So it might not go on. But he's honestly, if you just look up best fight scenes on YouTube, and you'll see, in particular, the Marcus Zorro. He is the villain, and it is the only thing that comes close to it is the Phantom Menace in terms of like wicked sword fight. And also, I think Troy has some of the best fights.
Oh, the one-on-one's amazing. Yeah, the 1v1 with Achilles and Hector. Yeah.
I also love do you know when he storms the beach and he's looking directly at the camera and he puts his shield on his back and an arrow hits the shield?
Yeah,
I love stuff like that. I wow. I mean, I just like, it's so crazy that no one wanted to make this film, and yet Brad Pitt, I think, when he looks back on his career, this is his defining role. I think you could take this version of Achilles to anyone in history from 3,000 years ago to 3,000 years in the future, and they will go, yo, that is Achilles. The arrogance, the flawed nature, but the humanity. And I agree with you. I really wish we saw a scene of him out of control, inhumane, because I think it comes to... I'll do my bombshell now, if I may.
Sure. Yeah.
Right. I'm really pleased with this. When Priam goes to see Achilles, up until this point, Achilles has been out of control. Would you agree?
Mm-hmm.
Right, driven by anger. What is his primary motivation, do you think, in giving back the Hector's body to Priam?
I think probably deep down he knows that he's really far gone and that it's just it's the honourable thing to do. It's the last vestige of honour that he can kind of reclaim in this moment, perhaps.
What is it about Priam that you think gets him to that conclusion? How does he see Priam in this moment?
Well, he sees him as very brave for entering the enemy camp.
Yeah.
I think he congratulates him on that. I think also the supplication of King Priam as well. This king of Troy is on his knees, sort of begging Achilles. Achilles is in the powerful position here.
And and it's obviously a contrast to Agamemnon and how he acts like two kids. But what is supplication? What do you think supplication makes him feel? Like, what emotion do you think he has for Priam, who's essentially humiliating himself to do this for his people, himself, his sons?
I don't think Achilles necessarily has any particular ill will against Priam himself, so probably just sees him as, just an equal. I think the fact that he's not sort of hailing Achilles as almost this celebrity or as this loose cannon or this dog of war or anything. He's just talking to him personally, maybe. Well, I'm not sure.
I think he does actually kind of accept all of that. But for me, this is probably the only leap that you have to go with. I think it's pity.
Mm-hmm.
Would you agree?
Yeah.
Now, in The Lord of the Rings, what is the most important scene that involves pity?
Well, it was pity that stayed Bilbo's hand.
I think that's where it comes from. I do.
I was going Pippin pledging allegiance to Denethor. I was thinking of something like that.
Yeah. Well, that's because I love Denethor, isn't it?
Yeah.
I think this is where that idea comes from. I think that the riddles in the cave isn't too dissimilar from Priam and Bilbo. Sorry, from Priam and Achilles, I think, are a bit like Gollum and Bilbo here. And it's pity that stays his hand. The reason he doesn't kill him, the reason he gets over his anger, is pity reconnects him to humanity. Mm-hmm. And this is the defining thing of Lord of the Rings in some ways. It's that Bilbo doesn't kill Gollum when he should. Achilles should kill Priam and end the war. But there's something else within him. You can argue it's Eru Iluvatar, but here it's the pity that Achilles feels that reconnects him to what being a human is, because he's just become a machine, and it brings him back from the brink. It's the same with it's exactly the same with Darth Vader and Anakin Skywalker and Luke. He looks at his son, and it's am I right in thinking it's pity that gets him back to being Anakin Skywalker at this point? It's pity for Luke, but most importantly, it's pity for himself.
Yes, yeah.
That brings him back.
So Luke's part of himself. Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
And I think that this is it, is that Achilles sees the same grief in himself that Priam has, and it connects him back to humanity. And I think Tolkien, who, mark my words, this man would have read this in the original fucking language.
Yes, he would. Yes.
Like, I think that this is where a lot of the genesis for the Lord of the Rings actually comes from. I think that this is a bit like The Searchers, which you haven't seen. But I think that this is, why does Achilles do this? Why doesn't he end the war? Why doesn't he take his vengeance? What is going on? I think this is where the seed of Middle Earth actually comes from. It's pity. And I think that it is reflected in Gandalf's interpretation of what happened, where the reason Bilbo isn't taken by the ring, which is, let's be honest, in the analogy here, Achilles is completely taken by the ring. He's a Nazgul at this point. I think this is where it comes from. I think it's the pity that brings him back from the brink, and I think it is the inspiration for a lot of Tolkien stuff, is this particular scene. And it is beautifully acted by Peter O'Toole and Brad Pitt.
So it's my favorite scene in the film. I mean, there's all the spectacle and the cool stuff on the battlefield. Yeah, I get that, and the Hector fight and whatnot. But this is my favorite scene. And I actually think the director's cut has a slightly extended scene as well. In that moment, I think when they leave the tent, I could be wrong, but I think that was one of the director's cut scenes that I did see. Is that a slightly extended scene of this exchange with
Achilles. I've got to be honest. I watched it on Wednesday. I was fairly sure the body, because so Achilles says to Priam, "Join me in a minute."
Yeah,
and he goes outside and he talks to the body and says, "I'll see you later, my brother." Paraphrased. I think it's Hector. I'm not completely sure, but I think it's coming to terms with it and so on. But it is an absolutely beautiful scene where Achilles says, "You're not my enemy." And Priam says, "Oh, you are my enemy." Essentially, and he's humiliating himself to do this. It's humiliation from Priam, and that's where the pity comes from, because Achilles understands that he is a bit he's been humiliated by Agamemnon all his life, as it were, all of this film. And the fact that this guy is doing it willingly to him not only shows him he's a better king than Agamemnon,
yes,
but he's also a better man than Achilles. And that doesn't sit too well with Achilles. So Achilles has to cut, his competitiveness drives him up, and it's what brings him back from the brink. And it's the humane quality of this, that even though this is a demigod with powers beyond what you can imagine, Marvel has never offered anything as human as this up. Like, you think about like Peter Parker and Iron Man, there are similarities with the guilt that Iron Man feels and the fact he's got something to protect and all this, but there's never that moment of compassion for someone else that drives him. And I think this is why the Iliad is such an important story and why it resonates so much with people. It ends with the redemption of Achilles back into a human, saying, "You can change, you can be different, there is hope for you."
I think you mentioned in the superheroes there, I think one aspect that is done very well with a certain superhero is Batman, the animated series, where Batman genuinely has a compassion for a lot of his villains. He believes in their rehabilitation. He wants to see them get better. Stuff like there's a two-parter in the series called Feet of Clay, which is all about Clayface. This is very, very tragic, sad ending. There's a Two-Face two-parter as well. So there is a bunch of stuff in that series. It's why it's my favorite depiction of the Batman character. I'm still waiting for a live-action film version to just basically take that animated series and put it to screen. And it's one of the only heroes I know that where he, you know, he could be viewed as this anti-hero kind of character, Batman, the steps he takes, but there is that compassion there. So yeah, I think that's I didn't know that's where you were going with the Lord of the Rings comparison, but
what do you think?
That's pretty profound. I think it's there. Yeah, no, I think it's absolutely there. Especially because it's this duologue. Is it duologue, dialogue, whatever, where you got two characters, just those two in a scene together, sort of not like a battle of wits. I suppose it is in a way. You could view it as that.
It's a battle of roles.
Yeah, it's not as sinister as something like Riddles in the Dark, where, you know, one person is going to eat the other person. Yeah, exactly.
Well, yeah, but in Riddles in the Dark, there's a defensive and there's an offensive, and it's clear. Like I think a very surface level interpretation of Riddles in the Dark is it's Odysseus, Bilbo. Like he's tricking Gollum, as it were. It's like, I would imagine, in the same way that earlier we talked about how, like, the gays, the first time that they've seen themselves represented is Frodo and Sam. This is the jock and the bully. This is the jock bullying the nerd, and the nerd winning in Lord of the Rings. That's a very surface level interpretation of it. But the Catholic morality behind it is that Bilbo has been threatened and has won, and he has his moment for an easy win where he can kill Gollum, and it's the right thing to do because he needs to get past Gollum. Like, it's not like Gollum is an obstacle at this point, right? Because he's got to get past him to get out and things like that. It's life or death, and yet something moves him not to do the pragmatic thing. He does the morally correct thing. And this is obviously from sort of this post-Christian literature where you shouldn't take advantage and stuff like that. But you're familiar with that kind of stuff, that you shouldn't do these things. Those Greeks weren't. They didn't have like the same morality we do. So why does he not just end the war with one stroke? Like, is there a film where they say something like that? Could end the war. We could end this in one stroke.
One swift stroke. I feel like that's Ian McKellen who says that in Lord of the Ring.
It might. It feels Star Wars.
No, me. Star Wars. Yes, we will crush the rebellion with one swift stroke. That's where I've got it from.
Yeah.
Sorry. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Like, and it's like, you know, it's. I don't know if it's in the original. I suspect it is.
Yes.
Yeah. Like, obviously, he wrote
Peter Cushing. It's Tarkin who says it.
Oh, I meant the original Hobbit.
Oh, I was going to make a point of that because I have it right there. I've got the facsimile version of the Hobbit, the original version right there, and I'm dying to read it. It's where the elves are gnomes. It's got the original version of the Riddles in the Dark chapter. Still haven't read it yet, so I know that Gollum is just like some guy, like some creature, some guy that lives under the mountain. And when Bilbo wins the contest, he willingly gives him the ring and is like, there you go. There's your prize for beating me fair and square in the riddles. So I don't know what happens after that. I don't know if he just goes, oh, yeah, the way out's over there, mate. Have fun on your journey. And that's where it ends. I don't know if it then goes on where, you know, things get sinister and he starts pursuing him and he's listening to what Gollum's saying, like, you take a left and then two rights and then a left again. I don't know if it goes into all of that. Or if that...
Gollum.
Yeah. Chris, wherever did you get that? Okay, so I'm going to show this to camera. So this isn't like a first edition, because that costs thousands, you know, if you find one. This came out like a couple of years ago for like the anniversary of it or something. So you just get like this gift set, sort of like this holographic front to it. I think there's an audio CD in there. I think it's got Tolkien reading some chapters. I think it has him reading the Riddles in the Dark chapter, actually, and singing a couple of the songs, like the Troll song from the Lord of the Rings and whatnot. And yeah, they sort of packaged it as the original cover was, including, this is how you can tell you've got a first edition. This is obviously just a facsimile version. In the original versions, this is how you can tell you've got a first edition. There was actually a spelling mistake of the name Dodgson, and it had to be handwritten, scribbled out, and corrected in the initial first copies. And they've replicated that with the blemish there on this printed version. So,
is this like a car boot sale kind of thing? Like, this isn't like this. This is a bit Hooky Street that someone's got the manuscripts and printed it out and things. Yeah.
Well, I guess.
Is this an official Tolkien estate publication?
Yes, yeah. This is readily available. You can get it at Waterstones even still. Like,
that's wicked.
It's around. They bought it out just like a handful of years ago for the I can't remember whatever anniversary it would. I should know that, whichever anniversary it was for the Hobbit. So yeah,
that's amazing.
You can get your first. See, that's what we want from like original Star Wars. We need like an original version of that film available to buy.
Did they take the guy hitting his head on the door or whatever out of? Is that still in original Star Wars?
That's still in there. That's still the stormtrooper that plonks his head. Yeah, that's still in there. That's still in there.
Yeah, I'd be disappointed if that was taken out. That's kind of like the moment of like Aragorn breaking his toe in Lord of the Rings. People are like, watch this. Yep.
I actually think that George Lucas played into it. I think in one of the special edition versions, he's actually added like a clonk sound effect just to try and actually, I think he did this in Attack of the Clones as well when Jango Fett has his fight with Obi-Wan on the landing pad of Camino, and when Jango Fett like climbs up the walkway onto the ship, he actually bounces his head off the door frame, and you hear like a clonk as well. So that was like a homage to the scene from A New Hope. So yeah, I think if anything, Lucas just laid into that. So that's cool.
Am I right in thinking in Kill Bill they play a strike sound at one point, like
when Go-Go gets hit with the Morning Star thing that she's swinging around and falls onto the table? Yeah,
I saw recently that on Real de Brid they have the cut that you and Dale went to see the whole bloody affair.
Yeah.
I keep meaning to watch that, but it's summer, man. It's like,
do you know the thing that really annoys me? That's recently got a physical release. You can't get it in the UK. I think you can only get it from Lionsgate's official website. It's only available on 4K, and the movie is split across 2 discs. What's the point?
Why don't you just get Toolbox or Real de Brid? They're like official things. They're not illegal, and they it's a grey area. They're based in South Africa, I think, and basically what they do is they cache torrents of the highest quality, and it costs $3 a month, so like £2.15, and you get all the best quality stuff, and you can watch whatever you want in like 4K, highest definition, without getting bothered by the fuzz.
Yeah,
which is what I do, but I like that. I like that they put that sound effect in, and I'm just thinking now of those balls going down to hit the Greek ships. If they're striking play, but out of like I've got a feeling, Chris, you're tiring. But out of like what would you give this film overall as a score, regardless of the?
I would give it like a strong 7.5.
That's well above average.
I don't think it falls into masterpiece category.
Agreed.
I think it's very. This is going to sound like a slight, but I think it works for the movie. I think it makes it accessible. It's very Hollywood. I don't think it captures the same poetry in the language that the Iliad evokes. But I do think it does a very good job of modernizing it, condensing the story, giving you a clear beginning, middle, and end, telling the complete story of Troy, giving all of its characters arcs and, hero moments, and having your villains that you want to see bested by the end of the story. Agamemnon, Menelaus, even like Achilles' story, the redemption, like after that moment with King Priam, you could say, well, that's the end of the story as far as the Iliad's concerned. And at least there is that moment where he does sort of make amends for what he's done by offering the body of Hector back, which gets much more horrifically mutilated in the Iliad, by the way. Like after Hector is killed.
It's magic, isn't it?
Every single one of the Greek troops comes in and gets like a stab. It's like a Julius Caesar kind of moment. They just hack the body to pieces. I do wish they could have had that moment where Hector's, after he's been stabbed in the neck, he says like, please grant my body, please give my body back. And he goes on this long monologue, Achilles, like, there is no way that I am granting you any kind of rights at all.
Well, I did really like in the film that they kind of substituted that for. He says something like, "You will wander Hades, deaf, dumb, and blind, and everyone will know that you're the dickhead that thought that they killed Achilles." Because I think it also works quite well with, if you've read the Odyssey, you understand in the Odyssey they actually meet Achilles.
Yes,
like in the underworld, and he's like, "Do you know what? This isn't great. I wish I was in the sunlight, man. It's well cold down here." But I quite like that he's so horrible in this moment. Like, you know he's gonna win. Like Hector, even in the film, they make it obvious. Hector has this whole goodbye scene. And one of the things that annoys me about Troy, it's a very minor thing, is that Andromache runs him a bath before he leaves, or draws him a bath, because she's expecting him to come back. But everyone who knows the story knows he doesn't come back. So it's a very poignant moment. But in this, everyone is like, "Yeah, you're going to die. Cheers. You were the best son. Thank you." And I think it's too on the nose that he's going to die. And what I quite like is that maybe you'll compare this to Darth Maul versus, is it Qui-Gon, where he has the upper hand at the start, and you think, and it's meant to say that he could win in the. What's cool about this is that Hector is just surviving in this fight. Like, the special move, he can counter it, but he can't get anywhere near Brad. Brad's like skipping and hurdling over his strikes and stuff, and he's in control all the way. But you're just like, the idea, I think, is, can he survive? And I like the way they do it. There is no fucking chance. It's just how long he can hold on for, and maybe someone shoots him from the turrets.
Yeah, no, it's an intense fight, incredibly choreographed, and I do like that they make Hector a lot more. Well, actually, this was going to be one thing that I was going to mention, that one of the strengths of the Iliad. So I mentioned about, I like how the gods are. Well, I said humanized. You mentioned dehumanized, but brought down to like a petty level,
flawed. Yeah,
exactly. Yeah, I love that, and I love gods that are like that. I think that's much more interesting to me than just this, holier than thou deity that's just perfect. That's boring to me. I like something that's got a little bit of bite to it and a little bit of intrigue to it. But I love that they don't just make them like the Greeks, the Achaeans, the good guys, and then the Trojans are the bad guys. I love that there's good and bad on both sides. I love that there's acts of heroism, and incredible feats on both sides
in the book.
And in the Iliad, it feels a complete even playing field. And I love that. There's moments where, you're cheering for the Greeks. It's like, yeah, get them Trojans. And then it'll cut back to the Trojans, and they're doing some cool stuff as well. And you're like, oh, actually, I'm on the Trojan side for this bit. So I like how there was that perfect balance between the two. That's really tricky to do, because the easy thing would be to do is, you have your good guys and your bad guys, and you're cheering when all those bad guys are getting taken
Tolkien
out.
Never managed that balance, did he?
No.
Thank God the Rings of Power are addressing that.
That Orc companion's just going to toe the line now. He's going to be
Rush Hour.
He's
it's going to be amazing. You thought Legolas and Gimli did it? Wait till you see the Rings.
Absolutely, yeah. Oh God!
I hope there's a scene where they go, orcs drive like this, elves drive like that. I can't wait. It's going to be beyond parody.
Just a few months.
Whatever you think is the worst thing that they can possibly do, they will top. It's going to be
all bets are off at this point. Now, when I saw the rumors that Galadriel was going to be traipsing around Middle Earth with an orc companion, I thought, nah, no, you've done some shit already in the first 2 seasons. There is, the creation of Mordor, of Mount Doom, is like the biggest one for me. Just like the magic key and the interconnected tunnels and the pyroclastic flow that Galadriel takes in space. All of that. That's like the most ridiculous. But when I heard that, I was like, nah, that's a new.
Do you think they might address that? I would absolutely love it.
Absolutely
I would love it if the orc is a geologist specialist and like Galadriel goes, well, that was some pyroclastic flow, and he's going to go, actually, That's not pyroclastic flow. That's thermo. That's the thermodynamic between water and a mineral. It's exothermic, Galadriel. You've got a lot to learn.
This is how they're
Orcs
going to
drive like this.
This is how they're going to bring her into the Last Alliance, isn't it? Because, you know, all the plot-centric characters survived that whatever kind of flow you want to talk about. But there was other characters in that same scene that got completely vaporized. Buildings were destroyed and completely burnt to a crisp, but all of the people with plot armor survived. That Galadriel is going to be the key to all this. It's going to be like, right, we're going to take this fight to Sauron at Mordor at the Last Alliance. Now, there's a big volcano there. Now, Galadriel, you got hit with a flow and you're absolutely fine. So you're going to lead the charge at the Last Alliance because you're like impervious to fire now, apparently.
Oh my God.
So
they're going to AI it so that Elrond is with Galadriel, and he's going to go like charge, and she's going to go, actually, I don't think you understand about pyroclastic flow. We need to flank here. I can't wait. It's gonna imagine, right, if this orc is actually genuinely funny.
Oh God.
Like not like they think he's funny, but he's actually like quite amusing.
Is there going to be a bit where they get him in elven rope and he's going to be like, it burns us, it freezes?
Oh, imagine if he does impressions and he starts taking the piss out of Brother Legolas. Like, I genuinely think that they could actually produce some of the best postmodern media by having him as like a kind of stand-in for the audience, criticizing how ridiculous everything is. But I'm a positive guy and I want to see the best.
So you know the orcs are corrupted elves. Is the orc going to deliver a line like Dr. Evil or Hannibal Lecter, like, we're not so different, you and I? Like, is that going to happen? They're going to have this whole conversation about what is an elf, what is an orc, you know, we're all the same.
Oh, that would be well funny if he goes, do you know what, Galadriel? We're not so different, you and I, but Brother Legolas, you are a dickhead. Like, what would be funny, right, is that when we see like Gollum and Sam and Frodo, Gollum is trying to drive a wedge between Sam and Frodo, and it's definitely going to be based on this. But what would be more fun is if Gollum is if like New Orc, Jackie Orc is trying to just get on the good sides with one of them. Mm-hmm. That I think that would be really funny. If he just constantly agreed with one of them and disagreed with the other. I would find that genuinely amusing. But they won't do that because they don't like fun or Tolkien.
It's going to be exactly what I think your prediction's 100%. It's going to be a play on the Frodo, Sam, and Gollum thing. It's going to be Galadriel's, this orc knows the way into Mordor and knows where my husband Celeborn's being kept. And Brother Legolas is going to be like, Galadriel, no, he means to murder us, kind of thing. And then, they've already said there's going to be a love triangle between Celeborn, Sauron, and Galadriel.
It's all Sauron?
Yes.
Do you agree?
Yes.
It's all Sauron.
Since you've mentioned that, I heard that elsewhere after your prediction. So I think it is sort of catching on a little bit. I think people, because they've basically done that twist multiple times, haven't they? Like the whole, the final confrontation between Sauron and Galadriel, or he's getting inside of the head and visions. Yeah.
Has been that. What I would like to say is I don't diss other channels very often, and I won't mention the name of this. But I remember I was watching some Americans talking about the Rings of Power. And the only reason I watched it is because they were desperately trying to be positive about it. And I think it's important to hear both sides of an argument. Do you know what I mean? So you can have a reason. Because if we just listen to one side, you end up in an echo chamber and it's not intellectually satisfying. So I listened to them. And this spoilers for Rings of Power Season 2, which I know all of you are desperate not to be spoiled. But I remember saying to them, like, the start of the show was Sauron getting stabbed by an orc. I think they're setting it up. So Sauron gets Eol, I can't remember who he is. The first like row hero guy. Yeah.
Sorry,
No,
no, like the Adar, the half
Adar.
human,
Thank
half
you.
monkey. Yeah.
Yeah, I thought he might be Aeol for a bit, but anyway, I was like, what's going to happen is they're going to reverse that, bookend it, and stab him. And I watched this guy on a stream, his eyes dart down, and him almost mouth the words of what I was saying. Go, lads, I've had this idea. And then he said it, and then he went, Bathtime agrees with me. And I sat there and I thought,
what a prick.
Well, it wasn't that prick. Why do you think we're all that stupid?
Mm-hmm.
Do you know what I mean? Like, I can see the comments here, and someone will say something. I'll go, "Oh, okay," or whatever. But I mean, man alive, what are you doing? Like, do you genuinely think we don't have literacy? Like, do you think if I worked at McDonald's, I would need a picture of a burger instead of it just saying burger to press it? It was unbelievable.
Mm-hmm.
But I must shout out one of the guys on the show because he did a YouTube short called "We Didn't Start the Fire" to the complete history of the Silmarillion, and it is amazing.
Mm-hmm. I haven't seen that.
Honestly, it's just, you know, that song "We Didn't Start the Fire."
Yeah, I love that song. Yeah.
He does it, but to the Silmarillion. I think it's called Bard of Arda. I think it's really fun and actually pretty exact from what I could see.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I'll check that out.
Well, we should recreate it and go, yeah, Bard of Arda agrees with us.
Yeah. It's like, fuck you. Get your revenge. There you go. There's the concept of revenge. It's cyclical, you see. And then he'll retaliate somehow. Yeah. What would you rate Troy then? So you asked for my verdict. I think I gave it like a 7, 7.5. Sort of like the higher end of... Yeah, it's good. It's a good film. I would watch it again. I'd recommend it. I can't believe it's taken me, 20 plus years to get around to watching it. I've had this DVD on my DVD shelf downstairs since the movie came out on DVD.
You're just a hoarder.
I really am. It's in my DNA. I can't help it. So,
have you moved your swords recently?
No, I've just got more of them. They're all the boxes there. So yeah, and then I've got more in that corner right there behind the piano. So yeah, I am getting some more on the wall though soon.
I'd love to see the first time that you introduce the lucky lady to your room. Like, do you warn them before they come in?
Oh yeah, I mean that's a prerequisite for me. It's like, do you like Lord of the Rings? Yay or nay? If it's nay, right, it was lovely meeting you, but you're not the one for me. So yeah, she's got to be down with Lord of the Rings basically, so she knows what she's getting involved in.
Right, off stage, I'll tell you a very good joke I've just thought of, but I genuinely think it's too much for this channel. Live.
Go on.
Like little maps of Ireland?
Mm-hmm.
Do you know what that refers to?
Little maps of Ireland? Well, just the map of Ireland? No? Is
there
some subtext there? No.
Yes, it's something that you would be able to create with an action that ownerism.
Right. Okay.
Yeah.
Sort of. I think I'm picking up what you're laying down. I think so.
Your bedspread is a big map, essentially, of Middle Earth. So GPS in a certain way, but with semen.
Good night, everybody.
Look, Robin understood that. You did.
My poor innocent mind. Hey, just show me the gap of Rohan is all I can say.
Right, nice.
What are you going to give?
Isengard.
Exactly. Right, go on. What would you give Troy? Bring it back.
I would give Troy, and not Brad Pitt, I would give Troy a 7, which for me is very, very high because 7 is well above average. Yeah. I think that in terms of what you need from based on, I think they hit Kleos almost too much, the idea of legacy. I think they deliver the story you expect. And we haven't spoken about it, but the Trojan horse, beautiful in this film. It's so cool because it's made from the ships. It's like driftwood.
That's what I like. Yeah. No, I haven't seen the new Odyssey movie yet, but I know that the Trojan horse in that is
3 weeks away, man.
Yeah, I know, but it's this very ornately
Yeah.
carved thing, and it's just like that because I think it was built during a retreat, wasn't it, actually, from the
Hmm.
Trojans? Like the Greeks were sort of like having to make this thing as they
Yeah.
were retreating, on the move. So yeah, I love the look of this thing. It's incredible. It's really hands-on and practical and thrown together, but it's still impressive, the sheer
Yeah.
size of it and everything, the ingenuity of it.
I love the scene when they come out of it as well, like abseiling and stuff.
Mhm.
I think Troy looks fantastic in terms of the walls and stuff like that. And you believe that this army of 6,000, 7,000 could defend against 50,000. The catalogue of the ships is great. I think that physically, the younger actors like Helen Kruger, like
Yes.
Orlando Bloom, like Brad Pitt, like
Diane
Eric
Kruger.
Bana.
Diane Kruger,
Yeah.
who plays Helen. Yeah.
She's been very uncomplimentary about this film. And Nicole Kidman was originally meant to be Helen Troy, and she said it's the worst audition she's ever been to. Said she felt like a piece of meat.
It's like, are
Because
you fit?
Yeah,
Right, you're
they
hired.
basically put her in a bikini and was like, turn around. I don't know. You go on tiptoes? Yeah, go on. I think genuinely that's what it was about. Because Helen Troy is obviously famous for being one of the most beautiful women ever.
Mhm.
And I imagine that actually Nicole Agent said to her, "Don't dye your hair blonde." I would
Yeah.
suspect that was a big part of it. But I think that physically they all look great. The acting performances, I don't think, match the Shakespearean actors in this,
I'll agree.
including
Yeah.
Peter O'Toole. But it delivers what you want. I think it gets the themes of the Iliad across, and I think it gives you the prototype of a stylized action hero that actually overperforms. Achilles is the greatest warrior in history, without question. This like no one else comes close to him in cultural comparison. And Brad Pitt, when you watch him, you're like, yeah, that body, those moves, the sort of balance between economy and aesthetics of his killing. It's almost sexual how he kills people. That he penetrates them in the neck.
Mhm.
So I think it is. I think it is fantastic, but it's only a 7 because there's a lot of stuff that can be done better and so on. But I say only a 7. That is well above average.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Yeah, I mean, we're pretty much both on the money with that, aren't we? Like 7.5 kind of area.
Yeah,
I
it's
will.
like if
I like seeing heroes like this. Like, if this movie was made now, they'd get the actors on. They'd have them looking like the guy who he takes out at the beginning of the film, or Ajax or something. Someone who is clearly like roided up and everything. Can barely move this tank. I like that. Like he's athletic. He's what you imagine
yeah,
a Greek god to look like.
yeah,
Like
this is what
he's
annoys me
toned, but
about
he's
Thor.
athletic and he can move and he's got the speed
Yeah,
and it's inspired me. That's what I'll
but
say. And yeah,
the coordination, Chris,
Mhm.
is about it. It's like, right, Robin, we're going to have issues because The
Oh,
Prestige is by far my favorite Christopher Nolan film. By far, I think it's an 8 out of 10.
I thought she was saying that you'd give it a 4.
Yeah,
Is that what she was saying?
no, yeah, she is. It's got. Is it Piper Parabo from that song? Can't Kiss the Moonlight, Coyote Ugly. She's the dead wife in it. I love The Prestige. It is by far my favorite Christopher Nolan film,
Same.
and the only one I really, really enjoy.
And he actually has characters in it that feel human and have emotion and feel things and aren't just like an alien trying to replicate what a human emotion would be.
The structure works as well because it's based around a magic trick, like the setup, and it's really cool analysis of how film and magic are often compared to each other, but he structured it like a magic trick. And with a magic trick, I think the thing that's so fascinating to me about magic is if you find out how it's done, it disappoints you. It's the working out of the trick, or how did they do it? It fires the imagination because it's not real, that you've been hoodwinked. And I love that about The Prestige. that it is a satisfying explanation to how you've been hoodwinked, and you knew it from the start, but you thought it was too silly. But that's the most logical thing. I think it's a brilliant film.
Yeah. Robin says,
Really?
I also
So
love
4
that film.
is below average. Oh, a 10. Sorry.
Yeah, it's one of maybe 4 films in the world I'd give a 10.
I know
is that Lord of the Rings? Is that Lord of the Rings 1, Lord of the Rings 2, Lord of the Rings 3, and The Prestige? Like, are they the top 4?
Imagine if she says Hobbit.
Fighting words.
Exactly. But yeah,
Robin would give Troy a 9, by the way. Robin says, as a film, I give it a 9. I'm not enough of an ancient Greek buff to truly have a valid opinion as an adaptation. No, that's fine. You know, it's
all opinions you have are valid. It's whether there's a difference between valid and respected. But if you think that's a 9 out of 10 film, we're not the fun police. We're not, that's wrong or something. Like, if someone really enjoys The Rings of Power, shout out to them. They're wrong, but you know, like, no issue with me. I like it when people like things. Do you know what I mean? Like, when we do film reviews, or when someone does a film review, it's much better when someone disagrees with you, when someone agrees with you, because you're being exposed to new ideas. And that's what, like, it's actually right. You would have seen this briefly on Wikipedia, Chris. Did you see the stuff about the bicameral mind?
No, I haven't seen that.
Right. Are you familiar with that concept?
Nope.
All right, then I'm not going to introduce it. It's something from Westworld, which was made by.
I've seen the original film. I haven't seen like the new series.
This is the series.
Yeah.
So the series was made by Christopher Nolan's brother, and I am actually quite interested to see what Christopher Nolan would have done with the Iliad, because one of the theories behind Westworld is the idea that you need conflict between the rational and the emotional to be a human, and that is what directly influences. That's what his brother's interested in, and I can't. And so in this, that's between humans and the gods. So the idea is that the gods are what provide the motivations in the Iliad, and that the humans are reacting to it, and that you need the fusion of both of them for consciousness. Right. That's it, and that is the premise of Westworld. And because his brother's so interested in it, I think that he would have explored that more. And I think it's really interesting he left the gods out of the Odyssey. Like, I'd love to have seen his version of it. I don't think it would have been very good, because it would have been too grey and fucking kettle drums and stuff.
Yeah.
But Robin, please tell me the other 3 films you'd give a 10 to.
Oh yeah, we're still waiting. Come on, Robin.
I hope it's Aliens.
Well, while we're waiting for Robin to reply to that, earlier Robin mentioned I actually own a DVD with the original Star Wars. Not going to say where it came from.
George Lucas seduced him and stole everything
with her womanly ways. So you can get the despecialized editions out there. You can download them, but they did actually release them on DVD. I believe you could probably find these on eBay or something. So these were in like a tin set, and then they're called the limited editions. They're all at the border at the top, limited edition. All of these are 2-disc editions. The first disc is just like the regular special edition version, and the theatrical version, unfortunately, is relegated to the bonus disc 2 of each of these sets. The one drawback is that the transfer is like slapped together. It's not a great master that they've taken the theatrical versions from. I don't know if it's like the correct aspect ratio and things like that. So they're on disc, but it's
AI,
not...
mate.
Well, yeah. So actually, I think if Robin has got the despecialized editions, which are taken from like a 4K mastering, cleaned up and all bells and whistles and everything, that probably is the best, more visually impressive way to watch those original versions with the best sound and everything. But if you are looking to get them on DVD, currently these limited edition ones are the only way to go about it, unless you've got the original VHSs, which
do you know what? I think I do.
I do as well, so which is great. And I still have a VHS player, which I hope doesn't break, because I actually don't know how easily they are to come by now, and I imagine they're quite expensive.
I swear to God, in 30 years, you're going to have the same way vinyl has made a comeback.
VHS coming back, you think?
Yeah.
I don't know.
I see it. Like, I'm not huge into social media because I don't like listening to other people's opinions.
That's like contradictory of what you said. It's like, oh, it's good to have multiple opinions because it leads to interesting dialogue. And then, like, 5 minutes later, I hate other people's opinions.
I had an argument with Sarah the other day because one of her friends has published a self-published book. And I said, I'm not reading it. In the canon of human literature, like, there's so much stuff I haven't read.
Yeah.
But there are all these safeguards, like the free market, like qualified people to sort of do it. And like this, someone has just written some stuff and put it out. And normally you only see this with the like manifesto of a serial killer or something where there's like other stuff going on. I just like to say I support Dale's self-publication.
I was going to say, I support, yeah.
But I'm not reading it because it's for children, isn't it? Dale's book?
Yeah, it's a children's book.
I've got to say, right. I will clarify this by saying I like ambition. I think it's the thing that annoys me most about Harry Potter is I would be in Slytherin because I have ambition and I think it's a good quality, not a bad quality. Here we go. Save me, Robin. Save me.
Fellowship of the Ring, The Prestige, It's a Wonderful Life, and Princess Bride. I am open to revising this list. Sorry.
A Wonderful Life. That is the Christmas film, isn't it?
Yeah, James Stewart. Yeah.
The Princess's Bride is one that I've always struggled with. I understand it's a cult classic, but the reason have I told you the table tennis story before?
Is this Andre the Giant or something? Is it?
No, no. I was at when I was at university. I saw one of the most epic, magical confrontations of my life, where two guys were in like a kind of tug of war for this girl, and they played a table tennis match. And it was a big event, and genuinely, it's ridiculous. But the first match, one guy won, and the guy who lost went, you've done really well, but I've got something to reveal for you. I'm left-handed.
He's a southpaw.
And they played it again, and he got smashed, the other guy.
Oh, that's amazing.
Wait, the other guy went, that's brilliant. I'm right-handed. And everyone was like, fucking hell. And this just like...
No, and they pull out like multiple arms, like General Grievous or something.
No, honestly, there was like... Honestly, there's about 40 people there, and it's one of the most dramatic things I've ever seen. That fight, and I won't tell you which one won or what happened, but it was. I remember not being able to cope with my emotions. I was like 19, and I had to go and run around, like outside. To get
you got the zoomies, yeah. The zoomies.
I've never seen anything like it.
Legend has it they're still playing to this day.
Well. As a slight spoiler, my friend who I was supporting won it, and he's been married to her for 20 years.
Yeah.
10 years, sorry. Very successfully. And they do not like the fact that I bring this story up all the time as the greatest thing I've ever seen. So apparently it paints her in a bad light.
No, that proved he is the champion, It's the single combat thing. It's fucking Hector and Paris and Menelaus, right?
It's like exactly. Echo, isn't it? It's like Sam versus Shelob, like Erendel versus a Calagon. And also, Robin, that is not a controversial opinion. I have
fantastic.
I have a friend who is a doctor of literature, like a proper one. You can find his book. It's about waste by Dr. Will Smith, believe it or not. Sorry, Will Viney. And we've had this argument where I've said that the Muppets Christmas Carol is a far better version of that story than Dickens. Because Marley and Marley is one of my favourite things ever.
You take a Marley, double it. Boom.
Yeah. Well, there were two of them originally, but I love that. We watched that. We have two Christmas films. One's a bit weird. It's Apocalypto. I don't know how that's happened, but we watch it every Christmas. Well, it's Apocalypto is the Odyssey, by the way. It's a guy just trying to get her. It's the Odyssey.
Getting back to his wife and yeah.
crossed with Crocodile Dundee too. Have you seen Crocodile Dundee?
I have, yeah. It's been a long time, but yeah. That's the last where he goes to LA, is it, or something, or San Francisco?
No,
is it?
It starts in LA, and then he goes back to the outback, and he has to defeat. I don't know who these people are. He has to defeat them by using his outback ways. So he does exactly the same thing that Ronaldinho does in Apocalypto by like setting up traps with like he does it with bees, doesn't he, and things like that. Fuck me, I think Apocalypto is the most underrated film ever.
It's fantastic, yeah.
I was devastated during the eclipse that I couldn't recreate it. I was ready for it.
I didn't even like get a good glimpse of it, to be honest. It just looked like the sun was in the sky and I had massive like cloud cover. I didn't see any. People were sharing like these wonderful pictures of these partial apocalypses, solar eclipses and everything. Never got it. The sky didn't. I was expecting the sky to go to like this really dark and horrible, like ominous color and everything. Nothing. Just like a regular day.
My cousin, Fat Frat, is Spanish, and he lives like he's so annoying because Spain won the World Cup, so he had all of that. And like when Spain won the World Cup in 2010, I was playing football in Oviedo, which is a town in north of Spain, and we were drunk genuinely a week, and we were going to people's houses. We didn't know them. It was a magical time. It was fantastic, but. Oviedo had a full-on solar eclipse, like it was in the path, and he sent me photos of it, like videos, and it was amazing. Like it went dark, like birds were freaking out, dogs were barking and stuff. It was like it felt like science had been removed, and you were living in a spiritual religious
wrath of God kind of shit. Yeah.
I looked at it. I was like, the light's a bit weird. It's a bit darker. And then the lights came back on. And I was like, I was a little bit disappointed in myself that I couldn't find the beauty in it that everyone else did. And then I realized it's just fucking social media. Isn't it? Like I saw a skateboarder doing like loop the loops, like gleaming the cube in front of the eclipse. I was like, you're not the interesting thing, mate. The moon is in front of the sun. Who gives a shit if you're doing a Kevin Costner cosplay? That is such an interesting comment. I know you're tired, Chris, but Christmas horror.
Well, I think I know where Robin's going with this. It's got to be Nightmare Before Christmas, right? It has to be.
But why are those things timed?
Or Krampus. Oh, well, you've got the ghosts in Muppets Christmas Carol, and it's a bit spooky. You've got, like, the Death Grim Reaper thing that shows up. One of Michael Caine's best performances, by the way. I love that he played it straight. Absolutely the perfect way to go about that film is that, I think he says, I'll take the job as long as I just get to play it as I would on stage.
This Christmas like Carol?
Yes, yeah.
I mean, but it's in, like, what is the original holiday for Christmas? Is it in Michaelmas? Like, what's that about? Because Christmas is halfway through winter, isn't it?
Yes, I think winter starts in like November, right, and then goes through to is it February? Or I think winter starts like midway through November or some shit, doesn't it? I think because you got autumn, which I think starts around September-ish, I think.
Autumn is like the gathering of the harvest, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
So Christmas traditionally has been you've made it halfway through the night, so the worst is over. But I'm thinking about the. Do you remember when we talked about Campbell's, like, sort of different theories of myth during the development of the seasons?
Mm-hmm.
So you get like Mother Nature concepts for agricultural societies. I'm wondering why, because you're not wrong, Robin. Horror and Christmas are linked.
It's like the death of things, like the coldness.
Yeah, do you think like Persephone? Like
maybe
how she goes away to the underworld during winter and then spring is back and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
But the thing is that like rebirth and death are normally quite hopeful things in mythology. I think, unfortunately, Robin, you've raised something that has stimulated me a lot. But
well, I mean,
Chris
you could say it's the death of Ebenezer Scrooge and his rebirth into appreciating Christmas and being a nice person. So, but he has to see that. Yeah, he has to physically see that death, doesn't he? Like he has to see the ramifications.
Well, it's a spiritual
of that.
death. Like what's interesting about modern screenwriting is that Act 1, which I mean, I think you're interested in the act structure, aren't you?
Well, I'm thinking of. I mean, I know this wasn't the first film to do it, but it's the Luke Skywalker going into the cave. It's that introspective thing, seeing what he will become. It's seeing his gravestone there, seeing that no one gives a shit about him. He hasn't left any kind of legacy. Everyone's happy that he's gone. It's that introspective look into what could possibly happen for his future, and then prompts him to change.
So I actually consider this almost the death of modern cinema, The Empire Strikes Back, because it is the most literal interpretation of a metaphor.
By design as well, wasn't it? Yeah. So
yeah, it's like it's really cool in terms of a teaching aid because Dagobah, that's where they are.
Yeah.
Dagobah is essentially meant to be your consciousness, your subconscious. It's that kind of the way it bubbles and stuff. It's like things coming up, and all of it is literal. Like Darth Vader is like Dark Father, I believe, in Dutch or something. Probably a coincidence, to be honest. Like the incestuous stuff with Leia, probably a coincidence.
Well, like, that's because he had other plans. Like that, there is another Luke was going to have a sister character who was going to show up in Return of the Jedi.
No way,
as a new character. And then when he was writing it, it just pared down, and then he was just like, "Oh, well, Leia can be the sister."
Right. If you're into sort of Freudian and Jungian analysis, you would say that despite this being unconscious, it's actually a choice. I'm not into those things. I think they're really interesting as philosophical concepts, but as a proper psychologist, albeit a sports psychologist, because I'm a bimbo, I'm just about like, what's the best way to run more?
Hey, you gave me some great advice before we started the live stream, so I'm taking
honestly,
that on board.
Everyone should give Chris some props because everyone needs feedback. But Chris is actually going to be like Godzilla. He's going to show them Japs.
Right, it's Godzilla. Yeah.
Oh, like, do you know who that is? Like, I think in Austin Powers. Do you know
that's Hero from that's Hero Nakamura, isn't it?
Absolutely love that. Save Chile, save the world. Brilliant meme in the traditional sense, but like with like the hero's journey stuff, like the two books I'd love you to read. One is Paradise Lost, because I think it is three things I'd love you to experience: Paradise Lost, The Searchers, and not the
Searchers is a movie, right? Searchers is a movie. Yeah.
The Searchers is a movie that I think will be fascinating for you because you will see shot for shot recreations of the prequel trilogy.
That's the Lars family stuff, isn't it? You've mentioned. Is there parallels to that? Like,
yes, there is, like the burning of it and things, but also the ending, very famous, makes no sense, but is so open to interpretation that it is like you watch it and you're like, yes, but why? And it's something that makes you, when you leave, like, sometimes, this is the snob in me, I leave the cinema and I should be, wanting to hear what Sarah's opinions are on the film we've watched. But mainly, I'm trying to listen to other people to laugh at them. Because I still remember, I think someone said during the Two Towers, I watched the Two Towers twice when it came out. And the second time, I remember someone going, "What was Two Towers?" And someone explained it to me. Oh my God, it's just, Two Towers. I thought it's like 9/11 or something. And I was dying laughing. Like, imagine what they thought Return of the King about was, where was Elvis? Like,
It's always when you're in the bathroom afterwards, isn't
yeah.
it? You're in the cubicle, like, you can hear people around. Like, good God.
But I like that because I love pure stupidity because I think it's close to genius.
Mm.
Like Carl Pilkington, if you're familiar with that.
Yes,
Like,
yeah, of course I am. Yeah,
yeah,
I love it.
I think that there's they always say madness is linked to insanity, but I think that like knowing nothing is linked to genius because you've got to try and make connections. So you do. I love it. I love talking to people that have no idea about something and hearing what they say. It's much better than talking to educated people.
Maybe that's
So
what the fellowship. I was going to say, maybe that's what the Fellowship should have tried, just like flying a plane into fucking Barad-dûr. That's just.
Well, I tell you what. Have you seen? I didn't send it to you. Apparently, they're remaking the trilogy after The Hunt for Gollum.
It wouldn't surprise me. It wouldn't surprise me. Which is going to make even less sense now because you've still got the carryover of Frodo and Gandalf and Thranduil.
Jamie Dornan, lad.
Yeah, but you've got new Aragorn. So yeah, it's going to be like the X-Men thing, isn't it? Also starring Ian McKellen. How when they did X-Men First Class, that was your
he
time
looks
to
like
completely
fucking
wipe
Obi-Wan Kenobi in the trailer.
It was your time to like wipe the slate clean, wasn't it, with X-Men First Class? And then your next one, Days of Future Past, it's like, oh, we're still doing. No, Hugh Jackman cameos in First Class, doesn't he? It's like, oh, okay, so we're still connected.
Off, mate.
We're still connected to the stuff that came before. We're not doing a completely, we're not severing ties. And now the new X-Men stuff in Doomsday coming out, we're getting Patrick Stewart again and Ian McKellen again. It's like,
I don't like. Look, I've always said I want a complete recast. Like, I don't have high hopes for the next Lord of the Rings.
I'd like a TV show in the right hands. Yes. I'm not talking about Rings of Power bullshit.
24 episodes.
Yeah,
like one chapter. Yeah,
like Brian Sibley's BBC adaptation, but in live action. Like, give me that. Or I think Hobbit would be fantastic because it's episodic by nature. That's kind of like the Odyssey as well, isn't it? In many ways, I was drawing comparisons to that a lot.
Well,
I've been listening to that.
Anything where someone goes on a journey.
Yeah.
Star Trek.
Episodic nature, that random encounter. Oh, we're going to fight this monster now, or we're going to run into this sticky situation now. Yeah.
But what's so cool about it, right? What I love about it is that, like, I don't know if people know this, but I moved to Latin America when I was 19 to go and play football. Poorly, apparently. But a lot of what I was doing, I would think of home. And it was something I could never shake off, was this idea of imagine those people seeing me now. Like, and it's really weird to have sex with someone and then think of a man. But it happened more than I would like to say. And I don't think it's an ununiversal experience. Like, Robin, I'm assuming you're not a boy, but you'd be amazed how many boys have sex with girls and think of other boys. Because it's like, yeah, look at me now. The best example of it is in
American Psycho. You're thinking of
that?
Where he's looking at him.
That's exactly what I'm thinking of. Because we've all done that. It's like, yeah, look, I'm doing the pose now. And it's like, Chris has obviously been on a weight loss journey, and there is something where you're like, they need to see me now. I'm more woman than you two can handle. Robin, we're about the boys, mate.
Yeah.
That's the point we're making. But it's like, I love the fact with the Odyssey, it's always rooted in the idea that this is really cool thing called Thanatos. Like, Thanos.
It's the guy, he's like the primeval god of death, right? As well.
Yeah, the god of death. God of death. Mm-hmm. So Thanatos is this idea in the animal kingdom that a dog just fucking runs about and does stuff. It's living for the moment. A salmon has a specific death. It goes out, it does stuff, but it knows it's going back to where it's born, laying its eggs and dying, and that's Thanatos. And I think that's present in humans, or a proper human. Like, people who are not in control of their appetites, which is what Achilles is until the pity like resets him, as it were. You have that idea of kleos, of legacy, and you need to go back to where you were. It's a very human thing. And so, like, with things like the Odyssey and journeys and stuff like that, that's why I think the Scouring of the Shire is so important, because there is some ridiculous impulse in us that the people that we knew growing up have to see the difference between the child and the man. And so when you're a child, you were calorie enhanced, let's say. It means more that those people know that now you're the man, in control of your appetites, in control of who you are, that you have mastered both worlds. You've mastered yourself and you mastered the world outside you. And that's why Iliad, Odyssey, Lord of the Rings rings so true, because it appeals to the base human nature whilst expanding it, glorifying it, intellectualizing it. That's why we love it so much.
Beautifully put.
Yeah.
I love the end song as well. I know you're not too keen on the soundtrack, but the song's called Remember, and it's, you know, it's talking about remember my name, sort of like the story living on. Every time you mention the names, you know, people are going to
like
remember
Dr. Dre and Eminem.
Yes, exactly.
That's why I absolutely. Have you seen that Tom Cruise film? It was called Edge of Tomorrow, but it might be called something else.
Oh God, yeah. What was it? What did they change it to?
Live, Repeat, Die.
Yes, the one. Yeah, with Emily Blunt. Yeah, that was a good movie.
Yeah.
It's Groundhog Day, but like sci-fi. Yeah.
It plays like the FIFA 17 song, like from John Newman. The maddest song to end the film with. I wanna love you. But it's I can't. They're making a sequel to that. I can't wait.
Yes, yeah.
Because when I was watching it the other day, right? I wouldn't recommend people doing this, but I've recently discovered that Laurence Olivier's 4K versions of Shakespeare are on YouTube, and I'm that pretentious. I am. Yes, I've seen fucking David Tennant doing Hamlet.
Oh, it's Hamlet. Yeah,
he was fucking bollocks.
Yeah,
bollocks. I've seen. I can never pronounce this guy's name. It's a black guy from Serenity. Sheator Ifajor.
Oh, Chiwetel Ejiofor, something like that, isn't it? Yes, yeah.
It's weird because he's one of my favorite British actors. He did Othello, world class. I was like, yeah, let's go. Like, it's mental because my mate Tyrone was actually at the same performance and he didn't rate it.
Oh, interesting. Yeah.
And shout out to Tyrone. He's completely screwed up my podcast by getting cast in a play and a TV series.
I'm bringing it up right there. So if you want more, no, you always downplay it. If you want more Bathtime, he's right there, and they will be getting back into the swing of things once Tyrone's back in action.
If you want more Bathtime, follow me at Darius Balsamic on Twitter and send me a message, and I'll be very happy to talk to you in any mechanism that you like. I have no problems talking to strangers. It's people I know that I don't want to talk to. Dale's with me on that.
Yeah.
But the Laurence Olivier, man, like, that is the best version of Shakespeare that I can find on the internet. And if you like Lord of the Rings, if you like Star Wars, if you like Troy, if you like the Iliad and stuff, these are masters of their craft doing it like 50, 60 years beforehand. And I would highly recommend checking it out, because you can cry about the Rings of Power. You can cry about Ahsoka Series 2, or like the casting of the X-Men, or that dreadful Spider-Man film I was taking to. Fucking bollocks, man. Everyone is saying it's fucking great. And I sat there and I thought, after 10 minutes, I know what is happening in Avengers Endgame or whatever the next one is. The Tony Stark guy is going to kill Peter Parker.
That's been leaked. Yeah, that's been leaked for a while. Yeah. Apparently the opening scene is the X-Men laying waste to Sam Raimi's Spider-Man universe, killing Tobey Maguire Spider-Man and Hugh Jackman Wolverine staying there and also dying. Whoever came
No.
up with that as a concept, that in the opening scene we're going to kill off Tobey Maguire and Hugh Jackman Wolverine, I'd be like, there's the door. What are you doing in this writer's room? Get the fuck out. That's a terrible shit idea.
I have to say, I think that Robert Downey Jr. killing Tom Holland's Spider-Man is actually good writing.
Well, that would be better, yeah, but no, not
That's
Tobey
what I
Maguire.
think is going to happen.
I ain't fucking watching it. I love my Tobey Maguire Spider-Man. It's just fucking
Right,
killed them
first
all.
of all, I'm just going to address Robin, if I may. There is a production on the BBC of Ian McKellen playing King Lear as, I think it's World War II. As there are two versions with Ian McKellen I'd recommend. One is Richard III, which is done historically correctly, but there is one of King Lear where it's set in wartime, and it's a bit similar to what we discussed earlier about the guy who directed Moulin Rouge with Claire Danes and DiCaprio.
Yeah.
It's set in a different time period, uses the original text. It's absolutely electric. King Lear is my second favorite Shakespeare play after Macbeth. And when I next come on, I will probably have watched every 4K version of King Lear on YouTube, and I'll give you a better recommendation. But for now, look up Ian McKellen, BBC, King Lear, magnificent. Absolutely magnificent. And I will also recommend, bizarrely, a computer game called Assassin's Creed Valhalla, where they have, it's really weird. They did a DLC for Odyssey, which is based on the Odyssey, that is really good in terms of like how it follows the plot and the places it takes you to. But they also did one for King Lear. Also exceptional. Like if you're actually, for anyone who's watching who's interested in the Iliad or the Odyssey, the Assassin's Creed Discovery tours are probably the best recreations of ancient Greece that we know of, and the same for Origins, which is about Egypt. They're actually like I have a lot of friends who work in academia, so they're like doctors and things. They have told me repeatedly that Assassin's Creed Discovery tours are the greatest tools that they have to engage basically dopamine fucked up Gen Zers with with the ancient world, because you can, it's like Fortnite and just go there and see it. Like, the Sphinx is the right dimensions, the pyramids are correct, the way the harvests are. But yeah, I would highly recommend that if you're whinging about all these different TV programs, you're completely correct in your feelings and so on. But why not go up and look at legendary performances from Basil Rathbone, from Laurence Olivier, and go and see Shakespeare as it was meant to be done. Because there's a reason. But what's crazy to me, Homer is roughly 3,000 years ago, still relevant. Shakespeare, do you know how long ago Shakespeare was?
1500s, wasn't he? I think. Elizabethan?
1600.
Yeah, I was thinking like Elizabethan times, wasn't it? I think
15th century, 1600s.
Yeah, that's what that's what I was thinking. Yeah.
So it's about 450 years ago. And it is still, Shakespeare is the most influential person that isn't like Muhammad or Jesus or Buddha or something. And there's a reason why. And you should absolutely pamper yourself with a bit of Shakespeare, because it's amazing.
Love it.
And if you don't like it, it's because some absolute dickhead at school thought that they could teach you stuff, and they don't fucking know. They're not proper performers. It's the reverse of when an actor gives you political opinions. It's not what you're here for. Like Mark Ruffalo, you can do one. You don't even know what Six-Picot is.
I've got the complete works of Shakespeare down there, and I was making it my mission to read through it all, but You need it
Don't.
performed too, yeah. Yeah, no, exactly, yeah. You need it
Do you
performed
know
too.
John Tickle is?
John Tickle. Isn't that the person who offs himself in the thick of it? No, I can't
Actually, kind of correct. That's Mr. Ticket.
Yes.
John Tickle was a Big Brother contestant,
right.
Who he was quite similar to Richard Ayoade. I don't know if he was if he was a beautiful mixture of like Norwegian and English, but he took the complete works of Shakespeare into Big Brother, and I was so annoyed by it. Like, I love Big Brother, but I was so annoyed by it because it propagated this myth that you have to read Shakespeare. Shakespeare, right, is in the same way that the Iliad would have been like this. Actors feed off you. You inform their performance. Like, all these dickheads on Broadway and stuff who are like, oh, don't bring phones in, shut up, sit there, listen to how good I am. Original actors, it's like a panto. If you responded to something, they did a bit more of it and stuff. And Robin, I love her use of caps locks. It's so economical, but it makes sense. I don't agree with Robert. It's not meant to be watched. It's meant to be participated in. It's the difference is, for any sports fans, is watching a game on the television versus being at the stadium. You're not consuming, you're participating. So the best thing to do is go to a live performance and basically join in. Like, Marvel is really weird about this because it's one of the only brands that understands this, where we all laugh at them because they leave a moment for you to applaud a character. But that's so much cooler. Like, I remember I watched Captain Marvel in Corby, and who was it? I think it might have been Samuel L. Jackson appeared young, and there was a moment for some applause, and someone clapped, and at the back someone went, "You're a fucking tosser." Like, and I thought, no, boo. So I booed him. Right? Like, as a kind of joke. But obviously, one of my most important film going experiences is in Curitiba, which is a town in Brazil. I watched Rocky. And
you told me about this. Yeah.
They were all chanting Rocky, and I was right up there with them, and it was amazing.
Dude, get yourself back this year. It's the 50th anniversary of the first Rocky movie.
Is it?
Well, they're bringing out that I Play Rocky movie. Have you seen the trailer for that, where it's the story?
No, I do. I quite like it.
Yeah.
Well, I like it because he's like, like Sylvester Stallone, but also it's actually quite an inspirational story.
Yeah, absolutely.
He rented his dog. He wouldn't give in. I love Rocky because Rocky is a bit like the Iliad. It's a story that resonates with everyone.
Mm-hmm.
Like, earlier on, we were talking about what we would do if we won the lottery. And for me, I've got an orchestra on segways following me around whilst I'm running, and they're playing the Rocky music. Imagine that. See a little bathtub coming over the hill. And then the fucking Royal Philharmonic Orchestra on fucking Teslas or something, all playing along. Like, it would be amazing. And that's even before a hire pirate ships for Pirates of the Caribbean and just turn up in Stamford to a nightclub on pirate ships. They say people waste their money on the lottery.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, come on, you got to make an entrance. Yes, I mean, earlier
before I forget, Chris.
Oh, sorry. Yeah.
Paradise Lost.
Mm-hmm.
And the Searchers.
Yeah. You said there was a third one. Yeah, there was a third one, wasn't there? It'll come back to you.
Oh no, it was it wasn't Hero's Journey. It was The Monomyth by Joseph Campbell, which is very, very different. But honestly, Paradise Lost, if you get through it, and it is tough, like, you need help. You need Cliff Notes. You need AI just to explain who these people are, like, and what they mean. It's like the same with the Divine Comedy. You need the context behind it, because these are things that Tolkien would have read at school level, but now you need to read them at like university level with someone to kind of give you the thing. If you read Paradise Lost, your interpretation of modern cinema, modern literature will completely change. It's the same as like, I think that the Infinity Stones in Marvel are basically the Silmarillion.
Mm-hmm.
Like I think they represent the same the same purpose and stuff like that, and it gives you a different understanding of these things. Paradise Lost is as fundamental to modern literature as the Iliad is, and as the Bible is. Like, I don't think you can understand literature properly without reading those three texts or having knowledge of them.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the Bible's on my bucket list. That's going to be a Chongus text I need to try and get through.
No,
but,
you're a cultural Christian, surely.
I mean, I was baptized.
No, but what I mean is that you know what Michaelmas is, you know what Christmas is. You know, like, you might not believe it, but you're immersed in the story of the Bible. Like, you understand, like, between your legs, you've got testes, I hope. Yes. So you know what testament means.
Yes. Yeah.
Your testes contain something, so you know what sermon means. Right? Basically, you have to be a bloke in order to prove that you're trustworthy. That's what that is. But if we were to talk about, I don't know, Islam or Buddhism, you have no reference point, no culture to understand that. But in order to understand British literature, even Western literature, you need an understanding of the Bible first.
Well, so much of it's steeped in the text, isn't it? I mean, even in Tolkien, I mean, it's just like the very fabric of it, isn't it?
Well, I would argue you need to understand, like, Thomas Aquinas.
Yes,
I'd actually argue you need to understand a lesser-known philosopher called Boethius, who is about the wheels of fate and, like, how Eru Ilúvatar works. But that's kind of like advanced reading. But, check that out.
Wow. I just imagine Robin like, and I will strike down upon thee with great vengeance and furious anger.
I'd love to be involved with that, as long as Robin doesn't mind me flirting with boys over girls. Because boring. But yet, like, genuinely, to understand Shakespeare, you need to... Very true, Robin. To understand Shakespeare, you need to understand the Bible. Yeah. To understand Tolkien, you need to understand Catholic faith. Like, it all builds on each other. But I think the principal modern text, to understand everything from Shakespeare on, you need two. You need Faustus by Marlowe, which is like Mephistopheles. Like, everyone knows this, like the Faustian Pact, like a deal with the devil. And you need Paradise Lost. If you have those two texts, even at a kind of YouTube 45-minute summary, it changes your understanding of so much stuff, because Achilles and Satan are the same character. Achilles, Satan, and Macbeth are the same character. Like, Macbeth, like, Mephistopheles is the same character as Sauron. Like, they're obviously different, but like, if you are annoyed about Star Wars, cool. Then go back and read what it's based on.
Dude, you need to, if you can, draft up a list for me, bullet points, whatever it is. Like, these are the top 10 texts, or however many, inexhaustive lists, a list that you can keep editing and adding stuff to over time, and I'll work through it. I did actually see Barnes and Noble have got like this really beautiful, like ornate leather-bound edition that they have with like the ribbon bookmark in there, and they've got a really nice edition of the Bible actually. I don't know if it was like gold, like edged papers as well, but like the front cover, how it like its binding is absolutely beautiful. But I don't, because there's loads of different translations of the Bible, isn't there? Of course there is. Now I want like the Mel Gibson closest to the source in like original Aramaic or whatever the language was that they spoke, that I need that, the one that's going to be the most accurate and not as...
Well, it's at Manchester Library.
Is it? Oh, okay.
That's the oldest known. I've seen it. That's the oldest known like translation of the Bible. There's things like, maybe some wicked person can correct me, but I think it's 293 AD, the Council of Nicaea, which is where they decided what was in the Bible. And obviously,
yeah,
the Bible is fascinating. So you have people like Martin Luther, and the Gutenberg press and things like that. But if you're up for it, which you don't have to be because it's fucking boring, I would be very up for week by week, one chapter of Paradise Lost.
I thought you were going to say the Bible then. I was like, holy shit, how many videos is this going to be?
I'm not doing the Bible because it invites an audience that is too dogmatic. And as you know, I regularly rename characters. Like, I'm interested in ideas and things like that. And with religion, I remember once nearly getting into a fight with someone. This was at a church in Chile, where I said Jesus was the first stand-up comedian, because coming from a farming background, the story of the sower, like throwing seeds about, that's clearly a joke. No one is going to run around throwing seeds about, a valuable commodity. And it would have been funny to anyone listening. Yeah, I'm throwing them there. Let's see what happens. That's hilarious if you're a farmer. And I've always liked that idea that comedy is where a lot of truth comes from. Do not tell that to Orthodox Catholics in Chile unless you want to have a fight. Because I realised halfway through that I did want to have a fight, and I was up for it.
You're always up for it, mate. Shirt comes off.
Got milked.
T-pose. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, like Jude Belly, like Achilles and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Lads, hold on. You're having a table tennis tournament, but I need to take my shirt off. Robin, look away. It's for the boys only.
By the way, I found the copy of the Bible that I was interested in getting. So if you go on Amazon.com or .co.uk,
why don't you just get it for free?
I know, but this is beautiful. Okay, if anyone can get on Amazon, listen to this live stream first and then go and check it afterwards. But it's the Holy Bible. It's the King James version, Barnes and Noble Collector's Edition, leather bound. It's one of the most beautiful looking books. It's the kind of book that you put on your bookshelf just to look learned when people come around and look at your bookshelf. Go, what
I would suggest a different way. Like, I understand. Are you all right? Have you frozen?
No,
okay.
I'm here.
I'm not disagreeing with you, Chris, but I would suggest a different way, which is that I know, I wouldn't say that I'm religious, but I am involved in religious communities because I like community and stuff. So this very simple things like mowing the lawn and people who go to church and stuff. I would suggest going to a priest or a vicar and asking them what the best story is that they like from the Bible and listening to their interpretation of it. And you'll hear it kind of similar to like how I don't think Shakespeare should be read. I don't think the Bible should be read. I think like sermons from Seaman is how it should be done. And when you talk to someone who's thought about this all their life and you ask them about the parable of the sower or what the prodigal son means, you'll speak to someone with real passion. And yes, they might be trying to convert you. They might be doing, but to be honest, they're just pleased someone's taking an interest. And like, this might be based on the fact that when I lived like in Latin America, like obviously, my mother is apparently Spanish. It's a Catholic thing, one night stand, island. But like I found out I had a whole Spanish family and they were all really fat. And so I had to learn Spanish. I'm now very good at Spanish. But when I was in like Chile for completely different reasons, because of my ability to like understand Latin, I used to go to Catholic church a lot to get a bit of peace because I understood what's going on. And I remember once speaking to a priest about some stuff, and they love it, man. Like it's like someone coming up to you. Imagine like a fit girl, or for us, fit boy, coming up to us in a bar and asking us, "Do you think that Sam is the hero of Lord of the Rings?" And you're like, "I've been waiting all my life."
Yes, yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Like, and you'll be amazed by it because they have expertise. They've thought about it all this night. Good night, Robin. Always a pleasure. It's amazing to have a girl on YouTube anyway, but for one to listen for 3 hours.
4 hours.
Yeah. But if you ever want, Chris, I'd love to do a book club on something like Paradise Lost.
Well, Robin mentioned it. I think I don't know which video it was. I mentioned something like, what kind of videos would you guys want to watch? Because I'm always open to ideas. And I think Robin did mention some kind of book club. And I think I pitched it to Dale when he was about to read Lord of the Rings. Would you want to, or even the Silmarillion, which he still needs to read? I said, would you like to do a chapter a week or something like that? And he said, well, I kind of read pretty fast, and I wouldn't want to be beholden to a
That's
schedule.
understandable.
I just want to read it to read it. I was like, yeah, completely fair enough. And since then, it's kind of fell to the wayside. I mean, I listen to a lot of audiobooks now, so I can get through stuff much easier than I can to just actually find some downtime to pick up a physical book. I do prefer a physical book, and I enjoy buying them, but just to process that story, at the moment at least, audiobooks is the way to go for me. So yeah, I'd be down for that, definitely.
Imagine reading the Silmarillion without knowing Lord of the Rings.
Mm-hmm.
Like I get Dale's point completely, because freedom is obviously so important, and you will resent things in the end when there's constrictions on them. It's human nature. Can demonstrate it with an experiment, to be honest. But with things like Paradise Lost, you need help, and it's not like because you don't know anything. It's because it's designed for help. I mean, people laugh at Stephen King. I haven't read it, but in The Dark Tower, Stephen King puts himself in the book.
Yeah.
Milton starts off putting himself in the book, like in the song. And you need to understand that. So when you read Divine Comedy, there are different circles of hell. And do you know who's at the last circle of hell?
Well, Satan, isn't it? It's on the frozen ring of hell, isn't it?
He's underneath it, if my memory serves well. The last circle of hell is reserved for betrayers.
Oh, is it Judas or something? It is probably Judas. Is there?
Yes.
Oh God, then the others are going to be. Oh yeah,
exactly. So it's for betrayers, but you know those people because they're well famous, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
But everything else is like metaphor and semiotics, like things that is basically, it's like trying to read Umberto Eco with no vocabulary. And the best things for me is that when you read a book, you're reading it for yourself and you're picturing it. If you're me, you're picturing it as a film and how you would make it, and you're seeing it all. But it's then well interesting to get someone like JX, sex-obsessed pervert, talking about or like me, proper bimbo, talking about how Star Wars, the sequel trilogy, lacks incestuousness, which is not something that everyone would think about. But then you're like, actually, yeah, Darth Vader, Princess Leia, there's a bit of sex in there and stuff. And it gives you exposure to new ideas. So I think that it's two ways, but in particular for these almost not prehistoric, but for us prehistoric books where none of us have a real understanding of the English Civil War, for example, or what was going on in Chaucer times. It's really interesting to hear other people's opinions. Like when you were talking about Patroclus and Frodo and Sam, I was like, I've never considered that. That's actually interpretation rather than author intention. But it makes so much sense because Homer's not around, but the gays are. So of course that idea is going to like continue across generations. And interestingly, no one knows Achilles was a trans woman.
Yeah, you mentioned I think you mentioned this to me when we were talking about the Odyssey and a certain casting choice in Nolan's film. You said that it would actually make sense for it to be Achilles. Yeah.
Achilles spent a year pretending to be a girl to avoid the Trojan War, and then lost it and raped some people, revealing that he was a man. And so when Elliot Page, Elliot Page, was announced as like Achilles, I was like, okay, someone has read some Greek mythology. And then it turned out that it wasn't it, and I was like, oh, that probably is tokenism then.
Yeah.
Because there's no age I couldn't have beat Elliot Page up at. None.
Yeah, I know. And it opens the film as well, which is hilarious. The run.
Does it? Have you seen it?
I haven't seen it. I've watched a lot of videos on it. I am planning on watching it at some point. I'm going to wait till the hype dies down a little bit with it. And I just want to finish the Odyssey first anyway. I've got about 5.5
week
hours
of September.
left.
Like, so I'm going to watch it in IMAX. I'm quite excited for it because
I mean, we could do a review on it once we get through, because I'll have finished it by then, and I'll have at least a frame of reference. I think actually reading the Iliad first has helped as well. I appreciate some of the returning characters.
You should read the Iliad first.
Yeah.
The Odyssey is a side quill, as it were. Like, it's I think it's more accessible text.
I think the story's more engaging in the Odyssey, but I like the character and introspective nature of the characters in the Iliad a little bit more. I think, at least so far. He's just made it back to Ithaca, and I've still got like 5 hours left. So I don't know how they're gonna drag. Has he met Argos? Not yet. No, he's just got back, and I think Athena has changed his appearance to make him just look like just like a common peasant or whatever. And she covered everywhere in mist to to create the anticipation, I suppose, of the reveal of Ithaca.
Like June.
Yes, exactly. Yeah. Well, yeah, it's her, isn't it? What's the face?
That's it. I also think. Have you seen the June films?
Yes. Yeah. Seen the 80s one and the 2 new ones. Yeah.
I've always thought Arrakis City, is based on Troy. And I know everyone will make the most obvious leap, which is that overground, underground, Gondolin free is Troy. But what's the other Troy for you in Lord of the Rings?
The other Troy for me,
it's especially famous.
Minas Tirith, I suppose, isn't it?
No, not for me.
Is it in terms of a city that's fallen? Are we going with that angle?
No, hiding behind walls.
Oh, well, there's Helm's Deep, I suppose.
Yes.
Yeah.
Helm's Deep. I've always thought that, like, the Aeneas, which is, I'd recommend the Aeneas, but it is very similar. So maybe give it a year. It is better though, because it's a moment where the equivalent of Diomedes abseils into 400 people and just fucks them up. And it is, when you read something that's well old, but you can actually instantly picture it. That's what it was for me.
Well, for me in the Iliad, it was the suiting up scene, if you will, which they kind of do. Yeah, they kind of do in the movie, but in the book, in the Iliad, you've got a Hephaestus making this godly armor. And it was amazing. And then I was drawing parallel.
Tony Stark in the cave. That's what I thought of.
Yeah,
It's like when I watched, was it Iron Man?
Yeah,
I was like, yes, Iliad.
And I was drawing parallels to all these things, mostly Tolkien, because that's like my life's blood. So the main thing that I could think of, and I actually think this is exemplified probably more in the Hobbit movies than it perhaps is in the book. I was thinking of Thorin's refusal to fight and hiding behind the walls, and then the rally, and this is like where I'm sort of crossing the book into the movie here a little bit, because in the book when he emerges, he's in golden armor and he shines like a gleaming fire in the sun or something. I can't remember the exact description. And he, like, elves and men to me, rallies everyone. And I got that same level of height. I think I said this to you. I love a good rally. And then I realized what I said I was like phrasing. But, just someone getting G'd up, ready for battle.
Right, I never thought about that.
Fuck's sake.
Is that what you meant?
Again, worse things have been said on the channel. But yeah, just like gathering everyone ready for the fight and just getting stuck in like, yeah, we're back in action. It's
Well,
the
for me-
pendulum swing. It's a trope that, you know, well, probably stems all the way back right to the Iliad, of course. 'cause it's one
Where
of
do you think the charge at like Helm's Deep with or the charge?
Yeah.
Right.
Pelennor
So
Fields.
yeah, he knows what I'm saying, but for anyone who doesn't know what I'm saying, Gandalf not cloaking himself, that's complete opposite. But Gandalf basically being the sun, the light that fights things off. Like Achilles when he goes to save, his gay mate's armor, basically appears as the sun, like Helios.
Dude, Eärendil, right? A shining light, the star.
You're so right. And that might be the way he synthesizes, bit communist theory for you here. He synthesized, whether it's contradiction, whatever. Like any communists watching, comrades, you will know what I mean by synthesis here. But that's actually really cool because it's the sun. Oh, shout out Ridge.
Oh, hang on. We got new comments coming in. Hang on. Let me get to it. Here we go. The only way a faithful Homer adaptation can ever happen is when time travel is invented and his text taken before they became spoken.
Well, that's interesting because it would be like saying Asterix and Obelix, it isn't real because you haven't read it in like Gaul or French or something like that. I agree with it in principle, but in practice, I completely disagree.
Yeah, you've just got to stay true to the spirit of...
That's the thing, it's intention.
The historical importance of it. Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
And stuff like that. It's to me, it's the same as saying a phone call between you and your partner doesn't mean as much as being face to face. You can argue that. You can argue that as, yes, of course, because you can't see the...
Dude, I direct you to the best scene in The Constant. Lost season 4. That phone call between Desmond and Penny across time.
I would love you to review that. It is, I think...
getting choked up thinking about it now. That scene, the editing.
I've
marvelous.
got a Croatian mate who is basically a peasant. And we always laugh about how he's mining cardboard and stuff. Shout out to Croatia. Jo to velim Hrvatsko. But he was talking about Lost, and I rewatched Lost during COVID. What a crazy time, man.
Mm-hmm.
But I started with one of my favourite ever things on screen, which is John Locke getting up. I think it's episode 3, Walkabout.
Walkabout, yes, yeah.
And it genuinely is one of the most emotional things I've ever seen. And I think they should start the episode. I think they should start the series with it after that 2-part pilot that got someone fired because it cost too much. But The Constant is something that transcends Lost itself because you don't need to know anything about it because
it's a bottle episode almost.
It's the Odyssey. It's a man trying to get home. Do you know what I mean?
Holy
like,
shit.
do you like that?
Yes. Yeah.
It's I've said this a few times. It's the perfect. The only 2 things that I think really get the Odyssey are Star Trek. I don't know which one, but they're trying to get home, but they're also excited by the new world around them. They're tempted.
Is it The Voyage Home? Is that number 4? Star Trek 4?
No, it was a TV series. I think it might have been called Voyager, actually. But I'm not going to pretend I'm into Star Trek. I don't really. I like the Wrath of Khan a lot, but I don't. There's one where they're like fucking whales or something to get Spock.
Yes. Yeah, that's it.
I don't know. Yeah, Ridge 479 unfortunately is bringing up Death of the Author, which I'm not a fan of, but I respect your opinion.
Yeah, it's like how different people read text from one another and interpret. If we had time travel, we would also get all 12 Homer texts and the actual story of what happened in between the Iliad and Odyssey. Well, I think we get filled in with that, don't we?
But you're wrong. You're so wrong on that. Because there is no Homeric text, right? It was made by a tyrant, I think was called Persephonus, who demanded it was written down. The Odyssey, we've been through this, but the Odyssey and the Iliad are not text. They are
oral
songs.
tradition. Yeah, poems.
And the actual story of what happened in between the Iliad and the Odyssey has been expanded on and recorded by loads of people. I'll direct you to Aeschylus with his like trilogy about the house of Atreus, like Atreus, Agamemnon, Oedipus, etc. Like there are texts that exist before this and so on. But like, why would you want all of these things? Is the thing that kind of interests me the most, because we've discussed this earlier about Trans Achilles, which is a very, very like well-known and well-recorded text about how, similar to the way that Hector rejected Achilles' challenge by being a coward, Achilles did the same thing and ran off to an island and pretended to be a girl for a year. The reason it's not well known is because it doesn't fit in to the kind of conceptual idea of the Odyssey, of the Iliad, because the Iliad is the cornerstone of Western literature, and everything around it is like a planet. It's like orbiters, and it's like, I know what you mean. And I think a better example is, what if the Library of Alexandria didn't burn? But the sad truth about the Library of Alexandria is apparently over 60% of it with different interpretations of the Iliad. So what happened is that anyone who came to Alexandria, if they had anything written down or literature, it had to be handed across at customs. And instead of going through a scanning machine like we do now, a couple of scribes there writing everything down and filing. Very similar to modern China, to be honest, stealing everyone's IP. But I know your point. It's just, I don't like your point, Andrew. I respect it. Sorry, Ridge. Because why did I say? Oh, Andrew Ridgely from Wham. That's why I said Andrew. I respect it. I just don't like it. I hope you can deal with that.
I think that's fine. It's good to have different opinions, right? That's, it's fine.
Well, I think what it is you've got to be okay with someone having a different opinion to you. And I'm okay with anyone having a different opinion to me. Because it means I have to justify mine, I have to consider someone else's. And then through synergy, we get to the point, which is why I don't like your interpretation of Hector killing Menelaus.
Yeah, you called me out on it, and that's fine. I welcome that shit. So that's
yeah,
fine.
But it's not about calling you out on it. It's I just don't like the idea. It's nothing personal, as it were. Like, I think, what did I said something absolutely ridiculous once on this channel. Everyone called me out for it. I can't remember what it was. I think it might have been that Frodo and Sam were the best versions of Melkor and Sauron.
That was it, yeah. But hey, you argued your point, and it sounded pretty compelling at the time, so you may have won me over with that as well. Yeah.
Yeah, but I don't mind. Like, in the same way, I have to apologize, Andrew. I loved your music with George. I wasn't trying to be rude. I just disagree with your opinion, not you as a person on principle. People take it that way, don't they?
Yeah. People just need to chill. We're all friends here. It's all good. I wanted to bring up a comment from earlier, even though I was going to say Robin is no longer with us. Makes it sound like she's dead. She's gone to sleep because we've been talking for too long.
Peace. That should be end, Robin.
Robin says, Chris, real question. What type of engagement helps your channel the most? I am such a technophobe. I actually don't know. I don't know how YouTube works. I don't know how the algorithm works. I don't know if it's watch time. I don't know if it's likes. And, with the Hobbit changes that I've done, they've been getting a few more likes and a few more views than a lot of the other videos. I don't know. I guess likes make the video get out there a little bit more and seen a few more times. Not really sure, to be honest.
When I did a football channel, This will shock you, Chris, but I wasn't that interested in the opinion of people who hadn't played football.
Right. Okay.
But what we did learn when I had an argument with someone about the algorithm and I had to go and look up what it is how it works is that people that watch this channel and then another channel get in the algorithm. And the strength of that is based on how much they comment and also the likes. That's how much it's recommended to new people. So if Robin, for example, is watching this channel and then is watching a channel about watercoloring, it's actually not that useful. Because it gets recommended, because she's one of the people that comments the most and likes the most, it'll get recommended to other people who like watercoloring. So I have a friend who runs a football channel, and he looked at his analytics, and he's mostly recommended to Donald Trump like fan channels because half of his audience are very right wing. No problems, but it doesn't help for stuff like that. So if you want to kind of help with football chat, with sorry, I was just reading Mr. Wham's comment there, and it influenced. That's a different conversation about the role of private equity in stuff, but happy to have it. Don't think Chris is. But
just
so what it would be, Chris, is that have you ever heard of Mark Goldbridge?
No.
Are you aware of Manchester United?
I am aware of them, yes, as a team, yes.
Manchester United are the biggest club in the world for English-speaking people. Real Madrid are the biggest in the world. There is a YouTuber who is kind of negative. So if you think of people like Nerdrotic and Critical Drinker, a lot of their success is based on the fact they dislike things. I think that's fair to say. Like when you were talking about all the cottage industry that came up about The Last Jedi, it was mainly people saying, I hate it.
Yeah.
And it gave a voice to people. In YouTube for football, this is a similar thing, is that if you're like sort of saying, I don't like our signings, I don't like where this is going, I don't think the club is doing stuff like this, it gets a huge amount of traction. Recently, have you heard of a person called Gary Neville?
Yes, yeah.
Right, so Gary Neville, ex-captain of Manchester United, most equal successful captain ever, runs a couple of very successful YouTube channels and Sky TV. A private equity company has invested in Mark Goldbridge's channel, which was a fan channel with about 2 million subscribers, biggest in the world. And it has got deals with Disney Plus and so on, allowing him to speak to people like Wayne Rooney, who I'm sure you know, Manchester United's greatest goal scorer ever. So when Ridge says, what type of football channel do you do? Sky have killed them. The idea is that private equity have invested in these channels, often called end-shitification incorrectly, in order to kind of bring them to levels, giving them access to stuff they've never had. So starts off with the guy in his bedroom. For Lord of the Rings, it would start off with you in your bedroom talking about Lord of the Rings, and it would end with Warner Brothers owning half of your channel and you doing a podcast with Peter Jackson every week.
Right.
Now, I know that fascinated you, but I think Andrew would agree with me on those principles. But 4 hours and 20 minutes, I think we've only got 10 minutes left, haven't we?
I have, yeah. I think that's all I've got in the tank. And we finished talking about Troy quite a bit ago, didn't we, in all fairness? If anyone is still with us or maybe checking out the end of the stream, let us know your thoughts on Troy. We kind of gave our numeric score. We both sort of scored it around a 7. I think I gave it like 7.5. And Robin gave it a 9. So I do think it's a film that I would recommend to people and hopefully more people see. And if this is their way into, even if they don't read the Iliad, but they're still processing the story, then I think, hey, it's done its job. And I think certainly of a film of this kind, like whether you call this like the Swords and Sandals or historical epics or whatnot, they were rife throughout the 2000s, probably from Lord of the Rings definitely helped that. Well, yeah, Gladiator. You had this. You had Kingdom of Heaven.
Gladiator's 98, I think, isn't it?
No, it's 2000. 2000.
Well, that's the year before Lord of the Rings.
Yeah, and then you had Lord of the Rings, and then you had Alexander, you had Kingdom of
Same year.
Heaven, King Arthur. You had a lot of those sort of.
Do you reckon? Yeah, no, I think you're right. Actually,
I think I'm
Chase the
forgetting
Money,
like
innit?
I'm forgetting a big one actually from that sort
Pirates of the Caribbean. That was the
of.
big.
Yeah, sort of swashbuckly, isn't it? I'm trying to think of the more like historical like soldiers and whatnot. I don't know. I think anyway. The point is that this is a really good one, and I can't believe it's taken me this long to get around to it. But I'm glad that I sort of came to this film when I did, having listened to the Iliad, having some kind of semblance of understanding of the story, and going into the film that way. I don't think you need to do that, but I think you do gain appreciation for it, and just adaptation in media and how you have to make some changes to make it more palatable for a Hollywood, movie-going audience, essentially.
With watching this, have you kind of recontextualized the choices that Peter Jackson made in Lord of the Rings?
Yeah, I mean, there's some that I'm still not keen on, and I think that's always going to be the way. The one actually I've soured to the most, weirdly enough, is the Oh, there's that one, but I was thinking more Elves at Helm's Deep. It's cool, but I don't know. Every time I watch that, and then they just kind of disappear afterwards. It's just like, okay. I don't know. That's the one that I've sort of soured on the most, I think. And every time... Yeah, go on, sorry.
I was going to say, did you see the guy on YouTube who bought Lord of the Rings on YouTube and it's been wiped?
He bought Lord of the Rings on YouTube. Oh, yeah. I did see something about that, yeah, and it's like championing physical media and stuff, isn't it?
Yeah. Like
they do that with a few films, actually. I'm surprised they've done it with Lord of the Rings because that's massively popular. But
it's licensing agreements, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's like Amazon and stuff like that. But it's a good rallying call for I'm not a huge fan of it in terms of physical media. Like I don't get a lot of enjoyment from, like looking at the covers and things like that. I'm more interested in the films. But please, just for my sake, everyone buy physical media so I can parasite off you.
Yeah, exactly. Well, I've got myself covered with Lord of the Rings. I've got it on VHS, DVD gift box sets, my regular versions up there. I've got my Blu-rays down there. All I need is the 4K, and I've got it on all available devices, I think, after that point. So
you should do a sub goal. Like, I know you're not like driven by numbers and things like that, but it would be interesting to see, like, if you put a sub goal for, what is it, 70 quid, 80 quid, the 4K UHD.
Mm-hmm.
Let's put a sub goal up.
What, me asking for money from people just to buy myself a 4K? But no, I'm not going to ask people for. I'll buy it myself. I'll save up my money and buy it myself if I want it.
What would you consider a reasonable thing? Like, so this is everything in life is negotiable, right?
Everyone's got a price.
Everything.
Yeah, exactly.
Like, what would a sub goal be for you to do something that either you didn't want to do or something you would like but you think is a waste of money?
Wait, what would I be doing with this? Wait, what? So something I don't want to do, like
something, something
watch The Last Jedi ever again.
Yeah, so like, let's say you'd watch The Last Jedi for 15 quid, I would think. Right?
Probably, yeah.
So let's say the price is set at 100 quid. Right? Something that if you were given the money just to buy it with, you'd buy this thing for 100 quid, but normally you wouldn't because you think it's overpriced. So it could be like a Sauron. I don't know what they're called. Are they called popsicles or something? The little toys.
The Funko Pops. Yeah.
Funko Pop. Thank you so much. God, I sounded like my dad then. Yeah. So if it was for free, yeah, cool. But 100 quid, not pay. And something that you do for £100, which is like, I don't know, it could be dressing up like Han Solo and jumping out of a plane.
What would the price be? Is that what I'm being asked?
No, the price is £100.
Oh, what would I do?
Task is.
Oh, God, I wouldn't even know. I don't know if I do a skydive for 100 quid.
They're fucking overrated.
Yeah, I know you've mentioned you've done a few, haven't you? I think.
No, I've done one. I've done a lot of bungee jumps. I've done like maybe 20. Very good fun. I want to do a skydive.
I want to do the GoldenEye one at some point I think it's in Switzerland, the Contradam. But I'd ask for a bit more than £100 to do that, I think.
But you want to do it.
Yeah, it's in the back of my mind. I've got a lot of things I want to do. It's there. It's on the list, you know.
Yeah, but this is like saying, "Oh, send me £100 to have sex with Margot Robbie." Like it's something you do for free. That's not what the question is.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what I do. It's a weird situation, like to ask for like money from people.
Would you watch
to do
all
stuff.
of the Star Wars films 1 to 9 for £100?
Yeah,
in a row.
Oh, in a row. Oh fuck.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a lot of time. I mean, what? That's 2 hours per movie. Oh god, that's like a day, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's like 18 hours. Fucking hell. If it was like on a live stream thing, I suppose, and people are actually in, then yes, maybe I would consider it.
For £100?
Yes.
All of them, 20, let's say 24 hours, get a bit of tea, like go to the toilet, stuff.
Well, how much money is that an hour? I'm trying to equate this to like a minimum wage job right now.
Are you asking me?
Yeah, I'm shit with numbers. So like we take what,
£3.39, isn't it?
Yeah, we might need to up that money a little bit then, because that's not.
Yeah, but I'm asking what you do for £100. So I know for £100 you'd be very happy to watch extended editions,
Lord of the Rings,
on screen.
Yes,
like you don't show it, but you're watching it and you talk about it or so on.
Shit, I do that for free.
However, for £100, I wonder if you would just read Lord of the Rings for 10 hours.
Oh God,
that's harder, isn't it?
Yeah, and I'm not a great reader. Like people don't want to hear this reading the Lord of the Rings. You know, you want like Blue Fax or someone who's eloquent, is well spoken. you don't want to hear this reading Lord of the Rings.
Also, like for 2 minutes, you would dance to They're Taking the Hobbits to Isengard for £100. But at what point would you say no? Would you say no after an hour, 2 hours, 3 hours?
Yeah, that's really pushing it. Yeah, really pushing it.
£100 for 10 hours of dancing.
Of dancing? No way, no fucking way. I don't even know if I'd do that for 5 minutes.
Shut the fuck up. For 5 minutes for £100.
No, I probably would at that, but yeah, no, I probably would.
That's what I'm like. So basically, the goals I'm asking for in terms of like money people send are essentially to torture you. So it's not getting money for free; it's the limits of your dignity.
Yeah. Well, I wouldn't be like like Boogie 2988 or whatever his name
I know who you're
like,
talking about.
Just pulling my shirt off and like covering myself in like cocoa butter. So I ain't gonna do some like degrading shit like that. If it's watching.
Well, it depends on the price, isn't it?
Might need.
I think I'm anyone's for 15 grand. To be honest, I don't think there's a lot I wouldn't do for that amount of money.
There you go. Ridge says, in film terms, Chris, it's like Light the Fuse podcast, purchased by Paramount, library wiped, podcast continued with cast, etc., then cancelled when films finished and Paramount made cuts.
One thing I would say about stuff like that is you don't own anything on YouTube. Like if Chris makes the decision to delete his channel or to delete videos, I can't see what rights you have to say, oh, that's bad, or anything like that. With films, it's different because you pay to see them or you pay to own them or whatever. But with YouTube, I think it's a pretty fair game. I might be wrong or out of step with this, but I think it's up to the artist, the person who created it, to decide where it goes. Or, what are we doing?
I think this should maybe be made aware when they purchase it. I don't even know if they do that, if there's like a fine print thing saying you've got this for a year or 2 years, and then, or
even if they said podcast. Like, I think I'd be within my rights to message you tomorrow saying, Chris, I spoke about Patroclus or Achilles in a way that I don't want to be on the internet forever. Would you mind editing that part out? Now, I wouldn't do that unless I had a self-published moment. But that is your choice. It's no one else's choice
Mhm.
because it's kind of offered for free. So I don't really agree with that, Mr. Ridge. Like the content creator should have the final say in what they're doing. And if they accept that this, like, look, if someone came in, offered you 10 grand for this podcast, said, by the way, I'm deleting everything, you would be like, yeah, cool. I see.
Yes.
Yeah.
Give me the cash. That's it. Right. I think we should probably start rounding it off there because it is coming up to 2 a.m. and I'm very,
seriously?
very yeah. It's 20 to 2.
Yeah.
we need to wrap this shit up.
Mate.
No, you're all good. You're all good. It's always a pleasure having you on, man. And yeah, thank you for joining me for we're approaching 5 hours now. I think it's been really cool talking about the classics. Actually, I mean, I know that we've talked about Tolkien on this as well, sort of tangentially. I can't even get my words out now. We've talked about Lord of the Rings a bit, comparing it with everything else, but it's been nice to actually break away from it for the most part and talk about something a bit different, that being the Iliad and Troy. So I don't know if there's any other sort of like film adaptations of like big important classics like this. I mean, I know we've got the Odyssey that's out at the moment, working my way through that. We'll probably have a review on that at some point, but I think it's just because these stories are so steeped in the pop culture now, that permeated everything, that the DNA of it sort of almost in every single movie ever made, isn't it? So yeah, but I'll continue reading some of the classics. If you can get like a reading list to me, I'll over the next few years probably I'll try and work my way through it slowly but surely. You know, the classics.
Would you be okay? Like, I'm happy to like give it to other people watching as well, but as me and Mrs. Wilde, Robin, have said, I would much prefer you to send a link to Oedipus Rex as a play than as a text. There is actually an Ian McKellen audiobook of Paradise Lost. I don't think it's actually that good, but it is read by Ian McKellen. But for example, I think that the best piece of art from ancient Greece is The Tragedy of Agamemnon by Aeschylus. I think it's absolutely extraordinary. Like, I watched it when I was 14 and hard nipples, man. It was incredible. It was like intellectually and physically turned on by the whole thing. It was incredible. So like when you say reading list, I know what you mean, but it's better to see these things, and I'm very happy to compile one for you over the next
as long
week.
as it's not like I don't do abridged, just give me unabridged, give me it all, like every single line.
How would you know though?
Well, yeah, I get it. Yeah, it's true. We'll
Sorry,
make it work.
That was a bit mean.
No.
Sorry,
but I want this for like just for my own selfish purposes, just to expand my knowledge, you know, in terms of reviewing.
Right, what
comparing
Shakespeare
to
have
things.
you seen? Not read,
as
seen.
In person, like a play. I went to see. Oh God. Okay. Well, there's a few actually.
So,
in
like
person,
10 Things I Hate About You, Taming of the Shrew. Accept that as Shakespeare.
I've seen a few Taming of the Shrew performances. I've seen like an Indian Bollywood version of Much Ado About Nothing, which was quite interesting. And then I saw Antony and Cleopatra as a school trip when I was in A-level. We went to the Royal Shakespeare Company for that one. That was in Stratford. That was really good actually. But they say things like I shall draw my sword, but it's actually like a gun. And then he fired it, and I thought someone had actually opened fire, and it was so loud, scared the shit out of everyone. It's that participation thing, I suppose you were talking about, right?
So I saw Macbeth, and they changed a line in the play, and it was hilarious.
Don't like that.
No, I liked it. Everyone looked up.
I
was the only person. I remember it vividly. I was looking around the theatre, and no one was watching. Everyone had their head in the text and was like almost mouthing along with it. And one of the actors, like, I think he left a word out, and everyone looked up. And that was the moment I realized Shakespeare was a collaborative thing. And it's like, I would love to know who the actor was that did that. 'Cause A, it was brave, but B, it taught me genuinely one of the lessons about media that I will never forget is that plays are not about you. It's not an aquarium. It's not you sitting there and going, fuck me, that shark is lovely. It's you have to participate.
Mm.
And it was like, I'm eternally grateful for that guy.
So was it like a flub, or was it like an intentional?
No, he did it on purpose.
Mm.
Because he probably was there 6 days a week, seeing all these kids with their heads in their book, all 13, 14, 15, and he just did something to bring them out of it. He probably got in trouble for it, but it made a lasting impression on me.
Yeah.
Like it genuinely has informed my understanding of how you should appreciate live theatre.
Mm-hmm. Nice. Film wise, they've done like a bunch of modernized versions of Macbeth, which I've seen. There was a really, really bad Michael Fassbender movie called Macbeth, which the trailer looked amazing. Like visually, it looked like it was going to be incredible, and it was an awful telling of that story.
Hamlet.
I've seen. I've seen the.
I was hoping you were to say The Lion King.
Well, yeah, it's the Kenneth Branagh one. I think I've seen. That's
okay,
Hamlet, isn't it? Yeah. And then I saw bits of the David Tennant one. I think it was on TV, like a BBC broadcast. I just remember where he was like tied to a chair, and he was like, "Come on,
he was whizzing on the fucking chair, going
yeah.
wee."
Yeah.
I got told off because I booed. I did, genuinely.
I don't blame you. Yeah, no, it wasn't great. Have I seen anything else? I think I had the opportunity to go and see The Tempest, but I didn't make it to that one. But I did read The Tempest. Yeah, I think that's it. I think that's it in terms of Shakespeare.
In Love?
Have the DVD, never seen the movie.
Have you not? It actually contextualizes The Tempest really well at the end.
Mm-hmm.
It's really surprising how well it's very silly, and it's kind of like a comedy, but it does Tempest really well. Hamlet, I really hate, but I have to say it's actually quite a good performance of Hamlet in the film.
Mm-hmm.
It's just I hate it because it's like, oh, let's make Shakespeare interesting.
Yeah. I think I watched like a modernized version again, like a TV broadcast of Julius Caesar as well. I think I saw that one.
All right, so King Lear you haven't seen?
No, I haven't seen King Lear.
Richard III you haven't seen?
Nope.
Titus Andromachus?
Nope.
Right. All really easy, high quality performances of that on YouTube. I will source them for you next week.
Yes, I'll do. Well, the time is now, my friend. Well, I've got a bit of free time from work, so.
Do you?
Yes. Well, marginally. There's still a lot of things that I'm juggling across the week. Hence late replies. But we do what we can. So I'll get through it.
Andromacha, Lear.
Get them typed up. Right, we're going to round this off. I want to say a big thank you to everyone that's tuned in tonight. Robin, we've got Toblerone, we've of course got Ridge. Thank you to everyone, keeping us company, keeping the conversation going. This was really fun to do tonight, and we've definitely got more videos planned, and whatever we want to talk about, we'll jump on, and we'll have like a 4 or 5 hour, however long it takes.
Yeah, sorry, mate.
No, we don't cap these, and that's fine. I like the freedom of it, just letting the conversation go where it goes. It's always, well, I hope it is for people at home anyway. It certainly is for me. It's eye-opening. It's a really interesting conversation to be had, so I always appreciate it. Bathtime, thank you for taking so many hours out of your evening to join me tonight. Always a pleasure, my friend. And yeah, just a few months away from Rings of Power Season 3, so that's going to be a good one. In the meantime, what have I got coming up on the channel? Well, please feel free to subscribe for more movie reviews, discussions, and live streams. We're 1 month away from finishing Pixar, and then that's all done and dusted. Towards the end of the year, we're going to be going through the Harry Potter films in the lead up to the new HBO series. As I just mentioned, we've got Rings of Power Season 3 as well. 3 weeks of absolute torture, but we're going to have a blast doing it at the same time. And yeah, we'll probably have an Odyssey review at some point, maybe some other fun discussions and little topics that we want to chat about. So yeah, you know what to do. Hit the subscribe button. Hobbit changes are on the way. Free time's been a bit sort of sparing this week, but I am working on a big change and involves a certain bear, Bayorn, and I'm really excited to see the results of it if I can make it work. So watch this space. And yeah, I think we'll round it off there. So until next time, have a good night, everyone.